Chapter 0. The first encounter with the protagonist ***. As dawn broke softly, the gentle ritual of tea awakened him, his gaze falling upon the slumbering creature by his bedside, a being that resembled neither a cat nor a rabbit. Prompting a faint sigh of contemplation, he had been in this realm for over a year now, fully embracing his current identity. His name was Incha, a mere weakling in the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, his arrival coincided with the possession of a looting system, enabling him to plunder 1/10 of another's combat power upon a successful heist. Notably, he had surmounted the affliction that rendered him powerless in the presence of beautiful women that he vowed that the title of weakling would no longer be associated with him. He possessed an attributes panel, containing solely his combat power, which currently stood at a meager 9, an accomplishment after more than a year of thievery. Upon his arrival in this world, his combat power had been a mere 7. Regrettably, the combat power of passers-by hovered around 1 or 2 points, while those wielding firearms barely reached 5. However, the combat power of those with weapons did not contribute to their inherent strength at that moment. He awaited the passage of Sun Wukong and his companions. Incha had calculated that Sun Wukong's combat power should be around 10, putting them close in strength. Although defeating him was unlikely, the unfolding narrative suggested that Wukong would soon be famished at that point. He would seize the opportunity to acquire some combat power for himself. "Master Incha, you are awake," came the voice of Pu'er. Incha nodded slightly. "Pu'er, please fetch me something to eat. I am hungry," he requested. "Of course, Master Incha," Pu'er replied, vanishing like a specter to rummage through their supplies. They found themselves in an expansive desert, where Incha and Pu'er had lingered for over a year, their provisions dwindling to nearly nothing. Nevertheless, Incha was well aware that the monkey was on his way, and he could not afford to miss this prime opportunity to bolster his combat power. He had contemplated that Wukong's power would significantly increase whenever he sustained injuries, making him a prime target for plunder. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon, and while resting in bed, Incha heard Pu'er's call. "Master Incha, prey has arrived," Pu'er announced. Incha understood that Wukong and his companions had arrived. "Not yet. Let us wait until they can no longer move," Incha advised. On the other side, Bulma, one of the trio, was the first to succumb to exhaustion, collapsing beneath a rock. "I can't go on," she murmured. "I'm also quite hungry. I need to find something to eat." "Do you eat pork?" Wukong inquired. "Do I look like I consume food?" Yulong retorted angrily. Incha had been observing Wukong through binoculars, ready to act once his stamina waned. Wukong wandered through the desert, searching for food, and after a considerable time, he spotted a wild wolf. Without hesitation, he charged and swiftly dispatched the creature with a couple of punches. Incha chuckled at this scene, knowing he could not allow Wukong to satiate his hunger. "Pu'er, let us set off," Incha commanded. "Understood, Master Incha," Pu'er replied, leading the way. Incha leaped from their perch, landing effortlessly from a height of 5 or 6 meters. Pu'er produced a capsule, and soon, a flying vehicle materialized. Meanwhile, Wukong had dragged the wolf back and was preparing to roast it with Yulong. Bulma, roused by their actions, became intrigued upon hearing about the food. However, when she beheld the wolf, she turned away in disgust and resumed her slumber. At that moment, Incha and Pu'er arrived, causing Wukong and Yulong to look on in bewilderment. "Pu'er, what are you doing here?" Yulong asked. "Yulong, so it is you. Master Incha, he used to bully me," Pu'er exclaimed. "Do not worry. Today, none shall escape," Incha cackled ominously. "Listen, this mountain is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave a toll," Incha declared. "What does he intend to do?" Wukong asked Yulong, puzzled. "Fool, he means to rob us. Aren't you strong? Go and defeat him," Yulong shouted, retreating towards Bulma. Target: Sun Wukong, combat power, 10. Successful theft yields 1 combat power point. "Kid, hand over all your money." Incha cackled wickedly. "Are you a bad person?" Wukong asked. "Yes, I'm a villain. What of it?" Incha replied, charging forward. In an instant, the two were locked in combat, their power disparity barely noticeable. Incha was confident he could keep Wukong occupied until he grew hungry. Sure enough, Wukong's movements gradually slowed, and after taking several hits, he was eventually knocked to the ground by a powerful blow from Incha. Fearing he might inadvertently injure Wukong, Incha refrained from striking too hard, as a restored 10-point combat power could easily surge to 15, making him a less viable target. Insha seized Wukong's Rui Bang, feeling an increase in his own combat power by 1 point. He glanced toward the trembling Yulong, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Target, Yulong, combat power, 5. Successful theft yields 0.5 combat power points. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Come here. Insha beckoned to Yulong. Transform. In an instant, Yulong morphed into a fly and attempted to flee. Puer, catch him. Insha commanded. Understood, Master Insha. Transform into a fly swatter. Before long, Yulong was captured effortlessly by Puer, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Puer, let me avenge you. Insha bellowed, pouncing on Yulong with the ferocity of a starving tiger. His fists fell like rain, and his kicks struck like the swift wind, rendering Yulong's head a true pig's head. Subsequently, Insha stripped Yulong bare, ultimately acquiring a meager 0.5 combat power points. Meanwhile, Bulma had fully awakened, resembling a frightened doe, trembling yet captivated as she watched Insha, her eyes wide in awe at the spectacle unfolding before her. Now it's your turn, beautiful lady, Insha uttered with a chilling laugh. Target, Bulma, combat power, 1. Successful theft yields 0.01 combat power points. Hand over your money, or else. Insha cackled menacingly. At that moment, Wukong stirred awake, brushing the dust from his body. I'm so hungry. You big bad guy, give me back my Rui Bang, he exclaimed, charging forward like a fierce tiger. Insha remained composed, engaging Wukong in fierce combat. His combat power had now surpassed Wukong's 10 points, although the difference was subtle. After several rounds of fierce exchanges, Wukong finally collapsed, utterly exhausted. Insha seized Wukong's 4-star Dragon Ball without hesitation, experiencing another boost to his combat power. Turning to Bulma, he fixed her with a gaze filled with eerie laughter. Chapter 0, Relentless Power Boost. At this moment, Bulma was no longer infatuated. She hurriedly handed everything she had to T. Yet among those items were neither the Dragon Balls nor the Dragon Radar. T, however, was not perturbed. After all, he intended to continue extracting every advantage from them. You must leave promptly, T declared, generously leaving them a capsule for a flying vehicle. He could not allow the protagonists to vanish so easily. He needed to ensure his own gains, knowing that the Dragon Balls were in his possession, and they would inevitably return. Bulma quickly ushered Oolong and Sun Wukong aboard the flying craft, and they sped away like the wind. Young Master T, our supplies are dwindling. Should we not retreat as well? Puer suggested. Yes, we shall depart to a different location. Let us head to Frying Pan Mountain, T replied. But, young Master T, Frying Pan Mountain is the territory of the Ox King. Could it not be perilous? Puer inquired anxiously. Fear not. I am confident in my abilities to confront him. T responded with unwavering assurance. In the original tale, the Ox King's power was initially on par with that of Sun Wukong. Now, T felt himself equally matched, and robbing him should pose no challenge. Meanwhile, Bulma piloted the craft, racing towards the city with Sun Wukong and Oolong in tow. Before long, T and Puer arrived at Frying Pan Mountain. Without hesitation, T launched an assault, engaging in a fierce battle with the massive Ox King. The Ox King, towering like a mountain and wielding a colossal axe, unleashed a torrent of strikes at T, yet T remained undaunted in the face of an equally matched opponent. Who are you, daring to rob me? The Ox King bellowed in fury. What does it matter who I am? Will you pay or not? T retorted. If you can defeat me, then perhaps I shall part with my riches. The Ox King shot back, charging at T once more. Target, Ox King, battle power, 10. Successful robbery yields a modest increase in battle power. T resolved to frequent this place daily. After more than 100 exchanges, the Ox King, exhausted, fell to the ground, and T rifled through his pockets, retrieving several universal capsules without even bothering with the money. The Ox King was momentarily bewildered. This fellow had won merely for a handful of capsules. Truly a peculiar individual, he mused. The following day, T returned. Ox King, produce your wealth at once, or I shall set your estate ablaze. He cackled. Enraged, the Ox King engaged in yet another round of combat, only to realize that this day, the audacious assailant appeared slightly stronger than the last. After another 100 exchanges, the Ox King, resigned, surrendered all his possessions and universal capsules. Yet T only claimed one capsule before departing with a flourish. Not long after, a new day dawned, and the enigmatic figure of T re-emerged, akin to a specter. The Bull Demon King, enraged, engaged in yet another life-and-death confrontation with T. To his astonishment, he discovered that T had become remarkably more powerful. Within less than 100 exchanges, the Bull Demon King found himself defeated. Meanwhile, Bulma had returned to her abode, well-equipped this time, particularly with provisions. As Sun Wukong had claimed that his hunger had rendered him incapable of overcoming T, he insisted that once satiated, he would surely triumph over T. Subsequently, Bulma utilized the Dragon Ball radar to locate T's whereabouts. Time flew by, and after a month, T's combat prowess surpassed 40. He could now vanquish the Bull Demon King with a mere finger. Nevertheless, he continued to visit daily, as even a small measure of combat strength was preferable to none. Accumulating gradually, the Bull Demon King, tormented to the brink of madness, found that T would take only a trifling amount of strength with each visit, neither fighting nor scolding him, unless provoked. Just as T was gleefully accepting a modicum of the Bull Demon King's strength, Bulma and her companions arrived. "You villain! Return the Rui Bang and the 4-star ball to Sun Wukong," they demanded. The target, Sun Wukong, combat strength, 10. A successful heist would yield a fraction of combat strength. "It is time for an upgrade," T mused inwardly. "You foolish child, how dare you approach me? Today, I shall thoroughly deal with you," T cackled. "Is that so? Let us see who prevails," Sun Wukong retorted, charging forward. However, the disparity in their strengths was stark. To T, Sun Wukong's movements appeared as if in slow motion. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong doubled over, writhing on the ground, followed by a flurry of strikes that left him utterly incapacitated. T was mindful not to inflict lasting damage, knowing that such wounds would heal within days, ultimately enhancing Sun Wukong's strength. Afterwards, T stripped the monkey of his possessions and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending Sun Wukong flying before Bulma. "Begone! I am in a good mood today," T chuckled ominously. Por joined in with a sinister laugh. This scene terrified Bulma, who hastily grabbed Sun Wukong and fled in her airship. T and Por pursued them until 3 days later, Sun Wukong awoke, revitalized after a hearty meal. "This time, I shall surely defeat him," Sun Wukong declared resolutely. "Are you capable of such a feat? Do you not realize that your reckless actions nearly led to our demise?" Bulma exclaimed, seething with anger. "Indeed, if you cannot succeed, let us part ways and return home." Oolong chimed in. "Fear not, I will undoubtedly triumph over him," Sun Wukong asserted with unwavering confidence. "Is that so? You believe you can conquer me?" T's mocking voice echoed. Bulma and Oolong, frightened, cowered in a corner, trembling like startled rabbits. Hearing T's taunt, Sun Wukong dashed forth like an arrow released from a bow. "You despicable fiend! How dare you return? This time, I shall make you regret it." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and spoke with barely contained fury. Target, Sun Wukong, battle power, 12. Successful robbery yields an increase of 1. 2 in battle power. You are still far too weak. With that, Ingcha charged forward like a tiger descending from a mountain. At present, Ingcha's battle power exceeded 40, appearing as a deity in the eyes of the monkey. In a mere moment, a single punch sent Sun Wukong reeling, his insides turning upside down, causing him to vomit the contents of his stomach. Following this, Ingcha unleashed 2 rapid punches, culminating in a final, devastating blow that left the monkey dazed and disoriented. Subsequently, Ingcha stripped the monkey of his garments with the ease of peeling an onion, and with a swift kick, sent Sun Wukong flying into the house, which Bulma had extracted from her capsule, bringing numerous supplies along on her journey. Bulma and Oolong waited anxiously. Hearing no sounds of battle, and upon confirming Ingcha's departure, they cautiously emerged. Upon seeing the battered Sun Wukong, bruised and bloodied, they exchanged glances of helplessness. 3 days later, Sun Wukong stood up, revitalized. "Trust me, I can feel it. I seem to be growing stronger. I am confident that this time, I will defeat him in one fell swoop," Sun Wukong declared, brimming with self-assurance. "Is that so? Just be careful not to end up half dead again," Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes. "In my opinion, it's better to reconsider. Let us search for other Dragon Balls first. Once we gather them all, we can return to settle the score with him," Oolong suggested. Chapter 0, Battle Power reaches 270. Oolong is right. Let us first seek out the remaining Dragon Balls, and when the time is ripe, we shall return to take him down. Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. No. The 4-star ball and the Rui staff are still in that rascal's possession. I must reclaim them, Sun Wukong declared, his eyes wide with fury. Oh, is that so? If you have the capability, come and take them. Ingcha smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. Pure, present the items. If he can last a few rounds against me, I shall give them all to him. At your command, young Master Ingcha. Pure obediently retrieved the items one by one. You despicable fiend. This time I will ensure you regret it. Sun Wukong seethed with rage. Target, Sun Wukong. Battle power, 15. Successful robbery yields an increase of 1. 5 in battle power. There's a slight improvement, but still a long way to go. As Ingcha's words faded, he once again lunged at Sun Wukong like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, Ingcha was upon the monkey, and this time, Sun Wukong managed to exchange a few blows with him. However, under Ingcha's absolute dominance, after more than 10 exchanges, Ingcha unleashed another fierce strike. Sun Wukong struck hard, clutched his belly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ingcha pressed his advantage, delivering 2 rapid punches that rained down upon the monkey like a tempest, rendering him dazed and unconscious. Subsequently, Ingcha mercilessly stripped the monkey bare, even seizing the 4 Dragon Balls hidden by Bulma. Bulma and Oolong were utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably as if their very souls had fled. They dared not utter a sound, helplessly watching as Ingcha seized the Dragon Balls. 3 days later, Sun Wukong sprang back to life, feeling as if he had undergone a complete transformation, his strength significantly enhanced, though he could not tell if it was merely an illusion. Ingcha cackled with a sinister laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's eerie screech, sending chills down their spines. The infuriated Sun Wukong was on the verge of exploding with rage, while Bulma and Oolong, frightened out of their wits, scurried under the bed like 2 terrified rabbits. Target, Sun Wukong. Battle power, 17. Successful robbery yields 1. 7 battle power. Progress. Ingcha smirked, a sly grin gracing his lips. You scoundrel. This time I shall make you regret crossing me. With that, Sun Wukong charged forward like a ferocious tiger. Ingcha, undeterred, engaged him in a fierce battle. This time, Sun Wukong clearly exhibited a marked increase in strength. While Ingcha internally lamented, the Scion's potential was simply extraordinary. Each time he sustained injuries, his power surged, surpassing the limits of mere luck. It appeared that with every wound, his battle power increased, though the extent depended on the severity of the injury. After over 100 exchanges, Ingcha unleashed a punch that was as swift as a tempest, applying just enough force to avoid seriously injuring the monkey. This was a pivotal moment for rapidly enhancing battle power, and he was determined not to squander it. Ingcha followed with a few more punches, but they were merely superficial, inflicting minor pain. Despite the increase in strength post-injury, the changes were not drastic. Ultimately, Sun Wukong was stripped of his garments again, sent flying with a kick, and the modest increase in battle power brought him to a thrilling 45. The next day, Ingcha returned, delivering another thrashing to the monkey, stripping him bare once more. This routine continued day after day, week after week, for an entire month. Sun Wukong was left dazed and confused, his battle power climbing to over 40, while Ingcha had ascended to an impressive 130. Another month passed, and Ling Ruo's battle power soared to 270, rendering him virtually unassailable, unless Master Roshi intervened. But even in the original tale, Roshi's power peaked at 200. This time, Ingcha refrained from further attacking the monkey. Instead, he pilfered Bulma's dragon radar and, accompanied by Puer, set off in search of the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong now boasted a battle power of 70, yet he remained mercilessly tormented by Ingcha. What should we do? The dragon radar has been stolen, Bulma exclaimed in despair. Why not just make another one? Oolong suggested. True, we should create another one. We must find it quickly, or he will collect them all, Bulma replied. On the other side, Ingcha sought a tranquil place to enter a state of meditation. With a formidable combat power of 270, he was determined to comprehend the essence of Qi. Techniques such as the flying technique and the energy wave were skills he must master. Soon enough, Ingcha successfully gathered his Qi, and an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. This signified that he would soon be able to soar through the skies and unleash the energy wave. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions had once again embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. However, due to Ingcha's transformation, Sun Wukong now possessed immense combat strength, rendering the collection of the Dragon Balls a trivial endeavor. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed, and Insha had finally gained control over his chi, enabling him to fly at will. The Crane School's energy wave was now at his fingertips. His current objective was to gather the Dragon Balls to attain eternal life, or at the very least, to acquire boundless stamina. Insha did not rush to search for the Dragon Balls, knowing that someone would come to find him. Indeed, the following day, a helicopter landed before him. 3 individuals descended from the helicopter like birds in flight, led by a being that resembled a monstrous human. Insha recognized them immediately. They were the Fried Rice Trio, who, although mere side characters in the Dragon Ball universe, appeared frequently. Hand over the Dragon Balls, Insha commanded sternly. Before the Fried Rice Trio could respond, he unleashed an energy wave from his palm, erupting like a volcano, instantly reducing their helicopter to a heap of scrap metal. This scene sent the Fried Rice Trio into a state of sheer panic, compelling them to surrender the Dragon Balls obediently. "Begone," Insha declared, and to his delight, he discovered his combat power had increased by 0.01. The trio, filled with a mix of excitement and fear, fled like startled rabbits. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the Pancake Mountain of the Ox Demon King. As in the original tale, Sun Wukong sought out Master Roshi, and after a private negotiation, the master, like a celestial being, unleashed the Kamehameha wave, extinguishing the raging fire, allowing them to successfully locate the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi invited Sun Wukong to train with him at the Kame House, to which Sun Wukong gladly agreed. "Master Roshi, once I defeat that guy and reclaim the Rui Jingu Bang and the 4-star ball, I will come to train with you," Sun Wukong stated. "Very well. But is that person truly so powerful? With your current strength, I doubt there are many who could rival you," Master Roshi replied. "That guy is incredibly strong. He can easily defeat me every time. His power is terrifying. You must be cautious, Master. Do not encounter him, for his strength is likely on par with yours," Sun Wukong warned. "Haha, I will be careful. Come find me once you are finished," Master Roshi said, before drifting away like a carefree cloud. Not long after Master Roshi departed, Insha arrived like a ghost, causing everyone to feel a sudden sense of foreboding. "We meet again," Insha cackled with a chilling, eerie laugh. "You wretched scoundrel, I shall defeat you," Sun Wukong roared with unbridled fury, akin to an enraged lion charging at his adversary. The objective was clear. Sun Wukong, combat power 70. A successful heist would yield 7 points of battle strength. T retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet he exercised restraint, ensuring that no internal harm befell Sun Wukong. In the prologue, the target, Tao Bai Bai, was introduced. Each blow, though akin to a hammer, inflicted only superficial wounds. Even as the injuries healed, the increment to his combat power was negligible. The onlookers trembled in fear, darting about like startled birds in search of refuge. At that moment, Sun Wukong lay incapacitated, reduced to a pitiful state, yet he gritted his teeth, persevering like a resilient blade of grass. He delivered a colossal punch, akin to Mount Tai crushing an egg, sending Sun Wukong crashing to the ground, his ability to move utterly extinguished. "Puer, transform into scissors and sever his tail," commanded T with a demonic glee. "Very well, Master T," replied Puer, instantly morphing into a sharp pair of scissors. T grasped Sun Wukong's tail, and Puer effortlessly snipped it off as if it were merely a fragile willow branch. Without hesitation, T strode forward towards Bulma, exuding a menacing demeanor, causing her, already timid as a mouse, to faint like a wilting flower at the sight. T paid no mind to anything else, swiftly snatching the Dragon Ball from Bulma's grasp, then soaring into the sky alongside Puer like a bird in flight. "That guy can even fly," Oolong exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Once T departed, the others cautiously emerged from their hiding places, akin to frightened rabbits, only to exhale in relief upon confirming his absence. Meanwhile, T and Puer had flown for 3 consecutive days, reaching a deserted isle overseas, where T unhesitatingly placed the Dragon Ball down and summoned the Eternal Dragon. The sky darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering like a black shroud. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the horizon, illuminating the world. T and Puer stood firm, gazing skyward, their hearts brimming with anticipation, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. At that moment, A colossal silhouette emerged from the clouds, 100-foot-long azure dragon. Its immense body shimmered with dazzling scales, each glistening with boundless power. The dragon's head was enormous, its eyes as large as copper bells, exuding an aura of majesty. Pu'er trembled at the sight of this magnificent creature, cowering behind T, unwilling to confront the mighty azure dragon. In contrast, T remained remarkably composed, his expression impassive as he regarded the dragon, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. "Speak your wish." The voice of the dragon reverberated through the heavens, imbued with an undeniable authority. Insha inhaled deeply and slowly replied, "I desire immortality." A faint red glimmer flickered in the dragon's eyes, and after a moment of silence, it responded, "This wish exceeds my capabilities. I cannot fulfill it." Frowning yet undeterred, Insha continued, "Then grant me eternal youth." The dragon shook its head once more, stating, "That too is beyond my power. At most, I can allow you to live for around 400 years. Gritting his teeth, Insha proposed a new demand. "Then bestow upon me boundless stamina." The dragon's eyes sparkled, and a beam of light emanated from them, enveloping Insha. An overwhelming warmth surged within him, and he realized his body had become remarkably buoyant, as if an inexhaustible source of energy was flowing through him. Satisfied, Insha nodded, recognizing that his wish had been granted. He cast a grateful glance at the dragon before turning to depart, with Pu'er following closely behind. Although still shaken by their recent encounter, he now found Insha to be remarkably dependable. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell," the dragon proclaimed, transforming into a radiant light that scattered across the world. Meanwhile, Ulma, Oolong, and the others witnessed the dragon's appearance, aware that it had been summoned by Insha, yet they remained oblivious to the nature of his wish. On the other side, Sun Wukong was still seething with anger. "Wukong, let it go." Ulma sighed. "He is like an immovable mountain. How can we possibly contend with him? Indeed, that fellow is the very embodiment of terror. Just the thought of his visage sends chills down my spine," Oolong lamented, his face reflecting utter despondency, as though all vitality had drained from him. "I will surely triumph over him. I am leaving to seek Master Rashi and learn unparalleled martial arts. Next time, I shall defeat him." Sun Wukong's words rang out with resolute conviction, akin to the beating of war drums, stirring the hearts of those who heard them. Meanwhile, Insha and Pu'er, like specters, stealthily arrived in a quaint town. At that moment, Insha was racking his brain, contemplating where to strike in order to amass a fortune. "Sun Wukong, let us spare him for now. Let me think. Who else has incurred my displeasure? Ah, yes, that fellow named Tao Bai Bai, whose fighting prowess likely ranges from 90 to 150. He shall be my target." A cruel smile crept across Insha's lips, as he envisioned Tao Bai kneeling before him in supplication. Turning to Pu'er, he commanded imperiously, "Pu'er, swiftly seek out the whereabouts of a certain individual. He is an assassin named Tao Bai." Pu'er replied respectfully, "Of course, young Master Insha." With that, Pu'er floated away like a delicate cloud. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong rode on his Kintown, racing toward Master Rashi's abode like a bolt of lightning. Before the turtle hermit's dwelling, a bald, noseless boy was diligently training alongside Master Rashi. Upon the arrival of Sun Wukong, Master Rashi could hardly contain his elation. However, as he sensed the overwhelming and suffocating aura emanating from Sun Wukong, he was left agape in astonishment. Sun Wukong's combat prowess had skyrocketed to an astonishing 90, while Master Rashi's capabilities barely surpassed 100. Should he enter a state of explosive power, he might ascend to a range between 180 and 200. Meanwhile, Krillin's combat strength languished at a meager 10 points, a paltry result even after several days of rigorous training under Master Rashi. Akin to a single grain in the vast ocean, time flowed as swiftly as a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Pu'er returned with news of Tao Bai, akin to a bird returning to its nest. "Young Master T, he is currently in a nearby town. Shall we go at once?" Pu'er inquired. "Of course, let us depart immediately." Young Master T responded, soaring into action alongside Pu'er like an arrow released from a bow. In no time, they arrived at a quaint little town, and young Master T's keen senses, sharp as a hound's, swiftly detected Tao Bai's presence. At that moment, Tao Bai was in a tailor's shop, negotiating payment with the proprietor, and he was poised to unleash a deadly rampage. "The world's foremost assassin? I am eager to witness your prowess," young Master T remarked with a cold smirk, observing a tall, handsome youth before him boldly making such declarations. Tao Bai could not help but scoff, as if he had heard the grandest jest in existence. Laugh all you want. I've long found you intolerable. And today I shall teach you a lesson. Young Master T cackled ominously, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In an instant, young Master T charged at Tao Bai with the ferocity of a descending tiger, overwhelming him with a tidal wave of powerful energy. Young Master T's fist struck Tao Bai's abdomen, causing him to double over, clutching his belly, blood gushing forth like a crimson blossom in full bloom. Unlike his approach with the monkey, young Master T showed no mercy. After all, Tao Bai had taken countless lives and deserved every bit of his punishment. Without pausing in his assault, young Master T unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Tao Bai, who was reduced to a state of disheveled despair. Sustaining only minor injuries, young Master T silently resolved to extract at least 1,000 units of combat strength from Tao Bai. Hand over all your money, he declared, emitting a spine-chilling cackle reminiscent of a devil from the underworld. Tao Bai glared at young Master T with malice, suddenly bellowing, "Dong dong bo." Yet young Master T remained steadfast, swiftly extending a hand as vast as a fan, effortlessly grasping the attack. With a surge of might akin to a volcanic eruption, he neutralized the potency of the Dong Dong Bo in an instant. Witnessing this, Tao Bai was stricken with terror, his cold sweat cascading like a flood breaching its dam. At this moment, Yin Cha delivered a powerful kick, akin to a cannonball, striking Tao Bai with immense force, causing him to expel a copious amount of fresh blood, resembling a blooming flower of crimson. Will you pay or not? If you refuse, I shall unleash a massacre. Yin Cha continued to emit a chilling, cackling laughter. I will. Please don't kill me. Tao Bai, trembling in terror like a flickering candle in the wind, hastily replied. Upon finishing his plea, he quickly rummaged through his pockets. Here it is. Tao Bai hurled a soda towards Yin Cha. With remarkable speed, Yin Cha enveloped himself and Pu'er in a formidable aura, akin to a golden bell shielding them. The kin exploded, releasing a cloud of smoke, and when it cleared, Tao Bai was horrified to see that Yin Cha had sustained no injuries, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, as if in a state of panic. Since you refuse to pay and seek your demise, I shall be obliged to send you on your way. Yin Cha cackled, his laughter echoing like the cry of a night owl, sending shivers down one's spine. Wait, I have money, a substantial amount. Please don't kill me. I will get it for you. Let me call my brother to bring the cash. Tao Bai exclaimed, his voice laden with desperation and pleading. I shall trust you once more. However, if you attempt any tricks, your fate shall be sealed, Yin Cha replied with a grin. Pu'er, go fetch 2 bottles of drinks. Let us sit and wait patiently, Yin Cha instructed. Understood, Pu'er responded, drifting off to a nearby convenience store. Time flew by, and before long, an hour had passed. A helicopter appeared overhead, and shortly after, 3 individuals leaped from it. Target, Crane Hermit, combat power 150, successful robbery yields 15 combat points. Target, Tianjin Fan, combat power 50, successful robbery yields 5 combat points. Target, Dumpling, combat power 20, successful robbery yields 2 combat points. What is happening? Who dares to rob my brother? The Crane Hermit? The Crane Hermit inquired. You've arrived. Did you bring the money? Yin Cha asked with a smile. The 3 individuals cast annoyed glances at Yin Cha, who was leisurely enjoying his drinks. So it's you who robbed my brother? The Crane Hermit stated. And what of it? I only ask if you have brought the money. Without it, there is nothing to discuss, Yin Cha replied with a grin. You are courting death. Today, I shall demonstrate the fate that awaits those who dare rob my brother, the Crane Hermit declared. Be careful, big brother. This fellow is remarkably strong. Tao Bai warned in fear. At that moment, Yin Cha approached the Crane Hermit directly, delivering a single punch that sent him bending over and crashing to the ground. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling launched their attacks against Yin Cha, but their current strength was too feeble. One light punch from Yin Cha brought them down as well. Dumpling attempted to immobilize Yin Cha with a supernatural ability, but Yin Cha's overwhelming aura shattered the binding in an instant, followed by a smile directed at Dumpling. Each of you shall pay 1 million, not a penny less. If you shortchange me, I shall take a finger from each of you, Yin Cha declared with a grin. At that moment, the tea drinker continued his relentless assault on the Crane Hermit, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. followed by an equally fierce onslaught directed at Tao Bai Bai. Ultimately, the crane hermit, cornered and desperate, had no choice but to comply and pay for the tea. The four of them, resembling forlorn strays, clambered onto the helicopter and swiftly took flight like an arrow released from its bow. The tea drinker acutely sensed a surge of over 30 points in his combat power. At that moment, a total of 300 points rendered him virtually invincible, akin to a deity of war descending upon the realm. With the sharp gaze of a hawk, the tea drinker swiftly locked onto the crane hermit and his companions, determined not to allow them an easy escape. Poor, grab the money. We shall pursue them, the tea drinker exclaimed with a grin. Yes, young master, replied Puer, as he seized the money box and produced a universal capsule to transform the currency within. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Krillin were diligently training, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Sun Wukong's strength had reached such heights that conventional training bore little significance for him. In contrast, Krillin had made considerable progress, now boasting a combat power of 30 points. Wukong, your strength is already formidable. I have little left to teach you. Perhaps you should attempt to climb the Korin Tower. It may prove beneficial, Master Roshi advised. All right, Grandpa, I must grow stronger swiftly. That fellow is too terrifying, and I must defeat him, Sun Wukong declared. On the other side, the crane hermit and his associates returned to their crane school dojo, unaware that the tea drinker was closely monitoring them. He surmised that their injuries would take several days to heal, and he planned to strike again then. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The tea drinker and Puer approached stealthily, and with a powerful kick. The tea drinker sent the dojo's door flying open, startling the crane hermit and his companions who were resting inside. Robbery. Hand over all your money. The tea drinker sneered. This is outrageous. Just days ago you received money from us, and now you return to rob us. Tao Bai Bai fumed. Without hesitation, the tea drinker unleashed a Kamehameha wave that instantly reduced the dojo to ruins. The sheer might of his energy wave, far stronger than their own, left them trembling in sheer terror. You've destroyed our home. We have no money left. The crane hermit stammered. No money? Then $10 each will suffice, the tea drinker said with a sardonic grin. Hearing this, they were taken aback, struggling to believe his words. You don't even have $10? Then prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, a radiant orb of energy coalesced in his hands, witnessing the light emanating from the tea drinker's hands. The crane hermit collapsed to the ground, reduced to a quivering mass. Wait, we have money. We have money, Tao Bai Bai exclaimed, fumbling in his pocket to produce a $100 bill, trembling all the while. The tea drinker accepted the bill and handed it to Puer. Well, if you had given the money sooner, we could have avoided this unpleasantness, he remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, the tea and Puer dissipated like a fleeting phantom. Observing the influx of over 30 combat points, the brilliance in his eyes sparkled like stars, as he comprehended the necessity of amassing wealth with fervor. After all, in the latter stages, battle powers exceeding 1 billion were indeed daunting. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong soared towards the Kalen Tower on his Nimbus cloud with the swiftness of lightning. Along the way, he vanquished a myriad of villains with his unparalleled prowess and effortlessly obliterated the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade. Cursed be his lowly strength. That detestable foe would soon face his reckoning, and he vowed silently, I shall make you regret your actions. Chapter 0. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 200,000 combat points had been amassed. On the other side, Master Roshi and his companions were left trembling in fear, petrified by the bandit, T. To evade further troubles, they hurriedly vacated their original dwelling like startled birds. Yet, T, akin to an unshakable leech, visited daily, sometimes appearing 2 or 3 times, haunting them like a ghost, demanding only a meager sum before departing. Refusal would inevitably result in a barrage of punches and kicks. Time passed like a fleeting horse, and in no time, a month had elapsed. Now, T's combat power had surged to an astonishing 1,200, a meteoric rise. He mused to himself, my strength has become formidable, yet theirs remains woefully inadequate. It seems I must seek out that monkey. It is high time for its power to be elevated as well. With a smile as warm as spring, T addressed Puer, let us visit Master Roshi's house. Puer nodded respectfully, responding, yes, young Master T. The two then soared towards Master Roshi's abode like swift birds. Puer flew slowly, while T, now endowed with immense strength, seized him without mercy, accelerating through the air like a gale. In an instant, A powerful gust surged towards the heavens, leaving a vibrant trail of clouds in its wake. Before long, they arrived at Master Roshi's residence, where only Krillin and Master Roshi were present. Target: Krillin, combat power 40. Successful robbery yields 4 combat points. Target: Master Roshi. Combat power 180. Successful robbery yields 18 combat points. Where is Sun Wukong? T inquired. Young man, are you the villain Wukong spoke of? Master Roshi replied. Oh, so he is searching for that foul cat. T chuckled, his grin reminiscent of a devil's sneer. Do you know Master Kalen? Master Roshi's expression darkened gravely. Enough with the chatter. Hand over your money. T declared, his laughter echoing ominously in the air like the tolling of a death knell. In an instant, T moved like a specter before Master Roshi, who barely had time to react before a powerful punch struck his abdomen. The force of the blow was akin to a mountain crushing an egg, sending Master Roshi crashing to the ground, clutching his belly and writhing in pain. T's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon Krillin, who trembled in fear. Before long, Master Roshi, trembling, managed to rise to his feet once more. At that moment, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. When he had attempted to drink tea, he could hardly perceive the speed at which the tea was served. As if it were a flash of lightning, leaving him utterly bewildered. It's merely $10. It cannot be any less, he declared. A sly grin crept across the lips of the tea server, who appeared to revel in the moment. Both Master Roshi and Krillin were taken aback upon hearing the amount requested by the tea server, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if they had encountered a fantastical tale. You don't even have $10? Then I shall have to escort you out, the tea server remarked nonchalantly, already conjuring a ball of energy in his hand. Gazing upon the terrifying force, Master Roshi was left in a state of panic, his words tumbling into disarray. I will get it for you right away, he stammered, hastily retrieving a crumpled $100 bill from his pocket, as if presenting a rare treasure, and handed it to the tea server. The tea server accepted the bill and promptly passed it to Puer. Wouldn't it have been better to pay earlier? He quipped, before soaring away with Puer like a swift bird in flight. Watching their retreating figures, Master Roshi's expression grew increasingly solemn. The aura emitted by the tea server was overwhelmingly potent, leaving him breathless. He sensed that the tea server could effortlessly bring them to ruin. Yet he refrained from doing so, leaving Master Roshi perplexed about the tea server's true intentions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had successfully ascended the Kylan Tower and was engaged in a fierce battle with the Kylan Immortal. However, the Kylan Immortal's combat prowess was rated between 100 and 150, making Sun Wukong currently no match for him. On another front, the tea server, whose power soared beyond 1,000, was soaring through the skies with Puer, akin to a majestic eagle gliding through the heavens. After a full day of searching, the tea server finally located the Kylan Tower. Without hesitation, he soared upwards. It was unclear why one could not ascend by airplane as mentioned in the original work. But he firmly believed in his ability to reach the top, his strength solid and unyielding, like Mount Tai. In an instant, he darted towards the tower's pinnacle. Within mere minutes, he arrived at the summit. Sun Wukong and the Kylan Immortal were both taken aback, with Sun Wukong gritting his teeth in fury upon seeing the tea server hovering above them, as if he wished to devour him whole. At that moment, the tea server entered, cradling Puer. Kylan Immortal, is it? I am here to rob you. Kindly hand over your money, he announced with a beaming smile, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. I have no money, the Kylan Immortal replied resolutely. No matter, if you lack currency, other items will suffice in exchange. Such as your celestial beings, the tea server suggested. Kylan, quickly defeat him. This fellow is a villain, Sun Wukong urged anxiously. At this juncture, the tea server charged directly towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a torrent of blows without mercy. Witnessing Sun Wukong's dire state, the Kylan Immortal trembled, for he could hardly perceive the tea server's strikes, signifying that he could be dealt with at any moment. At this moment, Sun Wukong was on the verge of collapse. The immortal Kylan presented a large bucket filled with celestial beans to Inchai, who was thoroughly pleased and instructed Puer to store them away, leaving only one behind. These celestial beans are all yours, and some are yet to ripen, Kylan remarked. That suffices. You are quite perceptive, Inchai replied before descending with Sun Wukong and Puer. Upon reaching the ground, Inchai fed Sun Wukong a celestial bean, and in an instant, the monkey was revitalized. Inchai unleashed a torrent of powerful strikes, leaving the monkey battered, and after yet another celestial bean. Sun Wukong found himself teetering on the brink of death multiple times, his combat prowess soaring to 500. However, he continued to endure Inchai's relentless onslaught until he reached an astounding combat strength of 800, at which point Inchai began to take him seriously. By then, Sun Wukong had grown formidable enough that Inchai required an entire hour to subdue him, yet he maintained control, ensuring that Sun Wukong sustained only minor injuries. As time flew by, a month slipped away, and Inchai's combat strength reached an impressive 4,000. He then embarked on a new regiment to further enhance the monkey's capabilities. Another series of strikes followed, accompanied by more celestial beings, and only when Sun Wukong's power reached 2,000 did Inchai relent. Meanwhile, the fried rice trio had returned from the depths of the ocean with a rice cooker adorned with talismans. Trembling, Pilaf opened the cooker, only for it to explode with a resounding bang. At this moment, in the celestial hall, an eye opened in the darkness, only to slowly close again. Another month passed in the blink of an eye, and Inchai's combat strength surged to 10,000 as he continued to refine the monkey, halting only when Sun Wukong's strength reached 5,000. As another year sped by, Inchai's enhancements for the monkey showed no signs of ceasing. By this time, Inchai's combat prowess had escalated to an astounding 200,000, while Sun Wukong had been transformed to possess a strength of 20,000. Inchai abruptly ceased his efforts, for the celestial beings had been entirely consumed, and Sun Wukong was left with nothing to offer him. The monkey, already financially challenged, had ultimately reduced Inchai to plucking a single hair each day. Consequently, Sun Wukong had become completely bald, and the Dragon Balls had returned to their original state. He now required a wish that would enable him to reach Namek, preferably one that would grant him the ability of instant transmission. Chapter 0. 400,000 combat power with strength as formidable as a mountain, Inchai found the collection of Dragon Balls to be a trivial endeavor. In less than a day, he effortlessly gathered all the Dragon Balls. Without delay, he made his way to the island from the previous year, preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon. As Inchai assembled the 7 Dragon Balls, dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, resembling tumultuous black waves, accompanied by thunder and lightning as if the gods themselves were roaring. With a dazzling flash of light, a massive green dragon materialized in the sky. Towering like a great mountain, it was the legendary Eternal Dragon. State your wish. The dragon's deep voice resonated like a tolling bell, echoing across the island. Taking a deep breath while sipping tea, the glimmer in his eyes sparkled with a steadfast brilliance akin to the stars. Then grant me the ability to teleport. The dragon's eyes suddenly ignited with a faint crimson glow. After a moment of silence, it proclaimed, "Your wish surpasses the limits of my power and cannot be fulfilled. Please choose another wish." Furrowing his brow, he pondered thoughtfully before responding. "Then grant me the ability to survive in the void of the universe." The dragon's gaze shimmered with red light once more, and it unleashed a beam of radiance, resembling a golden rainbow, enveloping him. As the light dissipated, he felt as if his body had undergone a wondrous transformation. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell," the dragon declared, before vanishing like a shooting star into the expanse of the cosmos. At this moment, a sense of glee surged within him. It is still early. I must find a way to journey to planet Yardrat. Once I master the art of teleportation, the vastness of the universe will be mine to traverse freely, he chuckled, his laughter echoing as if to pierce the heavens. In that instant, he sensed over 200 presences on Earth, aside from Son Goku, who possessed a battle power of 20,000. Only Piccolo remained with a battle power of 200. Swiftly, he approached Piccolo's spaceship, accompanied by Puer. "Piccolo, come out," he called. Piccolo, somewhat astonished, sensed the formidable aura emanating from him, gritting his teeth as he exited the spacecraft. The moment Piccolo emerged, he unleashed a torrent of energy, piercing through Piccolo's chest and casting him aside onto the ground. With a cold smirk, he regarded the occupants of the spaceship, entering and unleashing his aura upon Piccolo's underlings, obliterating them into a mist of blood. The trio of the fried rice gang trembled in fear. "Jump down or perish," he laughed. Soon, he exerted his energy to commandeer the spaceship, steering it toward Bulma's residence, seeking her and her father's assistance in modifying the craft. In no time, he and Puer arrived at Bulma's home. Upon seeing his arrival, Bulma was so startled that she hastily sought refuge. "Who are you?" An elderly man, holding an incense stick, inquired as he observed him. "Greetings, Dr. Brief," I wish to request your help in modifying this spaceship, he replied. Sir, would you care for some tea? A woman with towering hair approached, carrying a tray of beverages. No, thank you. Please inform Bulma that I have arrived, he smiled. How do you wish to modify this spaceship? Dr. Brief asked. Enhance the gravity, at least 500 times that of Earth, he instructed. Meanwhile, Piccolo continued to struggle. Soon realizing he could not withstand it any longer, and with all his might, expelled an egg. Elsewhere, Son Goku had returned to Kame House, where the bald-headed Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi burst into laughter at the sight. Grandfather, that fellow is simply too strong for me to defeat. It is infuriating, declared Sun Wukong. Wukong, consider this. Since his emergence, it seems he has not committed any heinous acts. He merely robs for money, and there are no reports of him having killed anyone. Could it be that we have misjudged him? The turtle hermit pondered. Perhaps. Nonetheless, I must triumph over him. He has bested me for over a year, tormenting me daily, pulling out my hair one strand at a time, driving me to the brink, Sun Wukong replied with evident fury. Meanwhile, during this period, Icha had been residing at Bulma's home, but gradually grew weary of the monotony. Thus, he instructed Pu'er to remain there for assistance while he set off to find Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, Icha soared to the turtle hermit's abode with astonishing speed. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong and the others, taken aback, hastily retreated into the house. What do you want? You scoundrel? Sun Wukong bellowed in exasperation. I merely wished to see if your hair had grown back, Icha replied with a cheeky grin. You rascal! Sun Wukong shouted, preparing to charge at Icha. However, Icha remained unfazed and swiftly struck Sun Wukong, leaving him disoriented. Following this, Icha unleashed a barrage of blows, making Sun Wukong wail for mercy. Ultimately, Icha unceremoniously stripped Sun Wukong of his clothing. Make sure you grow your hair back quickly. I shall return for you. Icha laughed heartily as he departed. He found the situation tedious, as he could amass 2,000 battle points in one go, far more exhilarating than flying a plane. But Sun Wukong was impoverished, now even devoid of hair. The following day, Icha returned to seek out the monkey. Sun Wukong, not severely injured and wary of retaliating against Icha, found his clothing once again stolen. Old man, I warn you. If I ever see that little imp without clothes, I shall take drastic measures, Icha cackled ominously. How peculiar. What does he want with Wukong's clothing? Krillin questioned, perplexed. I do not know, but we must act swiftly. Krillin, gather all the money in the turtle hermit's house and purchase clothing for Wukong. More is better. We cannot afford to give him the opportunity to retaliate against us, the turtle hermit urged anxiously. Thus, Icha continued to visit the turtle hermit's residence daily to claim Wukong's garments. This state of affairs persisted for 3 full months until Icha finally expressed satisfaction and took his leave. By then, his battle power had soared to an astonishing 400,000, rendering him nearly invincible, at least until the king appeared. On this very day, Dr. Brief sent Icha an exhilarating message. The spaceship had been successfully modified. Icha was overjoyed, for he was about to embark on a journey to Namek. He yearned to acquire the ability of instant transmission through wishes and hoped to seek the Grand Elder's aid in unlocking his potential. Simultaneously, Bulma's fear of Icha gradually dissipated, and she even found herself sharing laughter with him at times. However, Icha was acutely aware that she was Vegeta's woman. Thus, even if he felt an attraction, he refrained from expressing it, so as not to jeopardize Trunks' impending birth. The spacecraft's training chamber currently accommodates a gravity level of 500 times Earth's. Exercise caution, for a moment's negligence could prove fatal, as Brief warned. Chapter 0. The Journey to Namek. Instant transmission. Subsequently, Brief, akin to a seasoned mentor, meticulously imparted the intricacies of piloting the vessel to Icha, covering every detail with care, tips for initiation, techniques for acceleration, timing for deceleration, and methods for maneuvering, among others. Thank you, Pu'er. I intend to venture into the cosmos. Please remain here and await my return, Icha earnestly expressed. Very well, young Master Icha, Pu'er replied with utmost respect. Then, as if conjuring a trick, produced several multifunctional capsules, presenting them to Icha. He informed him that they contained celestial beings and various essential items for unexpected circumstances. Icha accepted the capsules with a nod of gratitude. Thus, I embark on my journey. I shall return swiftly, he proclaimed. With that, Icha boarded the spacecraft, ignited the engines, and the vessel ascended like an arrow shot from a bow, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky in the blink of an eye. Watching Icha's departing figure, Bulma felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly dialed the Turtle Hermit's residence to inform them of Icha's departure for the distant stars. Upon receiving the news, everyone was filled with exuberance. Meanwhile, Icha, well acquainted with the controls, engaged the autopilot and set the destination to Namek. He then stepped into the training chamber of the spacecraft, fully immersed in his practice. Upon entering the training room, Icha unhesitatingly selected the most formidable challenge, 100 times Earth's gravity. In an instant, he felt as though an immense mountain were pressing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. He barely managed to summon his internal energy to move his body. However, this pressure was akin to a mountain crushing an egg, leaving him in considerable distress. Ultimately, Icha reluctantly reduced the gravity to 50 times. Though 50 times still posed a significant challenge, it was within his capacity to endure at that moment. He resolved to adapt first before incrementally increasing the gravity to hone his strength. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and before he realized it, over a month had passed. In Icha's absence, the others enjoyed a tranquil existence. Sun Wukong embarked once more on his path of cultivation, with a singular goal, to defeat Icha. Elsewhere, a small Piccolo gazed blankly at a river, having inherited all the memories of the demon King Piccolo. He secretly vowed to kill Icha to avenge his father. Meanwhile, Icha had acclimated to 100 times gravity and experienced a boost in power. He was now prepared to challenge 150 times gravity. As time sped by, 3 months swiftly elapsed. Icha had become proficient in 500 times gravity, with his combat power soaring to 500,000. On this day, the spacecraft successfully arrived at Namek, where fierce battles were unfolding. Disembarking, he quickly stowed the ship within a capsule and raced towards the nearby conflict. Regardless of the circumstances, he swiftly dispatched the invaders with remarkable ease, as he was not a Namekian. In no time, the entirety of Namek was liberated from the external threat by the formidable prowess of Icha. Subsequently, Icha was granted an audience with the Grand Elder. He expressed his desire for assistance in harnessing his latent abilities, to which the Grand Elder readily acquiesced. Before long, Icha's talents were fully awakened, resulting in an astonishing surge in his combat power, reaching an impressive 60,000. Might I borrow your Dragon Balls? I wish to make a few wishes. Rest assured they are entirely benevolent, Icha inquired. What do you wish for? The Grand Elder asked. Icha candidly revealed his desires. I seek immortality, or at least the ability to evade death, instantaneous movement, the capacity to heal my own wounds, and immunity to any viral invasion. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating, Immortality is an impossibility. Eternal life can be granted, yet instantaneous movement is beyond reach. However, we can facilitate your learning. As for healing, that is certainly achievable, and immunity to viruses is not a daunting task. Nevertheless, your wishes exceed 3, according to our regulations. You are entitled to only 3. Icha's eyes lit up with excitement as he declared, Then let me wish for eternal life, to be sent to learn instantaneous movement, and for my wounds to heal autonomously. Grand Elder, do you concur? The Grand Elder nodded with a smile. With such formidable power, how could I possibly deny you? Before long, Icha successfully gathered all the Dragon Balls within less than a day. The Grand Elder expressed great interest in Icha's radar, capable of locating the Dragon Balls, and Icha generously gifted it to him. Soon, the Eternal Dragon was summoned, and Icha's wishes were granted, transporting him to another planet. Upon his arrival, the inhabitants of this planet were initially filled with trepidation. However, Icha's demeanor was warm and amiable, which gradually eased their apprehension. He sensed the energy on this planet, noting that the strongest presence was approximately 50,000. Icha swiftly directed his flight towards that energy source. When he stood before the individual emanating such power, he exhibited profound humility, though he found himself perplexed by the language spoken there. The individual was a venerable elder with silver hair and youthful features, who seemed to perceive Icha's thoughts. Like the gentle warmth of a spring sun, he emanated a soft light that seamlessly integrated with Icha's being. Within this warm luminescence lay the essence of the language spoken on this planet, a wondrous phenomenon reminiscent of a fantastical realm. I have come specifically to seek your guidance on the art of instantaneous movement, Icha implored earnestly. You wish to learn instantaneous movement? The elder's voice carried a hint of surprise. Indeed, I humbly request your esteemed instruction, Icha replied with reverence. Instantaneous movement is not a technique I withhold out of reluctance. Rather, it is exceedingly intricate, with only a handful of individuals on this planet possessing mastery over it, the elder explained slowly. I am willing to give it a try. Please elucidate the conditions under which you would impart your knowledge to me, said Insha, his gaze resolute. What is your combat prowess? Inquired the elder. Approximately 600,000. Replied Insha. What? 600,000? Excellent, indeed. I shall teach you. The conditions are quite straightforward. Should our planet encounter peril in the future, you must come to our aid. What say you? The elder proposed. This is certainly not an issue. Rest assured, as long as your planet is in danger, I will undoubtedly come to assist, Insha responded without hesitation. Very well, then I shall bestow upon you the techniques of instantaneous movement and interdimensional space, the elder declared. Thus began Insha's protracted journey of learning. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Insha not only mastered instantaneous movement and interdimensional space, but also acquired a remarkable skill, the ability to transform himself into mist. With instantaneous movement, he merely needed to feel the flow of energy to instantly relocate himself. The interdimensional space, akin to the storage rings found in immortal cultivation novels, was a realm he had opened for himself, capable of storing items. Now, he had successfully expanded a storage space the size of a basketball court, which he carried with him. The ability to transform into mist, as the name implies, allowed him to become vaporous and subsequently coalesce back into human form. At this moment, Insha felt an exhilarating thrill, for these newfound skills provided him with an added layer of security for the future. Chapter 0. Insha becomes the great demon king. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Insha found himself pondering. 7 years have elapsed. I wonder how far the plot has progressed. Have the scions arrived on Earth? With my current combat strength, I am utterly unable to discern the state of affairs on Earth. Otherwise, I could simply teleport back. Sighing, he resolved to set forth. Meanwhile, on Earth, where Insha was absent, people were reveling in an ocean of tranquility and joy. Piccolo and Son Goku had both matured into adulthood. Following the original narrative, Son Goku married Chi-Chi and they welcomed a son, Gohan. All seemed serene and content on Earth. However, last year, a mysterious figure claiming to be Son Goku's brother had descended upon this realm. Yet, he was swiftly vanquished by Son Goku, who showcased a combat power not exceeding 5,000, rendering the mysterious individual utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, Son Goku chose not to deliver a fatal blow, instead allowing him to depart. As time flowed like a river, Insha endured a lengthy 3 months aboard a spaceship. At last, he sensed the presence of Son Goku emanating from Earth. Thus, he utilized instantaneous movement, and, in an instant, returned to Earth, specifically to Bulma's home. Bulma gazed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized Insha, her eyes wide with disbelief. Confusion evident on her face. You have become even more beautiful after all these years, Insha remarked. Why, you're back? Bulma's voice trembled, imbued with unease. Insha nodded slightly, and, almost immediately, performed instantaneous movement again, appearing before Puer. Upon the long-awaited reunion, Puer was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing T. Tears streaming down her face as she rushed forward to embrace him tightly. T, where have you been? I've missed you terribly. Puer lamented. It's all right now, I am back. T gently reassured her, patting her back soothingly. Hey, what are your intentions upon returning? Asked Bulma. Naturally, I have come to rob. T replied with a mischievous chuckle. You are already so powerful. Why do you still seek wealth? Whatever amount you desire, I shall provide. Just please do not harm anyone, Bulma implored, her voice filled with concern. T smiled at Bulma, disregarding her plea, and in an instant, he teleported directly before Piccolo. Piccolo gazed at the man he had longed for, harboring a deep-seated desire to obliterate him. Without a word, T delivered a swift slap, sending Piccolo flying, his face swelling from the impact. Target: Piccolo, combat power 400. Successful robbery grants 40 combat points. Hand over your money. T declared with a sly grin directed at the bewildered Piccolo, whose eyes reflected confusion and uncertainty. Why, you're not going to kill me? Piccolo stammered in disbelief. You talk too much. Will you give the money or not? If not, prepare to meet your end. T suddenly laughed menacingly, his tone laced with threat. Upon hearing this, Piccolo hastily shook his head, signaling his willingness to comply. He produced a paper bag from an unknown source, offering it to T as his total wealth. Why not hand it over sooner? Why endure unnecessary suffering? T remarked triumphantly, accepting the money before vanishing with Puer. Watching their retreating figures, Piccolo seethed with rage, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. He could not fathom that despite years of arduous training, he still fell short against T. At that moment, the image of Sun Wukong flashed in Piccolo's mind. He knew of Sun Wukong's formidable strength, yet was astounded to realize that even Sun Wukong acknowledged he was no match for T. Meanwhile, T and Puer had teleported to Karen Tower. Bring forth the Sinza beans. Do not compel me to resort to violence, T announced with a smile, though his eyes glinted with a hint of frost. Do not resort to violence. Take whatever you wish. Karen, the guardian, hurriedly complied, providing T with 2 large buckets brimming with Sinza beans. After a brief assessment, T took Puer with him to the Heavens Temple, where his overwhelming presence rendered Bubbles immobile and even made the celestial deity within tremble in fear. Come out, T commanded. Target, Bubbles, combat power 200. Successful robbery grants 20 combat points. Target, heavenly deity Piccolo, combat power 260. Successful robbery grants 26 combat points. What do you intend to do? The heavenly deity inquired as he emerged from the temple. Hand over your money. Indeed, you do not require currency. I had momentarily forgotten. Thus, any other item will suffice for our tea, he chuckled. What would you desire? Inquired the deity. The spirit time room, replied the tea drinker. However, the spirit time room cannot be taken away, the deity noted. Do not concern yourself. I shall find a way, the tea drinker assured. Then follow me. With that, the divine being, Bick, led the tea drinker to the divine hall. This is the spirit time room. Take what you can, said Bick, observing a small chamber before him. The tea drinker activated a spatial distortion, and in an instant, the entire spirit time room vanished before Bick's eyes. Thank you. I shall return, the tea drinker remarked as he disappeared with his tea. Feeling the departure of the tea drinker, Bick sighed in relief. The weight of pressure he had felt was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on an egg. Meanwhile, the tea drinker had arrived at the North King Star, where he exerted an overwhelming aura, compelling the North King to impart the King Fist technique. In another realm, news of the tea drinker's return spread like wildfire, akin to a bombshell that left the Dragon Ball gang in utter shock. For reasons unknown, Tao Pai Pai ceased his carnage, and both Master Rashi and the Crane Hermit found common ground. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling joined forces with Sun Wukong and others, while even Bick and Yasuo arrived. At that moment, everyone gathered in Master Rashi's house to deliberate on how to confront this malevolent figure. It is exceedingly difficult. His strength is unfathomable as the vast ocean. Sun Wukong, I must now rely on you, Bick stated. I too lack confidence in defeating him. Over the past 7 years, I have tirelessly trained. And although my power has slightly increased, I still feel utterly inadequate. I have witnessed his terror firsthand and possess no assurance, Sun Wukong confessed. For reasons unknown. Over the past 7 years, Sun Wukong seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. He was no longer the reckless individual of yore, now contemplating his actions with care. Yet he retained his innate kindness. What shall we do? Is there truly no one capable of contending with this fiend? Bick exclaimed in frustration. Wait. I have conceived a plan, Tao Pai Pai interjected. At that moment, all eyes turned to him. Do you all recall that mysterious individual who claimed to be Sun Wukong's brother a year ago? He mentioned having 2 companions of exceptional strength. Perhaps we might collaborate. Tao Pai Pai suggested. Indeed, I see potential in that. However, they are ultimately extraterrestrial beings, and their reliability remains uncertain, Master Rashi remarked. Chapter 0. The arrival of Prince Vegeta. We can no longer afford to deliberate. Our foremost adversary is this villain. We must eliminate him before addressing other matters. Bick asserted with a grave expression. It must be so. Let us await their arrival, lest the extraterrestrials unleash chaos, Tianjin Fan said, furrowing his brow. The group nodded in agreement, expressing their consensus. Thus, the members of the Dragon Ball team began to set out one after another towards the location where Raditz had descended the previous year. Time flew by, and before long, 2 months had passed. On this particular day, 3 brilliant beams of white light suddenly illuminated the sky, followed by the gradual descent of a colossal spaceship onto the ground. The members of the Dragon Ball team immediately became alert, their eyes fixed on the enigmatic vessel. Soon, The hatch opened, and 3 figures emerged. At the forefront stood Raditz, flanked by the bald Nappa and a man of average stature with piercing eyes, Prince Vegeta. As they stepped out of the spaceship, their attention was instantly drawn to the crowd that had gathered around them. Vegeta, utilizing his power scouter, surveyed the throng of people and noted that none possessed a battle power exceeding 100. However, he did not allow this to lull him into complacency. For any adversary capable of easily defeating Raditz would undoubtedly have a power level of at least 2,000. Let us converse, suggested Son Goku. Converse about what? What credentials do you possess to engage me in conversation? Vegeta replied with haughty disdain. Perhaps you should use your scouter to ascertain whether I possess the capability to converse with you, Goku retorted, emanating a formidable aura. In an instant, the readings on the scouters of Vegeta and his companions began to soar. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. The scouters of Raditz and Nappa shattered under the strain, while Vegeta gritted his teeth, determined to endure. How can Kakarot possess such overwhelming battle power? This is impossible. He is but a lowly warrior. How could his strength surpass mine? I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. He thought to himself, teeth clenched. How about now? Can we converse? Goku asked. Speak. What shall we discuss? Vegeta replied. Do you presume my battle power is high? In truth, there exists another individual whose strength surpasses mine, and I may not withstand even a single blow from him, Goku stated. Impossible. How could it be? It is plausible for an exceptional warrior to emerge from such a weak planet as Earth, given that you are a Saiyan. But could he possibly be a Saiyan as well? That cannot be. There are only a few of us left. Vegeta exclaimed anxiously. He is not a Saiyan. He is a pure Earthling, Goku clarified. An Earthling could be so formidable. This is inconceivable. Vegeta protested. It is true. I have no reason to deceive you. Goku replied earnestly. What do you intend to do? Vegeta inquired. Let us join forces. Together we shall defeat him, Goku proposed. Why would I ally with you? Do you truly believe that just because your battle power exceeds mine, you can triumph over me? Vegeta countered. Vegeta's words held merit. For a low-class warrior transforming into a great ape lacked intelligence. Only warriors of mid-class or higher retained their rationality. Ah, what a commotion! At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted the exchange. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared before the crowd, a pet draped over his shoulder. Who else could it be but the ever-enthusiastic Yamcha? The onlookers gazed at the tea drinker, gritting their teeth in disdain. Are you the so-called Prince Vegeta? Hardly impressive. The tea drinker jested. Target, Vegeta, combat power 18,000. Successful robbery yields 1,800 combat points. Target, Nappa, combat power 6,000. Successful robbery yields 600 combat points. Target, Raditz, combat power 1,600. Successful robbery yields 160 combat points. What did you say? You dare to look down on me? Do you seek death? Vegeta bellowed in fury. Why should I regard you with any respect? The tea drinker retorted, delivering a swift slap to Vegeta. Instantly, several of Vegeta's teeth flew out, and half his face swelled up. The tea drinker then struck Nappa and Raditz, each losing a tooth and suffering similar swelling. Hand over your money. Oh wait, you're aliens. So you must not have any. Let us use your spaceships as collateral. The tea drinker approached the 3 spaceships, waved his hand, and one spaceship vanished. He subsequently collected all 3. In an instant, the tea drinker received feedback on combat power. Kakarot, let us join forces and attack together, Vegeta proclaimed. Goku nodded, and the two launched a furious assault against the tea drinker. However, in the face of 600,000 combat power, they were as slow as molasses, with a mere flick. The tea drinker sent them crashing to the ground. Nappa, there is no full moon on this earth at present. Generate one quickly, Vegeta shouted. Nappa understood and began to gather energy to create a full moon energy sphere. The tea drinker paid him no mind. But Vegeta and Goku feared interruption and pressed their attack once more. With a gentle motion, the tea drinker incapacitated them, leaving their bones nearly shattered. The others, gritting their teeth in frustration, charged forward, but the tea drinker unleashed an aura that repelled them all. Just then, Nappa completed the full moon energy sphere, exhausting a significant amount of his strength. Kakarot, look at that energy sphere above. The tea drinker made no move to intervene, allowing them to transform. In an instant, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, Goku, and Gohan all transformed into giant apes. The crowd was taken aback and hastily retreated, save for the tea drinker, who remained unfazed. Puer trembled slightly, but upon seeing the tea drinker's calm demeanor, he found solace. Target: Vegeta in transformation state. Combat power 180,000. Successful robbery yields 18,000 combat points. Target: Nappa in transformation state. Combat power 60,000. Successful robbery yields 6,000 combat points. Target: Raditz in transformation state. Combat power 16,000. Successful robbery yields 1,600 combat points. Target: Goku in transformation state. Combat power 250,000. Successful robbery yields 25,000 combat points. Target: Gohan in transformation state. Combat power 100. It seems this Gohan has only just begun. Otherwise, how could his data be merely 100? The tea drinker mused. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, Icha swiftly rendered Sun Wukong, whose combat prowess reached an astonishing 25, unconscious with but a single punch. Witnessing this, Vegeta's teeth clenched in fury. Chapter 0. The Divine Creation Project. With a mischievous grin, Icha sauntered over to Vegeta, his laughter echoing ominously as he approached. Vegeta felt a tightening sensation at the base of his skull, his body tingling with the instinctive urge to flee. "Do not laugh," he commanded, raising his fist to strike Icha. Unyielding, Icha retaliated, and with a resounding crack, the sound of bones fracturing filled the air. Vegeta, in agony, danced about clutching his arm. Icha, showing no mercy, unleashed a flurry of blows upon Vegeta, transforming him into a battered visage resembling that of a pig. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz stood frozen in disbelief, paralyzed by fear as Icha approached them. "Stay back. I warn you, if you come any closer, I shall not hold back," Nappa shouted in terror. Yet Icha paid no heed, delivering a merciless punch that shattered Nappa's hand, twisting it into a grotesque shape, and then contorting Nappa's foot in a similar fashion. Observing Icha's ferocity, Raditz, gripped by fear, turned to flee, but Icha was relentless, swiftly appearing behind him and delivering a kick that sent Raditz hurtling like a cannonball into a mountainside. Without delay, Icha dragged Raditz from the rubble, subjecting him to a merciless beating. At this moment, Raditz was a pitiful sight, covered in bruises, resembling a wretched little dog. Icha, with a wicked grin, gazed down upon him, eyes gleaming with disdain and mockery. He proceeded to twist Raditz's limbs into contorted shapes, while Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, could not help but swallow nervously, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. The onlookers, hiding not far away, trembled in fear. Even Piccolo's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Before long, Icha returned, dragging Raditz back and tossing him beside Nappa. "Oh dear, I almost forgot about our esteemed Prince Vegeta," Icha cackled. Vegeta, swallowing hard, nervously responded, "Do not presume you are invincible. I have allies." "Are you referring to that so-called King Frieza?" Icha retorted with a grin. "You know him? Then how dare you lay a hand on us?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. "Spare me your bravado. To him, you are but a mere dog, insignificant and dispensable. Now, how shall I deal with you, our illustrious prince?" Icha sneered. "What must I do to be spared?" Vegeta inquired. "Spared? I have an aversion to those who consider themselves noble, especially you, Prince Vegeta. Today, I shall witness just how princely you truly are," Icha mocked. "Then I shall fight you," Vegeta roared, charging forward. T struck Vegeta with a resounding slap, sending him flying. Following this, T unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Vegeta, each blow landing with brutal force, causing him to spit out blood with every strike. After 5 minutes, Vegeta could no longer maintain his gorilla form and began to shrink. Quick as a flash, T snatched a strand of Vegeta's hair. Observing the motionless and barely breathing Vegeta, T scoffed and proceeded toward Nappa and Raditz. The last remnants of Vegeta's defiance dissipated as he reverted from his formidable form. T, slightly displeased, then darted toward Goku, swiftly pulling out another hair. He unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks on Goku, only pausing when Goku was left barely conscious. Subsequently, T fed Goku a senzu bean, and soon Goku regained his vitality, only to find that all his companions had fallen. Alone and filled with resolve, he clenched his teeth but dared not engage, for the aura emanating from T was terrifying. With a cold smirk, T resumed his assault on Goku, feeding him another Senzu bean in a relentless cycle until Goku's battle power reached 200,000, at which point T ceased his onslaught. The onlookers were nearly rendered unconscious by the sheer brutality of T's attacks, which left Goku on the brink of collapse. You may leave now. Remember to prepare ample funds. I shall return for you. Should you fail to pay, I will pluck every last hair from your head, T declared. Upon hearing he could depart, Goku seized the still gorilla form Goten and fled. Observing the nearly incapacitated Vegeta from a distance, T administered another Senzu bean and then commenced his replication plan. He unleashed a particularly savage assault on Vegeta, inflicting grievous injuries, shattering bones, and leaving Vegeta in agony he would never forget. It was only when Vegeta's battle power reached 200,000 that T finally halted his brutality. You may leave. I will return tomorrow to continue our business. By the way, do not contemplate escape. Without your spaceship, you have nowhere to run. T cackled as he departed with pure. What should I do? What can I possibly do? He is returning tomorrow, and he seems like a violent maniac. How shall I confront him? Vegeta fretted, suddenly recalling Kakarot and hastening in the direction Goku had just taken. After a day of torment, he was oblivious to the fact that his strength had increased more than tenfold. Before long, Vegeta caught up with Goku and the others. What should I do? He said he would come looking for me again. What now? Vegeta exclaimed anxiously. He mentioned he would return, but do not worry. This fellow is peculiar. Next time. As long as we have money, it should suffice, Goku reassured him. Are you jesting? How much does a person like him cost? There's no need for him to rob us. Vegeta exclaimed in anger. I don't know, but that's just how he is. He has always been this way. Once, when I had nothing, he directly pulled out all my hair, Goku recounted. If it were merely for money, that would be easy. I shall go reclaim some right now, Vegeta declared. You need not do that. We have money. Bulma will prepare it for us. We should discuss how to deal with him, Goku suggested. Fine. That wretched scoundrel. I must seek vengeance, Vegeta declared furiously. Quickly, tell me, what is the background of this fellow? How can he possess such strength? Vegeta inquired. I'm not sure. He is also from Earth, but how he has cultivated such power is beyond me, Goku responded. How infuriating. It's impossible. He must be an alien. How could anyone from Earth possess such formidable power? He instills in me a terror akin to facing Frieza, Vegeta exclaimed in fear. Chapter 0. The target is the robber king. Vegeta was so intimidated by the tea drinker that he could hardly speak. After all, the sheer brutality of the tea drinker was terrifying, as if he derived pleasure from tormenting others. Do you not feel that our strength seems to have significantly increased? Goku remarked. Are you unaware? Every time we Saiyans engage in battle, our power surges considerably. However, I do feel an immense energy coursing through me now. Haha. Vegeta laughed, momentarily forgetting his previous pain. I am aware. I suspected that he was intentionally doing this to make us stronger, Goku said with a serious expression. It matters not. Haha. As long as we grow stronger, what is a little suffering? I am quite eager for him to come again, Vegeta said, bursting into laughter once more. The next day, the tea drinker arrived early at Goku's place, sensing that the Dragon Ball crew was present, which made his task considerably easier. Come on. I have been waiting for you, Vegeta said with a smile. The tea drinker was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Vegeta's sudden demeanor. What do you mean? I, the king, have come to rob you. And you do not have any money, do you? The tea drinker said with a peculiar laugh. And if I don't, I simply won't give you any money. Come at me if you dare, Vegeta taunted. I have never heard such a demand before. Did everyone hear that? He challenged me, the tea drinker exclaimed before charging at Vegeta. Vegeta felt a gust of wind as he swung a punch at the tea drinker, only for his hand to be caught, followed by a brutal slam. This left Vegeta dazed, and the tea drinker commenced a flurry of punches and kicks. However, he was careful not to inflict serious harm, merely causing superficial injuries. The tea drinker recognized Vegeta's intentions and thus indulged his wishes, leaving Vegeta writhing on the ground, many parts of his body swelling from the blows. Others who witnessed the violent antics of Incha trembled with fear, as if shaken by a sieve. Listen well, from this moment forth, I shall come thrice daily. Should you fail to prepare the requisite funds, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Incha let out a chilling, sinister laugh that sent shivers down the spine. What on earth do you intend to do? Is this all deliberate? Sun Wukong inquired sternly. Ah, how the tides have turned. You've actually learned to think? Could it be that you, too, are a time traveler? No, no, that cannot be. Most time travelers are well versed in the plot. Have I perhaps awakened you? Incha muttered to himself. Your actions suggest ulterior motives, do they not? Sun Wukong pressed further. Indeed, your capabilities are woefully inadequate. In a few years, formidable adversaries will emerge. Hence, I must train you diligently. Incha replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. How powerful are they? Stronger than you? Sun Wukong probed. Not just yet. In due time, you shall discover for yourselves. Now hand over the money. Incha cackled ominously once more. Incha, you are clearly not a villain at heart. Why must you feign such a malevolent facade? At that moment, Bulma approached with a money chest in hand. Nonsense. I am indeed a rogue, Incha exclaimed, snatching the chest and vanishing without a trace. Sigh. This fellow is quite peculiar, though his heart is not wicked. He insists on playing the role of a villain. I truly wonder what goes on in his mind, Bulma lamented. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, you have emerged unscathed? I shall soon surpass you. Vegeta stammered. You may be unharmed, but your strength remains limited. He has always been meticulous, merely targeting your flesh. I too have endured similar treatment, Sun Wukong calmly assessed. What? How infuriating. This despicable wretch dares to treat me so. I vow to tear him apart. Vegeta seethed with rage. Meanwhile, Incha had returned to Bulma's residence, engaged in discussions with Brief regarding the gravity system, contemplating an increase to 1,000 times. Incha, 1,000 times is no trivial matter. A moment's inattention could cost you your life. Brief expressed his grave concerns. Fear not, I will exercise caution. Incha replied with a slight smile, lifting a cup of tea that Mrs. Brief had just handed him, taking a delicate sip. It's quite challenging, but I will do my utmost. It will take some time, and completing it in the short term is impossible, Brief continued. That is of no consequence. As long as it can be accomplished, Incha responded. Very well, you may stay here. It seems Bulma is quite fond of you, Brief remarked before turning to leave. Incha felt a twinge of embarrassment. If it were his own desire, he would undoubtedly wish to capture Bulma's heart. Yet, with the Dragon Ball saga still unfolding, the future remained uncertain. Master Incha, it is time for your meal, Puer announced, breezing in through the door. All right, I shall be there shortly, he replied. After finishing her tea, she stepped out. The Bulma residence was remarkably spacious, replete with every conceivable amenity. Mrs. Brief had even nurtured a plethora of pets in the back garden, encompassing a wide array of creatures, including several docile herbivorous dinosaurs. At that moment, a zeppelin hurtled through the sky like a bolt of lightning, and a young girl leaped from it. Who else could it be but Bulma? Upon spotting Incha and Puer dining, she gracefully approached them. Puer, I'm off to pilfer some treasures. Do take your time eating. With that, Incha vanished without a trace. Bulma, noticing that Incha seemed to be deliberately avoiding her, couldn't help but feel intrigued. Puer, why do I sense that Incha is intentionally eluding me? Bulma inquired. Surely not. It seems to me that Master Incha has quite an affection for you, Puer replied innocently. What? You mean Incha likes me? Really? Bulma exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. I can't be certain. I just have the impression that Master Incha's demeanor suggests he is fond of you, Puer said hesitantly. I knew it. With my beauty and charm, how could Incha possibly resist me? So, it is indeed a case of pursuing whilst feigning indifference. Bulma was overjoyed, momentarily lost in exuberant gestures. Meanwhile, Incha embarked on his thieving escapade. He calculated that 3 heists a day would yield a total of 120,000, and within a month, he would amass approximately 4.5 million in combat power. By that time, he could enhance the abilities of 2 monkeys, and within a year, he would reach over 1 billion points of combat prowess. At that point, he could seek an audience with the king to converse about life's aspirations. Chapter 0. The Jinyu Force time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped by unnoticed. And a year passed in the blink of an eye. Incha's combat power skyrocketed to an astonishing 100 million, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta, under Incha's grueling training, successfully surpassed the million mark. Today, Incha, initially planning to scour Sun Wukong's home as per his usual routine, unexpectedly received an urgent message from Planet Adrat. It struck him like a thunderbolt, shaking him to his core. Hastily, Incha arrived at Sun Wukong's residence, where the others no longer regarded him with the same trepidation as before, fully aware of his true character. Yet, whenever Incha unleashed his wrath, his fearsome visage resembled that of a demon, instilling dread in all. I have prepared the money. You may leave now. If you wish to engage us in battle, then do so swiftly, Sun Wukong stated nonchalantly, as if everything was well within his control. Beside him, Vegeta had long been rendered fearful by Incha's prowess. Often bearing the brunt of the injuries, his body subjected to shattering fractures as if they were merely a daily occurrence. Nonetheless, as the Prince of the Scions, his inner pride remained as unyielding as steel. He stood silently by, his expression stoic as a statue, not uttering a word. Today, I shall lead you all to planet Udrat, where we will engage in a thrilling contest against those extraterrestrials. The tea drinker chuckled ominously, his laughter echoing like the sinister cackle of demons from the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. Without uttering a word or waiting for any dissent from the two, he seized their shoulders with the swiftness of an eagle snatching its prey, activating his instantaneous movement. Alas, despite his formidable prowess, akin to a great bird soaring through the skies, he could not traverse the vast distance to the distant planet of Adratlat. Instead, he first arrived at Namek. Before streaking across the heavens like a meteor to reach Adratlat, all in the blink of an eye. Upon their arrival at Adratlat, the trio was greeted by a tempest of warships flitting about like locusts, amidst scenes of carnage and chaos. The tea drinker's fury ignited, his eyes ablaze as if to incinerate all the malevolence in existence. Listen here, you two. Immediately, without delay, eradicate these invaders, or I shall turn my wrath upon you first. His roar reverberated through the air like thunder, deafening in its intensity. The two had never witnessed such unbridled rage from him, their hearts gripped by fear, compelling them to act swiftly and decisively against the aggressors. The tea drinker adeptly sensed the powerful energies lingering nearby and promptly transported himself to their location. Suddenly, he materialized before 5 bewildered individuals, their expressions a canvas of confusion. He regarded the elderly man who had taught him the art of instantaneous movement, feeling a twinge of shame. The old man, now on the brink of collapse, mustered his strength to implore, "Hurry, save our planet." Without hesitation, the tea drinker retrieved a mystical bean from his pocket and swiftly placed it in the old man's mouth. In an instant, the elder appeared revitalized, his pallid complexion rejuvenating into a vibrant hue, his breath steady and strong. Meanwhile, the 5 onlookers watched in disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if witnessing a macabre spectacle. "You have come. Alas, if you had delayed any longer, our planet would have faced peril," the elder lamented. "Fear not, for I am here," the tea drinker reassured him before turning towards the 5 individuals. "So, you are the Jinyu force? Today, I shall spare your lives. Wait a moment, and I shall summon 2 others to entertain you," he said with a smile that hinted at mischief. "Humph. Who do you think you are, boy?" scoffed the leader of Jinyu, a derisive smile spreading across his face. "Do you have any idea of our status?" The tea drinker remained silent, instead unleashing a formidable aura that immobilized the 5 with an overwhelming force. The ground beneath them fractured like spider webs under the immense pressure, leaving chaos in its wake. The members of the Jinyu force were soon drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the terror embodied in the figure before them. "You worthless fools, I shall grant you half an hour more, and should you fail to deal with those ants, I will render you incapacitated." The tea drinker's voice boomed like thunder, causing the very air around them to quiver. His gaze was icy and piercing, as though it could penetrate the very souls of men. In that moment, his furious proclamation resonated throughout the entirety of Adratlat, leaving all who heard it in awe and trepidation. Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt a tightening in their chests upon hearing the words of Incha, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They understood that if they could not swiftly vanquish the adversaries before them, the consequences would be dire. Resolutely, they gritted their teeth and summoned all their strength to engage in fierce combat with the invaders. As moments ticked away, a half-hour swiftly elapsed. At last, Sun Wukong and Vegeta triumphed over all the intruders, breathless as they approached Incha. However, before they could utter a word, Incha struck them with a resounding slap. "Incompetence! It took you so long to deal with such a trivial matter," Incha thundered, fury blazing in his eyes. Sun Wukong and Vegeta bowed their heads, daring not to offer any rebuttal. Fully aware of their inferiority compared to Incha, they could only silently accept their punishment. "Teach those 5 a proper lesson. Remember, do not kill them. I want them to suffer," Incha remarked with a cold smirk, then released his oppressive aura and, accompanied by a mysterious elder, moved to another side to observe the spectacle. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and nodded in resignation. They realized that this task must be executed flawlessly, otherwise, Insha would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon them. Fear not. Leave this to me. Kakarot, you merely watch, Vegeta declared, a cunning smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with confidence and resolve. With that, he leaped forward towards the Jinyu force. Sitting aside, Insha wore a faint smirk, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He seemed to relish the tormenting sensation, eager to witness the unfolding scene. Vegeta, you dare to challenge us? Is it based solely on your battle power of over 10,000? Jinyu scoffed. Ha ha ha, you used to be so arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, allowing you to experience the pain I have endured over the past year. Vegeta retorted with a chilling laugh. Chapter 0. The Arrival of King Frieza. Very well. I am eager to see just how much you have grown this past year, Jinyu said with a cold smile gracing his lips, brimming with confidence. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta launched an attack, hurtling towards Jinyu at an astonishing speed, leaving Jinyu no time to react. With a single punch, Jinyu doubled over in agony, rolling on the ground. Vegeta cast a derisive glance at the other four, swiftly striking again, sending them sprawling in similar torment. With a battle power of 1 million, Vegeta found it effortless to dispatch the Jinyu force, whose might barely reached 150,000. Vegeta's gaze fixated on Jinyu, his eyes sharp with a hint of sadistic delight as he approached. Jinyu, however, showed no signs of weakness, retorting with a mocking grin. Vegeta aimed a punch at Jinyu's fist, shattering it instantly. Following that, a torrent of ferocious blows ensued, leaving Jinyu utterly defenseless. Vegeta unleashed his fury with reckless abandon. Every recollection of the loathsome and terrifying visage of Doria ignited an even fiercer blaze of anger within him, compelling him to strike with increasing ferocity. In that moment, Jinyu's entire skeletal structure was shattered by Vegeta's blows, rendering him akin to a broken marionette. Jinyu gritted his teeth in pain, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing Jinyu's smirk only intensified Vegeta's rage, prompting him to unleash another barrage of attacks. Jinyu's anguished cries echoed throughout the entirety of planet Namek. Meanwhile, the four onlookers trembled in fear at Vegeta's mercilessness. Suddenly, Jinyu shouted, "Exchange!" Vegeta appeared to be momentarily immobilized, yet his formidable energy surged forth, shattering the paralysis, causing Jinyu to cough up a mouthful of blood. Doria, observing the scene, realized that this was a deliberate ploy to test the limits of the soul exchange. If he possessed such abilities, why not exchange with Frieza instead? Vegeta continued his relentless assault on Jinyu, and had it not been for Doria's warning against killing him, he would have shown no mercy. Noticing Jinyu on the brink of death, Vegeta ceased his torment and turned his gaze towards the four individuals. Vegeta, do you dare betray Lord Frieza? Do you comprehend the consequences awaiting you? They demanded. Indeed, if you wish to avoid a gruesome fate, you would do well to assist us against them, otherwise, Lord Frieza will not hesitate to end your life. Ignoring their threats, Vegeta swiftly inflicted catastrophic injuries upon them, harboring the hope that his actions would draw Frieza's attention, thus allowing him to witness whether Doria could contend with him. Doria, fully aware of Vegeta's thoughts, knew that with his current formidable combat prowess, Frieza posed little threat. Frieza's power level ranged from 120 million to 150 million. Doria might not match him, yet with the ability to teleport, escaping was hardly an issue. All right, Master, we shall take our leave. As for Frieza, we will handle him. You too, take them along. We are heading back, Doria declared. In a flash, Vegeta and Goku seized the four captives, and Doria activated his teleportation, transporting them back to Goku's abode after 2 consecutive jumps. Now pay up. This is my profession. It cannot be interrupted. By the way, these wretches deserve their fate, but you must not kill them outright. I want them to endure a fate worse than death each day. Vegeta, this task I entrust to you, Doria stated, grabbing the money and vanishing in an instant. In the ensuing time, Doria resumed his routine of pillaging. A year later, his combat strength had surged to 300 million, while Goku and Vegeta's power levels reached 10 million. Today, as Doria prepared for another bout of robbery, he finally sensed exhilarating news. Frieza had arrived. Doria felt Frieza's overwhelming energy, and both Goku and Vegeta sensed it too. Vegeta, smirking slightly, had awaited this day for quite some time. He was eager to see which of the two would prove stronger. In no time, Frisia's spacecraft traversed the Earth's atmosphere, and Goku and Vegeta hastened towards it. The moment the spacecraft touched down, T appeared as well. Without granting Frisia an opportunity for theatrics, T unleashed a formidable energy that obliterated the ship, reducing it to mere fragments and crushing the extraterrestrial beings within to pulp. Frisia found himself immobilized under the immense pressure, casting a fierce glare at T, from which two beams of laser-like energy erupted from his eyes. T, with a focused gaze, retaliated with his own twin beams, effortlessly annihilating Frisia's assault. Frisia swiftly transitioned into his second form, yet still remained firmly under T's domination. Upon assuming his third form, the pressure slightly diminished, but he remained incapacitated, a sight that sent cold sweat cascading down Frisia's brow, despite his immense power, boasting a battle capability exceeding 100 million. So, Frisia, it appears I've been seeking you for quite some time. Your arrival is truly fortuitous. T cackled maniacally. A malevolent grin plastered across his face as he advanced towards Frisia step by step. Frisia's complexion turned ashen, his eyes brimming with terror and fury. He clenched his jaw, attempting to intimidate T with a fierce stare, but T remained unfazed. As T approached Frisia, he suddenly sprang into action, his speed akin to lightning, and in an instant, he stood before Frisia. Clenching his fist, he struck ruthlessly at Frisia's abdomen. Taken by surprise, Frisia coughed up blood as his body was propelled backward. Yet, T did not relent. He continued his relentless pursuit of Frisia, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, rendering Frisia utterly defenseless. With each blow, T emitted his sinister laughter, akin to a deranged demon reveling in the torment of his foe. Frisia found himself trapped in a situation of complete passivity, unable to mount any form of resistance, managing only to fend off a few strikes. Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle, found himself drenched in cold sweat. He could hardly fathom that the once invincible cosmic tyrant, Frisia, could be so easily dismantled before T, without even a glimmer of reprisal. As T's ferocious assault progressed, the sound of Frisia's bones shattering echoed, his body becoming a grotesque shell of its former self. Nevertheless, T showed no mercy, continuing to pummel Frisia relentlessly, inflicting upon him endless agony. Before long, Frisia was left on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. However, T abruptly ceased his assault, producing a mystical bean and forcing it into Frisia's mouth. Miraculously, upon consuming the bean, Frisia's injuries rapidly healed, his strength replenished as he stood once more. Yet, this was merely a fleeting respite, for T immediately launched into a new wave of attacks. Once again, he displayed astonishing power and speed, driving Frisia into retreat with every strike accompanied by the chilling sound of bones fracturing, reminiscent of a demon's roar. Chapter 15. The King's Fear and the Legend of the Silver Toothpick. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. Prepare the money, or face your demise. The sinister Daincha cackled. You fiend, who are you? Frisia, barely clinging to life, managed to utter. You too. Keep him and the Jinyu force under close watch. Do not let him perish. Daincha remarked nonchalantly before turning to depart. Yes, my lord. Rest assured, we shall guard him well, Vegeta replied with utmost respect. At that moment, Daincha had already exited, leaving Goku gazing at Vegeta in bewilderment, seemingly puzzled by the sudden reverence Vegeta exhibited. Were you not always disdainful of him? Why the sudden respect? Goku inquired curiously. Vegeta shot Goku a glare and retorted, You fool! Do you not see that even Frisia is rendered powerless before him? If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Goku chuckled in response, brimming with confidence. Do not worry. I know him too well. He will not harm us. Before long, Frisia found himself unceremoniously tossed into a small chamber where the 5 members of the Jinyu force resided. However, their injuries had significantly healed. Daincha had not continued to torment them. He simply restrained them from causing further chaos. When they beheld Vegeta kicking Frisia into their midst, their expressions turned grim. Their once mighty king, Frisia, now lay battered and broken like them. The following day, Daincha arrived to pillage once more. Yet this time his objective was not riches, but to instill fear in Frisia. With a swift motion, he appeared before Frisia, seizing him and tossing a senzu bean into his mouth. In an instant, Frisia was restored to his full strength, yet he dared not move, merely watching Daincha with apprehension. A sinister smile crept across Daineka's lips as he activated his instant transmission, vanishing with Frisia in tow. Moments later, they found themselves suspended in the vastness of the cosmos. Frisia was astonished to discover that Dinesha could breathe and move freely in this void, a realization that left him in awe. However, Dinesha did not pause. He activated instant transmission once more, whisking Frisia across various planets at a breathtaking speed. The astonishing velocity left Frisia speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. Before long, Dinesha returned him to the familiar terrain of Earth. Do you comprehend? Should you attempt to flee, I will seize you in an instant and ruthlessly extinguish your life. Dineka's chilling laughter echoed. Frisia swallowed hard, stammering, I shall not attempt to escape. You have my word. Enough of your prattle. Hand over your valuables obediently, Dinesha said, impatiently waving his hand and reaching towards Goku and Vegeta. By the way, do you two wish to become Super Saiyans? With a slight smile gracing his lips, Dinesha began, if you wish, I can teach you the art of tea. What? A Super Saiyan? Are you truly serious? Can we really transform into Super Saiyans? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, shimmering with excitement and anticipation as he gazed at Dinesha. Do not rush. I shall instruct you on how to transform in a year, Dinesha replied calmly, the gentle smile still adorning his face. He then turned to Frisia, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. By the way, Frisia, starting tomorrow, you shall also need to pay protection fees. With that, Dinesha turned and departed, leaving the crowd in utter astonishment. Watching Dinesha's graceful exit, Frisia could not help but exhale deeply, a wave of relief washing over him as he slumped to the ground. However, in the next moment, his expression darkened ominously as he glared fiercely at the Ginyu Force. How did you incur the wrath of this fiend? You fools, you have caused me so much suffering. Frisia seethed, his teeth clenched as he menacingly approached the Ginyu Force. Each step was imbued with fury and malice, as if he sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. Confronted by Frisia's accusatory gaze, the members of the Ginyu Force turned pale, trembling with fear. They were inwardly lamenting their fate, utterly bewildered as to what transgression they had committed to provoke such a terrifying entity. Lord Frisia, this is not our fault. We did not provoke him. We were merely following your orders on planet Yardrat. Ginyu stammered, his voice quaking, desperately attempting to absolve himself of any blame. At that moment, a profound dread enveloped him, fearing that Frisia's wrath would be unleashed upon them. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still mulling over Dinesha's words from before. The notion of becoming a Super Saiyan had long been his fervent desire, and the prospect of its imminent realization thrilled him. Ha! Vegeta burst into laughter. What did Dinesha mean by that? What is a Super Saiyan? Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. Humph, I suppose I can enlighten you. As he will teach us all in a year, Vegeta replied, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. He then began to recount the tales of the Super Saiyan to Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's account, Goku's eyes widened in exhilaration. Is that truly possible? If we could become Super Saiyans, we might stand a chance against him. Yet, Vegeta quickly doused his enthusiasm. You are overestimating your abilities. At his current strength, even as a Super Saiyan, you would likely remain no match for him. Did you not see how Frisia behaved? Meanwhile, Dinesha had returned to Bulma's residence. Now, Bulma spent her days in Dinesha's company, and he found himself grappling with his impulses, often teetering on the brink of disregarding everything, including Trunks. Currently, our combined battle power is 10 million, and should we transform, it should reach 500 million. Even I may not be able to contend with that. The Super Saiyan transformation astonishingly amplifies combat power by 50-fold, an incredible feat indeed. I must toil diligently to elevate my strength to a staggering 800 million or even a billion, thought Dinesha, his heart brimming with urgency and resolve. What do you truly mean, Dinesha? Do you harbor feelings for me or not? Bulma inquired, a hint of ire in her tone. I do care for you. Yet I have my own burdens, which is why I cannot be with you. I apologize, Dinesha replied before retreating to his room. Chapter 0, Shilpa Saya Silver. Dinesha was preparing to confront Bulma. Miss Bulma, I assure you that Master Dinesha definitely has feelings for you. Just wait and see. Perhaps he truly has his reasons. Pu'er comforted her. Humph, that stubborn fool. With my allure, how can he still hesitate? It drives me to madness. Bulma exclaimed in frustration. Meanwhile, Frisia discarded the battered Ginyu Force aside, his gaze shifting towards Vegeta and Goku not far away. A signature malevolent smile crept upon his lips. Frisia, do you intend to strike us? If you dare lay a hand on us, you best consider how to face your master, Vegeta retorted with a scoff. At the mention of Insha, Frisia's fury rekindled, though he swiftly regained his composure. The following day, Insha arrived as promised. Goku and Vegeta had prepared their funds. While Frisia stood empty-handed, terror etched across his face as he regarded Insha. I warned you, today you must pay as well. It seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. A lesson is in order, Insha said, a sly smile gracing his lips. Without further ado, Insha launched into an attack, leaving Frisia reeling, though he exercised restraint to avoid serious harm. Soon, Frisia found himself exhausted, trembling uncontrollably. Who among you will assist him with his payment? Insha chuckled, pointing at Vegeta and Goku. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Insha, initially visiting 3 times a day, gradually increased to 5, then 10, often administering further beatings to Frisia, subjecting him to torturous indignation. Now, Insha's combat prowess had soared to an astonishing billion. He secretly calculated that, based on the timeline, Trunks should arrive imminently. Thus, he awaited that day with eager anticipation. However, 6 months passed without a glimpse of Trunks. Puzzled, Insha could not fathom what had transpired. With no other recourse, he chose to continue his patient vigil. Today, Insha specifically approached Goku and Vegeta, imparting the method to transform into a Super Saiyan. He had believed that, given Goku's innate talent, he would quickly master the technique. To his surprise, it was Vegeta who first succeeded in transforming. As he transformed, visions of the destruction of planet Vegeta, the formidable strength of Icha, and the myriad torments he had endured flooded his mind. These images ignited an inferno of rage deep within him, culminating in his successful transformation into the first Super Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power had surged to an astounding 500 million, his confidence soaring as if he were invincible. However, upon facing Icha, he was beset by an inexplicable pressure. Icha's cold and haughty demeanor instilled a trace of anxiety within Vegeta. He was acutely aware of Icha's unfathomable prowess. Yet he harbored doubts about his own strength, uncertain whether he could prevail. The prospect of engaging Icha in battle filled him with trepidation of a crushing defeat, even death, while the thought of relinquishing the fight left him with a bitter taste of dissatisfaction. This inner turmoil ensnared Vegeta in profound conflict. Just as his thoughts spiraled, Icha abruptly raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap to Vegeta's face. The impact was tremendous, instantly swelling half of Vegeta's visage and knocking several teeth from his mouth. Without pause, Icha continued his onslaught. Vegeta found himself unable to react, receiving a punch from Icha that shattered his Super Saiyan state. Goku, I grant you 3 days. If you cannot transform by then, I shall pluck every last hair from your head, Icha proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Watching Icha's retreating figure, Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground, his body teetering on the brink of collapse, yet he persevered. Damn it, I'm still incapable. Deep down, I know this. Yet I refuse to accept it. Vegeta clenched his teeth in silent fury. Just wait. I, Vegeta, will rise to power. Time flew by, and soon 3 days had elapsed. Goku successfully achieved his transformation, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him with joyous laughter. Swiftly, another year passed, and Icha's battle power soared to 100 billion. Yet Trunks remained conspicuously absent, casting doubt on whether he had truly entered the Dragon Ball universe. It matters not whether he arrives. I recall that in a year and a half, the android saga will commence. The battle power of the androids should range from 100 million to 150 million, sufficient for the monkeys to handle. Only Cell, with a peak battle power of around 200 billion, remains a mystery. How did Gohan, at most a Super Saiyan 2, manage to defeat Cell? Never mind. It seems I must continue to toil diligently for the next year, Icha mused with a sly grin. Young Master Icha, dinner is ready, Puer called from outside the door. Ah, coming. Icha responded, rising to head towards the entrance. Honestly, must you always be called to dinner? Can't you be a bit more proactive? Bulma chided. Indeed. Alas, Vegeta may not even recognize Bulma at this moment. So how could Trunks possibly appear? The issue lies here. It seems I have altered too much. Perhaps I should simply seize her for myself. As a time traveler, why should I ponder so deeply? Thought Inchao to himself. I apologize. I will be more mindful next time, Inchao said with a smile. Are you all right? Bulma asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. What's wrong? I'm fine, Inchao replied, looking at Bulma with confusion. Young Master Yin Chao, you have finally uttered an apology. In these past years, you have not spoken such words to Miss Bulma. Puer remarked, equally puzzled. It's just that I have come to terms with certain matters. It's nothing, Yin Chao explained with a smile. Yin Chao, will you accompany me to the movies tomorrow night? Bulma asked, her face lighting up with hope. Certainly. I will arrive punctually tomorrow, Yin Chao replied cheerfully. Really? Then I shall await you at the cinema at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. You must come, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Yes, I will be there. By the way, I must head to work now. You all enjoy your meal, Yin Chao said as he departed. Chapter 17. Transforming into a demon again. The first date with Bulma. Bulma pouted, inwardly muttering. Yin Chao's so-called work is merely a guise for his daily escapades and robbery, and it's not a one-time affair. His unfortunate targets are always the same few hapless souls. She shook her head in resignation, lost in her thoughts. Yin Chao swaggered over to Goku and Vegeta, followed closely by a distressed Frieza. The three of them held thick stacks of banknotes, resembling debtors awaiting their creditors. You've been living too comfortably lately. This cannot continue. Yin Chao suddenly revealed a sinister smile, sending chills down the spine. His gaze swept over Goku and Vegeta, finally settling on the pitiful Frieza. Well then, we shall start with you, Frieza. Yin Chao let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. Please no, Master, I beg you to spare me. I truly do not require training. Frieza cried, his face paling in terror as he desperately pleaded for mercy. However, his entreaties went unheard. Without hesitation, Yin Chao reached out, grasping Frieza and lifting him as though he were a mere chick. Subsequently, he unleashed a series of brutal Hulk slams. In an instant, chaos engulfed the scene. Frieza became dazed from the impact, suffering from multiple fractures, his bones reduced to mere splinters. The agony was unbearable, eliciting screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Goku and Vegeta, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, instinctively gasped. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their bodies trembling. As they observed Frieza endure such merciless torment, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within them. Simultaneously, the members of the Dragon Ball gang, paralyzed with fear, scattered in all directions, too terrified to approach this dreadful scene, fearing they might be the next victims. On the other side, the members of the Jinyu force exhibited a peculiar excitement. They watched their king endure such torment and felt a strange thrill. Perhaps, in their eyes, this brutal punishment was a form of entertainment. As Yajirobe released the barely conscious Frieza, he turned his gaze towards Goku and Vegeta, who instinctively recoiled in fear. Let's begin with you, Goku, Yajirobe declared, seizing Goku by his hair and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Yajirobe's strikes were merciless, each blow falling like a tempest upon Goku's body, yet he showed restraint, for Goku was a noble soul. Ultimately, Yajirobe left Goku gravely injured, but spared his bones. Vegeta, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the bones remained intact, the pain was bearable. The thought of broken bones, especially shattering fractures, sent chills down his spine. Having left Goku in a state akin to that of a limp rag, Yajirobe advanced upon Vegeta like a famished tiger. Vegeta's face twisted into a ghastly semblance of a smile. Suddenly, like a tiger pouncing down a mountain, Yajirobe delivered a devastating slam that felt as if mountains were collapsing. Vegeta heard the sickening crack of his bones, a sound as crisp as shattered porcelain, and the pain drove him to wail in anguish. Soon, Vegeta suffered a similar fate to Frieza, enduring grievous shattering fractures, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. However, this time, Yajirobe did not offer them any senzu beans, instead allowing them to languish in agony for several days. Once Yajirobe departed, the Dragon Ball group cautiously emerged. They quickly dragged Goku back, choosing to ignore Frieza and Vegeta. Nappa and Raditz hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to bring Vegeta back to their dwelling adjacent to Goku's home. They had built this house themselves. Yet as they lifted Vegeta, he emitted another shriek akin to a slaughtered pig. It was inevitable, with his body riddled with shattering fractures. Even the slightest touch felt like knives piercing through flesh. Meanwhile, the Jinyu force faced their own torment, as Frieza's cries of agony echoed through the air. Eventually, they resorted to using energy blasts to gather the two and return them to their shelter. At that moment, Yajirobe had already reached Korin Tower, where the wise Korin had prepared 5 large barrels of senzu beans, each brimming with thousands of glistening pearls. After securing the beans into a pocket dimension, he proceeded to the heavenly temple. Upon Yajirobe's arrival, King Kai and Bubbles trembled as if confronted by a demon. "What brings you here?" King Kai stammered, visibly shaken. "Nothing much, just found you a bit displeasing," Yajirobe replied with a sinister cackle, reminiscent of a fiend from the depths of hell. King Kai, upon hearing this, felt as though struck by lightning, his gaze fixed in terror as Yajirobe approached him slowly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "Let us speak amicably. What have I done to offend you?" King Kai's voice quivered with fear. As I sip my tea, a sly smile graces my lips, and I utter, "I have some tasks for you. Gather the Dragon Balls and extend the lives of my companions, and then, in the following year, grant Bulma the same favor. Are you capable of fulfilling this request? Surely, you comprehend whom I refer to. I prefer not to repeat myself." "Understood, understood. I will see to it for you," Piccolo hastily replied, a sense of urgency in his voice. Pleased, I nodded and vanished like a specter. Nightfall soon enveloped the world, and I arrived at the cinema as promised, where Bulma had been waiting. Upon noticing my empty hands, her expression darkened, reminiscent of a storm-laden sky. Observing her dissatisfaction, I felt perplexed. "What troubles you? Why the long face?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's nothing. Let us proceed to the film. It's about to begin." Just like the weather, her mood shifted swiftly, and she brightened once more. Thus, the two of us embarked on our inaugural date. I, akin to an innocent child, remained naive regarding matters of the heart, for in my previous life, I too was merely an inexperienced youth. Although I had watched a few romantic films, in the throes of newfound love, those plots faded from my mind. Time flew by, and an hour slipped away in an instant. As Bulma watched the movie, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent, yet I remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in the film, unaware of any poignant moments. Upon exiting the cinema, Bulma's delicate hand grasped mine timidly, much like a frightened rabbit. I held her hand firmly, and together, we returned to her home, hearts intertwined in unspoken understanding. The following day, I visited Goku and Vegeta once more. Goku managed to stand, albeit shakily, though his body still throbbed with pain, as if a legion of ants were feasting upon him. "Come forth, all of you. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre." I let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. The Ginyu Force trembled as they carried Frieza on a stretcher, who appeared as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, his breath shallow and labored. Meanwhile, Vegeta was similarly brought out by Nappa and Raditz, his condition equally dire. As I approached them, the others scattered like startled birds. I retrieved 3 Senzu beans and placed them in the mouths of the 3, and in an instant, they were revitalized, brimming with energy, though they now huddled together in fear. Frieza clenched his jaw tightly, glaring at me with malevolence, while Vegeta shot me a furious glance. Only Goku remained unfazed, an air of tranquility about him. "Ah, it seems you two still require a thorough lesson," I cackled with a piercing laughter. At the mention of further instruction, Frieza could no longer contain his fury. "You have gone too far, you fiend. You shall surely face divine retribution." He seethed, his anger palpable. Without further ado, the moment T engaged in a powerful Hulk slam, Frieza could only hear the resounding cracks of his own bones, igniting an inferno of rage within him. Though he yearned to resist, he found himself utterly powerless. The sound of his bones shattering echoed like thunder, palpable even to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who could not help but swallow hard in trepidation. Soon after, T discarded the gasping Frieza as if he were a mere rag, leaving him on the ground, his body riddled with catastrophic fractures, trembling in agony. "Now it's your turn, our Prince Vegeta," T declared with a chilling laugh. "No, don't come any closer. You mustn't. This will end in death." Vegeta's face was a mask of sheer terror. Ignoring Vegeta's pleas, T seized him and unleashed another relentless Hulk slam, the sound of bones fracturing resonating once more. Vegeta's cries of pain elicited no sympathy from T, who then tossed him aside, observing Sun Wukong, who was drenched in sweat and emitting a bizarre, unsettling cackle reminiscent of a night owl's eerie call, sending shivers down the spine. "You're fortunate. I shall spare you for today," T said, and before his words could fully settle, he vanished like a specter. As T departed, the others dared to peek out, their expressions filled with pity as they gazed upon the devastated forms of Vegeta and Frieza, akin to 2 injured lambs. "This fiend is terrifying. He is nothing short of a demon," Tao Bai exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. not merely a demon. His cruelty is such that even the depths of hell could not rival it, Master Rashi concurred, his complexion as pale as parchment. Thank goodness he did not target us. I shudder to think of the fate that would have befallen us, Piccolo said, drenched in cold sweat, his face turning an ashen hue. Let us focus on rescuing them. Everyone, be cautious. Their bodies are shattered. Any contact could result in their bones piercing through their flesh like sharp spears. Sun Wukong shouted. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. T calculated that roughly a month remained until the emergence of the androids. Presently, T's combat power had reached a terrifying level of 100 billion. Having diligently trained 7 to 8 times a day, consistently gaining 3 to 400 million points of power each time. It is time for them to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Frisia's final form is too formidable. Best to avoid provoking him for now. T contemplated inwardly. Suddenly, familiar voices drifted in from outside Bulma's living room. T smiled gently and stepped outside, greeted by the recognizable voices of the fried rice trio. Hello, long time no see. How are you all? T's smile was as warm as a spring breeze. However, upon seeing T, the fried rice trio trembled as though they had encountered Yama, the king of hell. Do not fear me. As long as you refrain from wrongdoing, I shall not impose upon you, Icha reassured with a gentle smile. All right. Icha, stop frightening them. It's time to wash up and have dinner, Bulma's voice echoed from the kitchen. Very well, let us indulge in a feast together. Icha replied with a subtle smirk. By the way, what has befallen you? Do you not aspire to conquer the world? Icha inquired with a curious smile. And no, of course not. Pilaf stammered, shaking his head vigorously. At this juncture, the passionate romance between Icha and Bulma was reaching its zenith, as they frequently reveled in each other's company. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, swirling with clouds as black as ink. Icha understood that this was a summons from the deity Piccolo to the eternal dragon. At that moment, Por was enveloped by a radiant golden light. Icha, with clarity of mind, realized that the dragon was bestowing upon Por an extension of life, though he chose not to divulge this to him, knowing he would eventually discern the truth. My parents have inquired about when we shall wed, Bulma shyly confessed. Icha felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Utterly at a loss for words, this was his first encounter with such matters, and he was woefully uninformed. Perhaps a year. We shall marry in a year. Icha stammered. Very well, I shall wait for you for another year. But do not deceive me. Should I wait any longer, I may become a fated woman. Bulma playfully chided. Icha hastily consumed the remnants of his meal. I must depart for work now. I shall see you later. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Icha arrived where Sun Wukong was present. Frieza, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta regarded Icha with trepidation, as if he were a ferocious beast. Relax, I have other matters to discuss with you today. I shall take you to train shortly. You have 1 month to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Fail to do so, and I shall subject you to a fate worse than death, leaving you to yearn for life, yet unable to attain it. Icha proclaimed with a sinister laugh. Upon hearing Super Saiyan 2, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta lit up with excitement, their eyes gleaming. If Super Saiyan 1 was already so formidable, how much more powerful would Super Saiyan 2 be? Chapter 0. Only Beerus can restrain this demon. When shall we commence? I am ready at any moment, Vegeta exclaimed, his enthusiasm erupting like a volcano. Sun Wukong too was eager, ready to engage. Frieza, you remain here obediently. Should I sense even a hint of insubordination, I will take your life without hesitation. Icha warned with a cold smirk. Rest assured, I shall not stray. Please proceed. Frieza replied, waving his hands nervously. Yet, I ultimately find it hard to trust you, Icha remarked, delivering a powerful Hulk slam, leaving Frieza in a state of shattered bones, akin to a puppet with severed strings, his flesh marred and battered. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta witnessed the sheer brutality of Drink Tea, they trembled in trepidation, fearing they might soon find themselves subjected to similar treatment. With a casual grip as if handling a mere chick, Drink Tea seized the quaking Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and with a swift instant transmission, they arrived at the God Temple. The divine beings, Piccolo and the dark-skinned Bobo, quaked in fear at Drink Tea's sudden appearance. This does not concern you. Step aside. Drink Tea chuckled. He produced a gravity chamber with 1,000-fold intensity and, like a nesting doll, placed the time chamber within it. Subsequently, Drink tea ushered the two warriors inside and activated 100-fold gravity, which bore down upon them like the weight of a mountain, leaving them gasping for breath. He then escalated the gravity to 200-fold, compelling Sun Wukong and Vegeta to transform into Super Saiyans. Yet Drink tea further intensified it to 500-fold. In an instant, they were crushed to the ground as if struck by a sledgehammer. Here, a year passes while only a day elapses outside. This means you have 30 years at your disposal. With your prowess, even without transforming into Super Saiyans, you should be able to endure this level of gravity, though it will require some time to acclimatize. In my earlier days, I managed to adjust with a battle power of less than 600,000. Now, take your time to adapt, Drink tea instructed. Indeed, within the brief span of 3 months inside the time chamber, the two combatants swiftly acclimated to the 500-fold gravity. Drink tea then increased the gravity to 600-fold. Once again, they were rendered immobile as if trapped beneath the 5 elements mountain, 600-fold gravity. Without immense physical strength and an aura of power, would reduce anything to dust. After another 3 months, they emerged from their trials like phoenixes reborn. And Drink tea escalated the gravity to 800-fold. This time, even he could not suppress a slight frown. Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves as helpless as if sealed, unable even to move a finger, prompting Drink tea to adjust the gravity back to 700-fold. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a year had slipped away under the 800-fold gravity. Ultimately, they managed to adapt with great difficulty, at which point Drink tea increased it to 1,000-fold. Once more, they were immobilized, resembling statues, and even Drink tea felt the strain. However, he had no intention of relenting, determined to maintain this pressure indefinitely. Meanwhile, Frieza lay like a broken puppet, being carried back to his quarters by the Jinyu force. Jinyu had even crafted a spring-soft bed specifically tailored for Frieza. Intended for this very day? Lord Frieza, do you think we still have a chance to escape? That fiend is truly the embodiment of a demon. Jinyu stammered. Do you think I wish to remain here? That creature possesses a terrifying strength and navigates the cosmos with ease, not to mention his blinding speed. If I dare to make a move, he will sense it instantly, and we might not even know how we meet our end. Frieza's voice trembled slightly. Is there truly no one who can subdue this demon? Shall we attempt to contact your father, King Kurd? Jinyu inquired cautiously. It would be futile. Even if my father possesses strength, it is not substantial enough. This demon can incapacitate me without resistance. My father would barely endure 2 strikes. To counterbalance this malevolent being, the only possibility lies in the awakening of that esteemed individual, Frieza mused, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Which prominent figure do you refer to, Lord Frieza? Jinyu asked with curiosity. The god of destruction, Beerus, Frieza replied, his voice brimming with reverence. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about his past encounter with Beerus. At that time, Beerus was still in slumber, yet the aura he exuded instilled profound terror in Frieza. Only he could stand against that demon, Frieza thought to himself. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, she awakened from her afternoon slumber, suddenly beset by a tumultuous wave of nausea, initially attributing it to an upset stomach. A thunderous revelation from the hospital left her both astonished and elated. She was pregnant. Over the past couple of years, her bond with Yamcha had deepened, shattering the final barriers. In that moment, she felt like a solitary vessel adrift in an endless sea, uncertain of what to do, particularly since Yamcha was not by her side. Only the trio of Puar and Chao Fan accompanied her to the hospital. On the other hand, Yamcha had effortlessly acclimated to a gravity of 1,000 times Earth's. In the face of a combat power of 100 billion, a mere stroke of fortune rendered the immense gravity trivial, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Here are the Senza beans, 100 in total, 50 for each of you, along with a substantial supply of food. Furthermore, I shall arrange for Den to deliver more. In a month, I shall return. If you two have not ascended to Super Saiyan 2 by then, I shall render you both incapable, Yamcha declared before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Kakarot, what shall we do? He claims he will render us incapable in a month. Vegeta voiced his concern. Do not fret. Here, a year equates to a day outside. This means we have 30 years. I refuse to believe we cannot surpass our limits. Goku replied with unwavering confidence. Indeed, 30 years, and we shall surely succeed. Vegeta encouraged himself. Back at Bulma's home, she pulled Yamcha aside to disclose her pregnancy news. In an instant, It was as if a thunderbolt struck Yamcha, leaving him in a state of shock, utterly at a loss. The situation felt like an unfathomable fog to him. Observing Yamcha's dazed expression, Bulma felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. "Mr. Yamcha, you should be joyous. You are to become a father." Poor exclaimed. Yes, I am very happy." "Bulma, I apologize. I was lost in thought." Yamcha laughed, attempting to regain his composure. Chapter 0. The Trio Versus. The android's time flits by like a fleeting shadow, and the days pass swiftly, akin to arrows released from a bow. A month has slipped away in an instant, during which the soothing presence of tea accompanied Bulma, making this period one of her most joyful moments. "Stay at home obediently. When the time comes, I must venture out," Tea gently remarked. "Go ahead. Remember to return home early," Bulma responded with warmth. In a flash, Tea arrived at the sacred temple, disregarding the trembling forms of the deities Piccolo and Bobo, and directly extracted the two from the time chamber. Goku and Vegeta, living up to expectations, had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2. With a slight enhancement in their base combat power, they emerged even more formidable in their transformed state, their strength now reaching approximately 3 billion. T nodded slightly, indicating they should first cleanse themselves in the sacred temple, for they were in a deplorable condition, their unkempt beards nearly falling off. After 3 decades without a wash, they felt utterly uncomfortable. Before long, T escorted the two back to Goku's home and summoned Frieza, who was now able to move with some difficulty. The resilience of this icy being was remarkable, recovering at a pace that would be unimaginable for any human. T bestowed upon him a senzu bean, and soon Frieza was revitalized and brimming with vigor. "Now, I have a task for you. Should anyone fail to complete it, I shall reduce their bones to fragments." T remarked with a sinister chuckle. The mention of such a fate sent shivers down the spines of the three. Subsequently, T informed them of the location where the androids would appear. "Remember, do not kill them. I will be watching from a distance." A sly smile played upon T's lips. "Rest assured, we will handle it," Vegeta confidently declared, thumping his chest. In an instant, the trio dashed through the skies like meteors, swiftly arriving at the designated location of the androids. They surveyed their surroundings, only to find desolate mountains and barren lands, devoid of any signs of habitation. Could he have been mistaken? Will the androids truly manifest here? Vegeta pondered aloud, perplexed. "I am uncertain, but he must be telling the truth. There is no reason for him to deceive us," Goku replied. "In my view, a brief wait will reveal the truth," Frieza suggested. At that moment, 2 figures soared up the mountainside like swift birds, none other than Dr. Gero from the original tale and Android 19, with Dr. Gero himself having transformed into an android. The sight of Dr. Gero and Android 19 ignited excitement within the trio. They had endured too much, and the suffering brought upon them by T was a memory they would never forget. "Perhaps it would be best for me to handle this matter. You two should rest." Frieza grinned widely. "What? That's not acceptable," Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. "How about this? We shall determine our fate through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim the others as their own. What say you?" Frieza chuckled once more. "A splendid idea. I find it quite agreeable," Vegeta responded with a smile. "Very well. Let us commence." Goku also grinned. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero and Android 19 observed the trio, feeling a tinge of annoyance at being so blatantly disregarded. Before long, the saying 3 can learn from 1 proved true as King Frieza emerged triumphant, leaving Vegeta and Goku with expressions of utter resignation. "I apologize, but they are now mine," Frieza proclaimed with a smug grin. Do tread carefully. Do not let yourself be defeated," Vegeta retorted with a cold sneer. "What did you say?" "I would never succumb to them. I shall obliterate them," Frieza bellowed furiously. In an instant, Frieza materialized before Dr. Gero and Android 19, arms crossed defiantly, resembling an immovable mountain. "Will you both come at me together, or shall you approach one at a time?" Frieza inquired with a mocking smile. At that moment, Android 19 stepped forward slowly without any protest from Dr. Gero, who appeared quite confident, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Just you alone? Then I shall impart a lesson you will never forget. Allow me to share with you the suffering I have endured over the past year," Frieza said with a smile that betrayed no warmth. With that, Frieza lunged forward like a tiger descending from a mountain, while Android 19 shot towards him like an arrow released from a bow, leading to an exhilarating clash between the two. In the heat of battle, Frieza furrowed his brow, He had not anticipated that this being known as Android 19 would be such a formidable opponent. This is not looking good. Frieza seemed to struggle against the onslaught. Vegeta's lip curled into a mockingly triumphant smile. For the time being, Frieza can hold his own, but I sense that the artificial being possesses a greater prowess. Given enough time, Frieza will surely falter, Goku remarked, his expression grave. Frieza, are you capable? If not, step aside and let me take over. Vegeta scoffed. What did you say? Dare you question my abilities? Frieza roared with fury. In an instant, both combatants unleashed their full might, with Android 19 matching Frieza's ferocity, resulting in a stalemate that seemed unbreakable. Frieza, observing his inability to overcome this artificial adversary while Goku and Vegeta mocked him from below, felt his rage boiling over, compelling him to intensify his assault. After half an hour of relentless effort, Frieza found himself still unable to defeat Android 19. However, it seemed that Android 19 was equally unable to gain the upper hand, which offered Frieza a momentary sense of relief. At that moment, a figure appeared like a specter. Useless fool, get down here at once. You are a disgrace. The figure shouted furiously. Frieza, sensing the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation and stepped behind the newcomer. Vegeta, it is your turn. Remember, do not kill him, the figure said with a smile that was anything but genuine. Rest assured, my lord, I shall spare their lives. They are in my capable hands, Vegeta declared with unwavering confidence. In a swift display of prowess, he overwhelmed Android 19, nearly decapitating him. Dr. Gero could only watch in disbelief as Android 19 was effortlessly dispatched by Vegeta in an instant. Now, Android 19 lay incapacitated on the ground, utterly powerless beneath the weight of Vegeta's formidable aura, unable to move even a finger. Dr. Gero, it is now your turn, Vegeta cackled ominously. Before Dr. Gero could utter a word, a series of resounding punches echoed through the air, and he collapsed to the ground, much like Android 19, his mechanical parts strewn about, littering the floor. My lord, the androids you mentioned are truly no match for us. We can easily dispatch them, Vegeta proclaimed with exaggerated reverence, his face adorned with insincere flattery. T, however, paid no heed to his words, instead shifting the conversation to the other three androids. Leave this matter to me, Goku asserted, thumping his chest with conviction. T remained silent, while Vegeta, quick as a dart, leaped to the birthplace of the androids. Goku, taken aback, could not allow Vegeta to take the lead and promptly followed suit. As Goku and Vegeta ventured further away, T turned to Frieza, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "These two are entrusted to your care. Should they escape, I shall take your life." His voice was as calm as a placid lake, yet to Frieza, it resonated like the whispers of a demon, a beckoning from the realm of death. Rest assured, I shall guard them closely and ensure they do not escape, Frieza replied, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta had engaged in combat with androids 17 and 18. The disparity in their fighting capabilities was evident. Goku and Vegeta stood on either side, grinning as if toying with their prey. What is happening? How have their power levels surged to such heights? Our data does not record such formidable strength. Android 18's voice trembled with a hint of fear. I don't know. Something must be amiss. This is infuriating. We are no match for them. Android 17 seethed with rage. What are you waiting for? Dispose of them at once. At that moment, T approached with an unhurried demeanor. Upon hearing T's words, Goku and Vegeta immediately wiped the smiles from their faces and launched a rapid assault, delivering a punch that sent androids 17 and 18 clutching their stomachs, rolling on the ground in agony. T, observing the composed android 16 from a distance, smiled faintly. Do you feel as though you are imbued with the spirit of a war god, immensely powerful? T said, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he strolled leisurely towards him. On the 16th, silence prevailed. Yet the oppressive aura of the tea drinker descended like a mountain upon an egg, rendering the 16th motionless as if ensnared by a binding spell. Unable to move even a finger, the tea drinker effortlessly seized the 16th, followed by a relentless barrage of punches that struck like a tempest, chastising him for his audacity to feign strength. Discarding the 16th as one would an inconsequential object, the 16th now writhed on the ground, clutching his abdomen in terror, suffering visibly. Very well, take them all back and gather them together, the tea drinker commanded before soaring off with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing the order, Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement, escorting the three to Friesia's vicinity. Observing the battered 16th, 17th, and 18th, who lay gasping like flickering candles, Dr. Gero seethed with rage. At that moment, the tea drinker had found Cell, who was still in his embryonic stage, possessing negligible combat power. However, upon seeing him, the tea drinker's brow furrowed in concern, for before him stood a fully formed Cell. How did you evolve into your perfect form? The tea drinker's voice was calm as a placid lake, but laced with immeasurable authority. Cell, upon encountering the tea drinker, trembled like a frightened bird, evidently aware of the tea drinker's formidable strength. I do not comprehend your words. I have always been this way, Cell stammered, his gaze darting about as if seeking an escape route. Do you choose silence? Do you believe I shall render you mute for eternity? The tea drinker let out a chilling, sinister laugh. Before Cell could respond, the tea drinker appeared before him like a specter, sending Cell into a panic, trembling uncontrollably. The tea drinker's fists fell like raindrops, striking once, twice, with relentless force. Cell immediately clutched his abdomen, rolling on the ground in agony. Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak? The tea drinker continued his assault, laughing maniacally as though this were the most ordinary of occurrences. I will speak, Cell's voice emerged faintly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Speak. The tea drinker's expression remained as calm as still water, betraying no emotion. I come from the future, thus I am in my perfect form. At this revelation, Cell appeared on the verge of fainting, his body swaying precariously. Clarify your words. Dare to lose consciousness, and I shall twist your neck. The tea drinker's laughter echoed ominously, reminiscent of a night owl's call. Hearing this, Cell seemed to regain his resolve, shakily rising to his feet. I hail from the future. In that world, I have seen you. Initially, I was created by Dr. Gero to consume other androids, but you kept them at bay, preventing my approach. Thus, I remained hidden until many years later, when you ventured out, granting me the opportunity. Cell's voice trembled as he spoke, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind. Drinking tea nodded, pondering that at that time, Bulma must have already crafted the time machine. As for other matters, I shall insist that you remain compliant. Should any issue arise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Drinking tea emitted a sinister cackle that echoed through the air like the roar of a malevolent spirit. I dare not, I dare not. I shall remain utterly obedient and would never defy your will. Cell trembled in fear, quaking like a frightened rabbit. Where's the time machine? Present it. A wicked smile played upon Drinking Tea's lips, reminiscent of a demon's grin. At this moment, Cell leisurely produced a capsule, which Drinking Tea accepted, delivering several forceful blows to instill fear and ensure compliance. Now, Cell was on the brink of collapse, as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Drinking Tea swiftly transported him back, gathering all the androids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, splendid. Remember to prepare the funds for tomorrow, otherwise, you know what awaits you. Drinking Tea departed with a chilling laugh that resonated like a harbinger of doom from the depths of hell. As they watched Drinking Tea leave, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, especially Cell, who vividly recalled the terror he had witnessed in the future world. Chapter 0. The Tragic King and Prince Cell. How is it that you find yourself here? You have actually evolved to your perfect form? Dr. Gero exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, as he gazed at Cell with wide eyes, then shifted his gaze to the surrounding androids. However, in that moment, Cell was barely clinging to life, his breath faint as a wisp of smoke. Despite hearing Dr. Gero's words, he lacked the strength to respond. Allow me to extend a word of caution. You would do well to prepare for your own fate. When he arrives tomorrow, should you not have your finances in order, brace yourselves for a harsh reckoning. Dr. Gero's laughter rang out as he turned to return to his quarters. Do not fret. I shall ensure that the funds are arranged for you. It would be wise to remain docile and refrain from entertaining thoughts of escape. You stand little chance of gaining favor in my hands, let alone under Drinking Tea's influence. Goku's expression was calm, like still waters, as he spoke without a ripple of concern. Upon returning to Bulma's home, Drinking Tea contemplated whether to retrieve the time machine for Bulma's examination. Yet, reconsidering, he decided to postpone the matter, knowing Bulma was with child. Currently, Bulma was living a life of joy and contentment, surrounded by the frying rice trio and Puer, who kept her entertained with their playful antics. Drinking tea also dedicated ample time to share precious moments with her. The following day, as drinking tea resumed his usual routine, everyone nervously produced the funds, which Goku had meticulously prepared and Bulma had generously contributed. Drinking tea was well aware of this, yet he chose not to reveal his knowledge. He gazed at the still feeble Cell and unhesitatingly offered him a senzu bean, which revitalized Cell in an instant, like a withered tree awakening in spring. Cell, I now bestow upon you a task. Are you capable of fulfilling it? Drinking tea's lips curled into a sly smile. You need only command me, and I shall not fail in my duty. Shalu gazed at the tea drinker with utmost reverence, his eyes filled with awe. These two monkeys shall henceforth be entrusted to your training and supervision. Should any dare attempt to escape, they shall be dealt with mercilessly, without the need for my report. The tea drinker emitted a series of sinister cackles, reminiscent of a night owl's eerie call, sending chills down the spines of those present. Upon hearing the tea drinker's threats, several of the androids trembled violently, as if shaken by a violent storm, while King Frieza seethed with fury, his teeth gritted in rage. The tea drinker, observing Frieza's grim expression, allowed his smile to widen maliciously as he approached with deliberate slowness. Frieza, unnerved by the tea drinker's grin, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. My lord, what service do you require of me? Frieza stammered, his demeanor akin to a candle flickering in the wind, gazing at the tea drinker as if he were a ferocious beast. From your recent demeanor, it seems you harbor some dissent. Perhaps I should provide you with a more vivid lesson. The tea drinker cackled once more, his voice echoing with a chilling resonance. As the tea drinker appeared poised to strike, Frieza quaked in terror, beads of sweat cascading down his brow like a torrential waterfall. No, please do not come closer, my lord. Show mercy and spare me, he pleaded in desperation. The tea drinker ignored Frieza's pitiful entreaties, lunging at him like a famished tiger, delivering a brutal Hulk-like slam that shattered bones with a sound akin to firecrackers exploding within Frieza's body. The onlookers were horrified by the tea drinker's brutality, trembling like leaves in a cold wind. Before long, Frieza lay on the ground, his body reduced to a state of catastrophic fracture, barely clinging to life, akin to a flickering candle in the breeze. Yet, the tea drinker remained unsatisfied, delivering another vicious kick to Frieza's abdomen, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from him. Remember this well, my visits may be infrequent, perhaps once or several times a day. It is uncertain. As long as the payment is substantial, everything is negotiable. Otherwise, Frieza shall serve as your cautionary tale. The tea drinker let out another spine-chilling cackle. Witnessing the tea drinker's devilish grin, the crowd involuntarily swallowed hard, as if ensnared by a demon's bait, aware that a moment's misstep could lead them into an abyss of despair. I shall take my leave for now, the tea drinker declared, casting a final glance over the assembly. Only Sun Wukong met his gaze with unwavering calm, while the others trembled like frightened rabbits, unable to meet the piercing gaze of the tea drinker, fearing that misfortune might soon befall them. True to form, the tea drinker glided silently to Vegeta's side, causing the prince to break into a cold sweat. Terror etched across his features as he beheld the tea drinker's cruel smile, reminiscent of a fiend from the depths of hell. Prince Vegeta, do you perhaps harbor a sense of rebellion within you? The tea drinker cackled ominously, his eyes narrowing like a serpent's as they fixated on Vegeta. Fear not. Esteemed sir, you have misunderstood my intentions. I am unwaveringly loyal to you, harboring not a shred of discontent. Vegeta's visage was marred by terror, his voice trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. Yet, it is evident that you harbor resentment and seem to be plotting your defiance against me. Am I mistaken? The smile of the tea drinker grew increasingly sinister, resembling a demon mocking the ignorance and frailty of mortals. Such accusations are unfounded. I am utterly devoid of such audacity. How could I ever entertain such thoughts? Vegeta frantically waved his hands, desperate to dismiss the notion. Enough. It is time for you to learn a lasting lesson. With a mocking grin, the tea drinker struck with lightning speed, seizing Vegeta and hoisting him high before slamming him forcefully to the ground, followed by a devastating Hulk-like throw. With each movement, the sound of bones fracturing resonated from within Vegeta, his anguished cries echoing across the earth, as if attempting to rend the heavens asunder. Nevertheless, the tea drinker remained unfazed, his countenance still adorned with a faint smile, continuing to execute his brutal maneuver. He understood Vegeta's nature all too well, this arrogant and haughty figure, whose hands were stained with blood, and whose sins were manifold. The tea drinker had no faith in the notion of a wicked man suddenly becoming virtuous. Such malefactors deserved stringent punishment, a reckoning for their transgressions. Such is the nature of the world. A villain may transform in an instant, yet a virtuous soul, once fallen, finds it exceedingly arduous to return to the light. Moreover, those who have committed heinous acts often receive accolades and affirmation when they seek redemption, hailed as prodigals returning home. This phenomenon filled the tea drinker with profound disdain. Chapter 23. Continuing the rectification of King Frieza and Prince Vegeta in this moment. Vegeta lay on the brink of death, his once formidable aura now reduced to a mere whisper. However, recognizing his exceptional combat prowess, the tea drinker intensified his assault, delivering several more brutal throws to ensure the lesson would be indelibly etched in Vegeta's memory. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Until we meet again. By the way, Dr. Gero, it would be prudent for you to dismantle that explosive device yourself, lest I be compelled to intervene. The tea drinker cackled as he departed. Indeed, I shall dismantle it at once. Dr. Gero replied without hesitation, producing the self-destruct mechanism of the androids and crushing it, as one would a fragile egg. As they watched the tea drinker fade into the distance, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The pressure he exerted upon them was as heavy as a mountain upon an egg. Observing Frieza and Vegeta, both barely clinging to life, the onlookers regarded them with pity. How foolishly arrogant, to dare defy the will of the master. Were it not for your pitiful state, I would have surely taken action against you both. Spat out Cell disdainfully. Cell, you have yet to answer my question. What is your current condition? Dr. Gero inquired, his brow furrowed with suspicion. Best not to pry too deeply, or the master shall not be pleased. Sherrod chuckled softly, his smile seemingly concealing boundless secrets. Time, like a fleeting horse, passed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, 9 months had elapsed, and Insha had become a relentless force, his combat prowess surpassing 1 billion, reaching a staggering 1 trillion. However, today heralded a momentous occasion. Bulma was about to give birth. Insha, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, paced fervently outside the delivery room. Soon, the resounding cry of a newborn echoed forth, and Insha breathed a sigh of relief. He rushed into the delivery room, observing Bulma's labored breaths, and quickly retrieved a magical bean. In an instant, Bulma rejuvenated as if she were a withered tree blossoming anew. Meanwhile, the news of Bulma and Insha's child's birth spread like wildfire, filling everyone with elation. Insha's joyous mood seemed to lighten the atmosphere for all. Only King Frieza wore a disdainful expression, and Vegeta maintained a scowling demeanor, as though the world owed him a fortune. Elsewhere, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, summoned the Eternal Dragon once more, a radiant light illuminating Bulma once again. The following day, Insha went to work as usual, greeted by cheerful faces and heartfelt congratulations from everyone. Even King Frieza and Prince Vegeta wore insincere smiles. Insha nodded graciously, accepting the well wishes before turning to depart. As he walked away, Frieza and Vegeta disdainfully spat on the ground. Insha soon arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple, where Piccolo and Bubbles trembled as they came to greet him. No need for such formality. You have done splendidly. Please restore the youth of my companions and Bulma's family, or extend their lifespans as you see fit. With that, Insha turned and left without a backward glance. Piccolo and Bubbles wiped the sweat beading on their foreheads, droplets falling like rain. At that moment, Insha stood once more beside Son Goku, while the disdain from Vegeta and Frieza was relayed to him by Sherrod. Frieza, I have heard you have some disparaging remarks about me. Insha's chilling laughter echoed, reminiscent of a night owl's call, sending shivers down spines. His piercing gaze, akin to that of a hawk, fixated on the trembling Frieza. How dare I? I would never dream of expressing any dissent towards you, my lord. That is sheer nonsense. Mere rumors. I implore you to see my unwavering loyalty, which is as evident as the heavens and the earth. Frieza's face was plastered with sycophantic smiles. Resembling a devoted lapdog, his eyes eagerly fixed on Insha. Is that truly the case? However, I must teach you a lesson to deter others from following your example, for that would indeed spell trouble. Insha's laughter echoed once more, a sound that seemed to rise from the depths of hell, instilling fear. Please, I beg you to spare me. Frieza watched in horror as Insha slowly approached him, dread washing over him like a tide, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Tea drinking disregarded Frisia's pleas for mercy, as this time he refrained from employing the Hulk slam. Instead, like a demon, he methodically crushed Frisia's fingers and toes, one by one, followed by his arms and legs, the bones fracturing inch by inch. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed through the still air, resembling the tolling of death's bell. You demon, may you meet a terrible fate. If you have the power, kill me. Frisia's anguished wails reverberated across the earth. Witnesses observed Tea torturing Frisia while emitting a chilling, maniacal laugh, instilling terror in all, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Before long, Frisia was once again on the brink of death, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall, Tea advanced towards Vegeta, prompting the crowd to scatter in fear. Prince Vegeta, I have heard whispers of your discontent towards me. Is there truth to this? Tea's eerie laughter pierced the air, akin to a blade aimed at Vegeta's heart. Absolutely not. This must be the slander of others, Vegeta exclaimed, his face a mask of terror as he regarded Tea. Indeed, I too believe it to be slander. However, I must impart a lesson to you. Tea cackled, his laughter echoing like a ghostly whisper from the underworld, sending shivers down spines. No, my lord, do not approach. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never transgress again. Spare me. I vow to remain utterly loyal, with no trace of discontent. Vegeta's eyes brimmed with despair and fear as he instinctively recoiled, seeking to evade Tea's impending punishment. Spare you? Once is never enough. How would you remember without a lesson? Tea replied with a cold smile, a flicker of cruelty gleaming in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, a powerful aura enveloping the surrounding area, inducing a sense of suffocation in all present. As Tea moved, an invisible pressure descended upon Vegeta like a mountain. With a sharp crack, Vegeta's finger bones shattered instantly, blood splattering forth. He cried out in agony, his voice echoing through the heavens, unbearable to hear. Yet, Tea did not relent. He continued to apply pressure. Soon, another crisp sound resonated as Tea effortlessly crushed Vegeta's toe bones. At this juncture, Vegeta was on the verge of collapse, trembling uncontrollably, utterly powerless to resist Tea's whims. Tea inflicted upon Vegeta the same torment he had bestowed upon Frisia, as Vegeta's wails filled the air, tears streaming down his face helplessly. In no time, Vegeta found himself once more gasping for breath, while the onlookers dared not breathe, fearful of incurring Tea's wrath and becoming the next victim. The atmosphere within 1,000 meters was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Tea proclaimed with a laugh, departing like a gust of wind. As the tea-drinking individual departed, others cautiously emerged, their expressions imbued with pity as they gazed upon Frisia and Vegeta. So, did you betray the two of them? Goku demanded, his voice seething with rage. Indeed, it was I who sold them out. They are merely walking into their own demise. And I bear no responsibility, Cell retorted, his countenance rife with disdain. Why would you do such a thing? Is it not preferable for all to coexist in harmony? Are you not aware that your actions may lead to everyone's downfall? Goku's fury reached its zenith. And what of it? I am merely loyal to Lord T. Their fate is of their own making, Cell smirked coldly, eyeing Frisia and Vegeta as though they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Cell, how have you become this way? You have known Lord T for scarcely a year and a half. How can you be so utterly devoted to him? Dr. Gero inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face. What do you understand? You have no inkling of Lord T's true power. Let me enlighten you. His strength is akin to that of a deity, surpassing even the divine. Cell's admiration was palpable, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Having traversed from the future, Cell was privy to many secrets. He had witnessed Lord T's formidable feats, and the magnitude of his power was indelibly etched into Cell's very soul. He dared not defy his commands. Meanwhile, Lord T had returned home. Although he and Bulma had yet to wed, such matters seemed trivial to them. On the other side, Goku's gaze remained fixated on Cell, who dismissively struck him aside. Goku, untransformed, was utterly outmatched by Cell, whose combat prowess soared to 200 billion. Like a kite severed from its string, Goku was sent hurtling away. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his base power now reaching 100 million. Augmented 50-fold in Super Saiyan form to an astounding 5 billion, and then doubling again as Super Saiyan 2, reaching a staggering 150 billion. A chilling smile graced Cell's lips as he regarded Goku like a serpent eyeing its prey. Today, I shall deliver a harrowing lesson on behalf of Lord T. Before long, an electrifying battle erupted between Cell and Goku. The two warriors exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Yet, Cell maneuvered effortlessly, as if toying with a feeble quarry. In contrast, Goku faced Cell's counterattacks with utmost exertion, akin to a solitary vessel struggling against a tempest. Soon, Goku found himself in a dire predicament, rolling helplessly on the ground. What is the matter? Is this all you are capable of? I possess barely a fraction of Lord T's strength, yet you cannot even best me. All the while harboring thoughts of treachery against him. Cell scoffed derisively. At that moment, Goku regained his stamina, once again lunging at Cell with the ferocity of a tiger, launching a more intense offensive. Alas, Cell's power was unparalleled, exceeding Goku's by a staggering 50 billion. Moments later, Sun Wukong found himself once again in a pitiful state, rolling helplessly on the ground. Is this all you are capable of? If it weren't for the decree from Lord T urging me to observe you, I could easily obliterate you pathetic miscreants with the mere flick of my finger, scoffed Shala disdainfully. Meanwhile, T was lost in contemplation of time. It must be around a decade since the emergence of the androids. The saga of Majin Buu is about to unfold. Alas, the might of Majin Buu should peak within the realm of 500 billion. Given my current strength, dealing with him would be a trivial matter. Yet, I must act swiftly. Following Majin Buu, Dragon Ball Super will commence, and at that juncture, my modest abilities will be insufficient, T pondered quietly. In an instant, T activated his instant transmission, arriving at Namek like a bolt of lightning. Together with others, they summoned the Eternal Dragon. This time, T had 3 wishes. First, to wish for eternal sustenance without the need to eat or drink, and to remain immortal. Second, to request the dragon to transform his alternate dimension into a livable environment. Third, to extend his lifespan. Although T understood that the Namekian dragon could only grant him a few hundred more years, he was nonetheless satisfied. Possessing formidable power, collecting the Dragon Balls was a mere trifle for him. Soon, he effortlessly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Let Dandy assist in the summoning, he commanded. As Dandy spoke, a colossal green light illuminated the sky, followed by the appearance of a magnificent dragon. State your wishes. I shall grant them, the dragon's deep voice resonated. T, filled with excitement, declared, O eternal dragon, please transform my space into a habitable realm. Dandy promptly translated this into the Namekian language. The dragon acquiesced to his request, enveloping T's dimension in a green light, rendering it a suitable environment for habitation. Elated, T reveled in the thought that his space could now accommodate others. In times of peril on Earth, he could relocate his family elsewhere. In no time, all 3 of T's wishes were fulfilled, leaving him overjoyed. He expressed profound gratitude to the Namekians present and, after realizing his dreams, bid farewell to Dandy and the others before departing from Namek. He resolved to visit Yardrat, the site of his mastery over instant transmission. Upon arriving at Yardrat, he beheld its inhabitants leading peaceful and prosperous lives, filling him with immense satisfaction. Choosing not to disturb these benevolent people, he opted to leave quietly. With his astounding powers, T effortlessly traversed the galaxy and returned to Earth in the blink of an eye. Chapter 0. The Peril of the Grand Kai. Upon returning to Earth, T suddenly recalled the arrogant Grand Kai. Displeased with his demeanor, he resolved to seek out trouble with him. After some sensing, T finally located Grand Kai's planet and utilized instant transmission to arrive there. He boldly intruded upon the Grand Kai's residence, discovering a fierce battle tournament taking place within. Drinking tea found the situation rather amusing, so he refrained from interrupting and quietly observed. After a while, he gazed upon the monotonous scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He initially intended to intimidate the Grand Kai, but to his surprise, his actions had been noticed by the onlookers. Indeed, the absence of a halo above his head indicated that he was a living being, which in the realm of the Grand Kai was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Who exactly are you? How dare you trespass on the Grand Kai's planet? At that moment, an old man with white hair and sunglasses addressed him. Drinking tea recognized him as the Grand Kai. Haha, so you are the Grand Kai. He cackled ominously. You possess no divine power? A mere mortal? How did you arrive here? Who brought you? The Grand Kai bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. Old man, I have no time to waste on your prattle. I came here simply because I find your sunglasses irritating and your pretentious demeanor insufferable. Drinking tea replied with another sinister laugh. What do you intend to achieve? I am the Grand Kai. The Grand Kai sensed Drinking Tea's ill intentions and issued a warning. Is the Grand Kai really so formidable? Very well. If you can withstand a mere finger of mine, I shall leave at once. Otherwise you, Grand Kai, may find yourself at my mercy today. Drinking tea retorted with another cackle. You are utterly disrespectful. At that moment, a burly figure stepped forward, his thick lips and dark skin resembling a plate of spare ribs. Ah, so you are the spare ribs, are you? Today, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Drinking tea continued to laugh sinisterly. Before the spare ribs could utter a word, Drinking tea struck him with a forceful slap, sending him spinning like a top. His cheeks swelling dramatically and several teeth falling out. Not yet satisfied, Drinking tea followed up with a light punch, causing the spare ribs to feel as though his ribs had shattered, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. In an instant, he crumpled to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. The spectators were left in shock, for the spare ribs were among the most formidable beings present. The Grand Kai swallowed hard, realizing he had failed to perceive when Drinking tea had made his move, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Drinking tea suddenly removed his sunglasses and delivered a swift punch, causing the Grand Kai to stagger as blood gushed from his mouth, followed by him writhing on the ground in pain. My apologies, everyone. I merely found this old man displeasing, with no ulterior motive. Please, do continue your competition. Drinking tea grinned. Stop right there. How dare you assault the Grand Kai? Do you not realize the grave crime you have committed? At that moment, another figure in sunglasses emerged. Drinking tea intended to leave, but was halted by this individual. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was the East Kai. What? Do you wish to provoke me as well? As you wish, I shall comply. After a leisurely sip of tea, a swift punch was unleashed. The East King was instantly struck, his eyes bulging as blood gushed forth like a fountain, and soon he writhed in agony on the ground, much like the Great King. I can hardly tolerate individuals like you, perpetually perched on high, posturing without comprehension. After a brief session of disparagement over tea, I vanished without a trace. Time slipped away, and eventually, the Great King and his companions began to regain their composure, no longer suffering as before. How infuriating! Who on earth is this person? What is his origin? Conduct a thorough investigation. The Great King seethed with indignation. At that moment, the North King, who had been lurking in the shadows, sauntered forth. My Lord Great King, this individual hails from my North Galaxy, the North King stated. What? North King, how dare you? Did you bring him here? Did you instruct him to come and assault us? The East King roared in fury. Dear friends, this man is not someone we can provoke lightly. Do you not realize that even the cosmic tyrant Frisia fell before him? The North King cautioned slowly. What? Even that demon Frisia is no match for him? How can this be? The Great King was left utterly astonished. I have no reason to deceive you. His strength surpasses what we can contend with. This man has wreaked havoc on earth, robbing and extorting others daily, mercilessly beating those who refuse to pay. The North King recounted, visibly shaken. What shall we do? Is there truly no one capable of dealing with him? The East King exclaimed in anger. There is someone, but we would need to summon that individual. I cannot say if he will respond, the Great King replied. Are you referring to the King God? The North King inquired, his expression one of confusion. Indeed, the King God. If he is willing to assist us, I firmly believe we can easily vanquish that rogue, the Great King said, his eyes shimmering with excitement. In my opinion, it would be prudent for you, Great King, to visit the King God's realm personally. This way, we can resolve the matter swiftly. After all, a round trip will take 3 to 4 years. We cannot afford to waste such precious time, the East King urged hastily. Indeed, you speak wisely. I shall personally pay a visit to the King God, and once he arrives, we shall ensure that Rogue receives a proper lesson, the Great King agreed, nodding in affirmation and deciding to act immediately. North King, during this time, you are to monitor that man's every move. He must not escape, should his whereabouts elude us. Do not blame me for being unmerciful. I shall hold you accountable. The Great King sternly instructed the North King before vanishing in an instant. Watching the Great King depart, the North King shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself, even if the King God truly comes here, it is unlikely he could stand against the likes of him. Meanwhile, I had successfully returned to Earth. He first visited Sun Wukong to collect protection fees, and then returned home with a sense of satisfaction. Embracing his beloved Bulma and child tightly, relishing the warmth and happiness of family time. Chapter 26. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Time passes like a fleeting horse and years flow like a spinning shuttle in the blink of an eye. A decade has slipped away. During these 10 years, the world has undergone tremendous changes. The devil, instead of becoming the savior of the world, has nonetheless been crowned the world champion. The son of the tea drinker has grown up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and surprisingly, he retained the name Trunks. The tea drinker expressed no opposition, as long as Bulma was pleased. However, Trunks showed little interest in martial arts, yet was deeply passionate about his studies. Seemingly inheriting Bulma's intellect, having already earned numerous academic accolades by the tender age of 10. On the other hand, the Dragon Ball gang was bustling with activity, engaged in daily battles and training. Now, Vegeta and Sun Wukong's combat power has surpassed that of Cell, reaching an astonishing 300 billion, effortlessly overwhelming Cell in every encounter. The other characters remain as ordinary as ever, transformed into kind-hearted individuals under the tea drinker's influence. Gohan continues to maintain a godfather relationship with Piccolo, while Goten remains his sole godson. The other androids navigate through the monotony of daily life. Android 18 has not been with Krillin. Most notably, Frieza appears to have reformed, displaying remarkable obedience whenever he encounters the tea drinker. Over the past decade, the tea drinker's transformation has been monumental. He has not taken a single day off, continuing to work as before, albeit only 2 or 3 times a day, spending the majority of his time with family. Nevertheless, his combat power has reached an alarming 7 trillion. Yet, he understands this is far from sufficient, for according to established lore, Beerus possesses a combat power of approximately 16 trillion. Thus, surpassing Beerus would indeed be a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, he does not fear, as he can wield the Kaioken, leaving Beerus powerless against him. As for Whis, as long as he does not provoke him, he knows he cannot hope to measure up to such an angelic being. This time, the tea drinker allowed them all to venture out and play freely, with the sole condition being that they must not leave Earth. Consequently, they participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, much like the original storyline, while the tea drinker brought his family along to watch, merely seeking to bring joy to Bulma. This time, Bula is still classmates with Gohan, but the identity of Scion's superhero has vanished, and their relationship has become quite ordinary. Soon, the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament were about to commence. Satan, as brazen as ever, boasted a punching power of 137, which was deemed the strongest. However, when the Dragon Ball gang took the stage, each of their scores exceeded 200, especially Vegeta, who shattered the punching machine with a single blow, leaving everyone astounded and prompting many to withdraw from the competition. Beatrice gazed incredulously at the scene before her, scarcely believing that anyone could shatter the punching machine. She even questioned her own sanity. Yet, the undeniable reality lay starkly in front of her. The punching machine had indeed been obliterated by a single blow, leaving Beatrice utterly astounded. The inaugural match of the martial arts tournament was about to commence, and to everyone's astonishment, the first contender was none other than King Frieza. Surrounded by a throng of spectators, he seethed with indignation, feeling akin to a monkey on display in a zoo. However, he refrained from lashing out, fully aware that the enigmatic T was scrutinizing the match, and the companions who accompanied him appeared to possess superior strength. Frieza surveyed the seemingly unremarkable opponent before him, and with merely a finger, he dispatched him to the ground. His eyes widened in shock and refusal to accept his defeat. Meanwhile, the arena was teeming with participants, each hesitant to unleash their ki blasts for fear of collateral damage. Thus, a thrilling hand-to-hand combat ensued. T reiterated the importance of not intentionally losing, compelling everyone to give their utmost. To expedite the proceedings, the organizers decided that all competitors would take to the stage simultaneously. As time progressed, only a handful remained: Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and surprisingly, Satan. Suddenly, Frieza devised a cunning plan. He feigned a fall, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Goku. Caught off guard, Goku was swiftly knocked to the ground. Witnessing this, Vegeta was consumed by rage and charged at Frieza, igniting an intense confrontation between the two. Just as they clashed fiercely, Goku slowly rose to his feet, plunging the crowd into a chaotic melee. Amidst the turmoil, it was astonishing that Satan was largely ignored, as if forgotten in the fray. He secretly reveled in what he mistakenly perceived as an advantageous position. Despite Frisia's limited combat prowess, his physical form was remarkably robust, standing toe-to-toe with his adversaries. Time flew by, and soon only Frisia, Cell, Goku, Vegeta, and the overlooked Satan remained on the stage. Before long, the four engaged in a fierce battle once more. Frisia faced off against Cell, while Goku clashed with Vegeta. Their physical strength was formidable, and each collision sent shockwaves reverberating throughout the arena. The stage swayed perilously, threatening to collapse into fragments at any moment. Fortunately, T's formidable presence stabilized the platform, preserving it from destruction. The intensity of the four-way battle escalated, proving to be a deadlock. Satan was repeatedly hurled backward by the residual force, nearly toppling off the stage. Yet, no one paid him any mind. All eyes were riveted on the breathtaking confrontation. Terrified, Satan recognized that this was no mere trickery, but an authentic display of immense power. Suddenly, an opportunity presented itself. He stealthily maneuvered to Frisia's rear, preparing for a surprise attack. He considered this an ingenious scheme. Should it succeed, he would attain fame in an instant. However, Frisia had already discerned Satan's intentions. The moment Satan made his move, Frisia effortlessly evaded the attack and sent Satan flying with a single kick. Satan crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he was engulfed by fear and despair. Meanwhile, the others in the arena remained oblivious to Satan's plight, their focus still locked on their own battles. With a cold chuckle, Frisia looked at Satan and said, "You think you can ambush me?" With that, he returned to his clash with Cell. Beulah gasped in disbelief. Her invincible father had been kicked away. She hurriedly accompanied the doctor to assess the situation, only to find that Satan's ribs were shattered, placing his life in jeopardy and necessitating urgent medical attention. Chapter 27. The demise of Babidi. Initially, everyone believed the battle would swiftly yield a victor, yet unexpectedly, the four fighters engaged in fierce combat throughout the entire day, still brimming with vigor and vitality. In light of this, the tournament officials ultimately decided to postpone the match until the following morning. After utilizing instant transmission to return Bulma and the others, Yamcha reappeared at the tournament grounds. "Come on, let me take you all for some fun," Yamcha said with a grin, leading the group to the birthplace of Majin Buu, the site of his sealing. Just then, two long-eared beings materialized before Yamcha, a slight smile gracing his lips. Target: East Supreme Kai, power level 500 million, successful heist yields 50 million power points. Target: Jebit God, power level 100 million. Successful heist yields 10 million power points. You'd better not act arrogant in my presence, or I won't care if you're the Supreme Kai. Yamcha let out an odd laugh. Since you know I am the Supreme Kai, how dare you be so disrespectful? It seems you must have some sort of advantage, the Supreme Kai replied with a smile. Yamcha recalled the Supreme Kai's haughty demeanor upon his introduction in Dragon Ball, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had once mistakenly believed that this Supreme Kai possessed extraordinary power, only to discover it was quite the opposite. "I warned you not to parade your self-importance before me," Yamcha said with a scornful laugh, his words dripping with disdain and contempt. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamcha swiftly grasped the Supreme Kai by the neck, effortlessly lifting him. Then, with a gentle flick of his arm, he sent the Supreme Kai soaring like a kite with its strings cut, crashing heavily to the ground. This seemingly effortless strike was executed with measured restraint. After all, the East Supreme Kai was not an adversary, but rather a benevolent and upright being. Thus, Yamcha refrained from inflicting serious harm, merely imparting a lesson. Nevertheless, his actions left the Supreme Kai wide-eyed, nearly bursting with shock and fear. At that moment, Jebit God, sensing the precarious situation, attempted to intervene. However, the gaze of the tea drinker was as piercing as a sword, with a mere glance. It inflicted upon Jebit an unbearable pressure that rendered his legs weak, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. The unfortunate deity let forth a strange, mocking laughter, its derision unmistakable. "How dare you be so rude?" the Supreme Kai demanded in indignation. "You would do well to mind your words. Should you dare to act arrogantly before me again, I shall not hesitate to shatter every bone in your body," the tea drinker retorted with a cold smirk, the threat evident in his tone. Confronted with such overwhelming force, the Supreme Kai dared not assert himself further and stood quietly to the side in silence. "Has the Grand Supreme Kai sent you? Perhaps to take a look at that Majin Buu?" the tea drinker inquired with a sly smile flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, the Grand Supreme Kai has mentioned you," But you are aware of Majin Buu? The Supreme Kai questioned with suspicion. Let us proceed. We shall pay a visit to this so-called Majin Buu, proclaimed the tea drinker, leading the way, with the Supreme Kai and Jebit reluctantly following behind. This fellow possesses such formidable strength. I nearly met my end at the hands of that old fool. Upon my return, I must ensure he receives his due. The Supreme Kai inwardly cursed. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the lair of the sorcerer Babidi, the very place that sealed Majin Buu. At that moment, a figure emerged, startling the Supreme Kai. Target, Dabura, battle power 20 billion. Successful robbery yields 20 billion battle power. The system's notification resonated. The Demon King Dabura. I cannot believe he has fallen under Babidi's control, the Supreme Kai exclaimed. Welcome. Please come in. Dabura greeted with a smile. Let us go. The tea drinker responded, entering first. Wait a moment, you all. The Supreme Kai hastily interjected. The tea drinker chuckled and replied, What seems to be the matter? You were quite boastful upon your entrance. Look at you now, trembling in fear. The Supreme Kai retorted, This is the Demon King Dabura. His saliva can turn one to stone, and he can spew flames. He is exceedingly dangerous. Hearing this, the tea drinker scoffed, Oh, is he truly that formidable? I shall put it to the test. With that, he strode forward into the depths of the lair. The Supreme Kai, resigned, had no choice but to follow, though his heart remained heavy with dread and concern. Soon, they found themselves aboard the spaceship, where the tea drinker unleashed an overwhelming aura, instantly crushing everything within the vicinity into dust. Before anyone could react, the tea drinker appeared before Babidi like a specter, grasping his throat with one hand. With a gentle squeeze, Babidi did not even have time to utter a cry before he exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. At that moment, only the Demon King Dabura remained, the others having been obliterated by the terrifying presence of the tea drinker. His gaze was cold and mocking, as though he were observing a colony of ants. I apologize, but this creature named Babidi revolted me to an extreme degree, thus I resolved to eliminate him directly. As for you, you must be Dabura. Very well. Let me witness your prowess. After all, I am quite bored. The tea drinker chuckled with a sinister glee, his voice imbued with disdain and mockery. Gradually, he relaxed his imposing aura and turned to face Vegeta, Goku, and Cell. A glimmer of provocation danced in his eyes, seemingly awaiting their response. Which of you three will step up? Just be cautious of his saliva. However, as long as you are sufficiently powerful, his spittle will be of no consequence. The tea drinker remarked with a sly sparkle in his gaze. Allow me to handle this trivial matter, Lord Tea Drinker, Vegeta declared without hesitation, radiating intense fighting spirit. No way. Why should you go? I disagree, Goku immediately countered. Indeed, I also oppose this. I wish to take action, Cell chimed in. Very well. Let the three of you engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. The victor shall face him, the tea drinker suggested with a smile, finding this method fair and entertaining. The trio commenced their game, intently studying one another, eager to predict their opponent's next move. In no time, Vegeta emerged victorious, securing the opportunity to enter the fray. You lucky rascal, Goku lamented, wishing to participate, but now resigned to wait for another chance. Cell, on the other hand, wore a disdainful expression, convinced that Vegeta's victory was merely a stroke of luck and not a testament to his true strength. Chapter 28. The Barbecue Demon Buu Dabura, is it? Come forth. Show me your might. Do not hold back, for I will show no mercy, Vegeta proclaimed to Dabura, eager to exhibit his own power. Haha, very well, as you wish. Dabura replied, launching himself at Vegeta with remarkable speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging blows with neither yielding an inch. However, it wasn't long before Dabura began to gain the upper hand, prompting Vegeta to transform into Super Saiyan 2. In that moment, Vegeta's staggering battle power of 300 billion erupted forth, akin to an unyielding mountain, leaving Dabura utterly defenseless against his onslaught. Dabura sporadically spat saliva. Yet beneath such an overwhelming aura, no attack could reach him. Before long, Dabura found himself rolling helplessly on the ground under the relentless assault of Vegeta. Is this all you can muster? I am utterly disappointed. I have yet to experience my fill. Vegeta sneered, a hint of arrogance sparkling in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin and Kibito stood frozen in astonishment. They could scarcely believe that this seemingly ordinary tea drinker possessed such terrifying prowess. leaving even the demon King Dabura powerless and searching for his teeth. Could it be that the tea drinker's strength surpassed even that? Tea drinker, are the powers of your companions all this formidable? The Kaioshin inquired, his voice trembling and his face a mask of astonishment. It is not so, for Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Dabura possess combat powers hovering around 200 billion, while others range from over 100 million to several hundred million. Calmly, Icha responded, as if recounting an utterly mundane matter. This revelation left the Supreme Kai utterly astonished, silently marveling at such formidable strength, which likely left few in the entire universe capable of matching it. Meanwhile, the battle between Vegeta and Dabura raged on, yet the tide was overwhelmingly in Vegeta's favor. Dabura found himself utterly defenseless, enduring a relentless barrage of punches raining down upon him from Vegeta. Each blow carried a fierce momentum, devoid of mercy, accompanied by Vegeta's eerie laughter, as if he was venting all his fury onto Dabura. His gaze exuded a chilling ruthlessness, reminiscent of Icha's previous acts of violence. Observing Vegeta's brutal methods, the onlookers collectively recalled Icha's prior displays of savagery, as if such brutality were a contagion spreading amongst them. At that moment, Icha calmly interjected, "All right, do not kill him." Subsequently, he effortlessly extracted Majin Buu's egg using his energy, leaving the Supreme Kai astounded. "Be careful, for within lies Majin Buu," the Supreme Kai cautioned nervously. Yet, Icha paid no heed, instead transmitting his energy forward. Instantly, the egg of Majin Buu erupted, releasing a cloud of smoke that gradually coalesced into a corpulent figure. Target: Majin Buu, combat power 400 billion. A successful heist would yield 400 billion in power. What is this? How can he be so powerful from the outset? Wasn't his power only in the tens of billions initially? Wasn't he supposed to absorb others' powers to increase his own? Could it be the energy I just transmitted? Icha pondered. At this moment, Majin Buu remained in a state of bewilderment, scanning his surroundings with a look of confusion and unfamiliarity. Icha, however, showed no mercy, unleashing a formidable aura to firmly subdue Majin Buu. Majin Buu clenched his teeth in fury, but the disparity in power rendered him incapable of even moving a finger. "So, you are the so-called Majin Buu? Today, I shall teach you the rules, lest you err gravely in the future." Icha displayed a cunning smile, followed by a fit of maniacal laughter. Without delay, he swiftly seized Majin Buu, delivering a series of devastating punches that penetrated his very form. Despite Majin Buu's unique regenerative abilities allowing him to recover swiftly, the pain from Icha's strikes ignited a furious rage within him, compelling him to attempt a counterattack, only to find himself still immobilized. Understanding Majin Buu's regenerative prowess, Icha promptly altered his strategy, condensing his energy into a sharp blade, mercilessly dismembering Majin Buu. The fragments of Majin Buu's body lay scattered across the ground, but soon began to reassemble themselves. Although such mundane attacks could not vanquish Majin Buu, they inflicted considerable pain upon him. Once he regained his composure, he resumed his onslaught with the ferocity of a tempest. In an instant, Majin Buu was left battered and unrecognizable, yet his assailant did not relent. The pride within him surged as he faced this seemingly immortal foe. With a determined resolve, he dismantled Majin Buu piece by piece, and then directed an energy akin to a blazing flame from the palm of his hand. In a flash, Majin Buu was scorched, his struggles akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the dawn of the next day arrived. By this point, the entirety of Majin Buu's form had been subjected to the flames. Now thoroughly cooked, he exhibited no signs of resistance. However, the assailant understood that unless he reduced Buu to ashes, the creature would inevitably rise again, much like a phoenix from its ashes. "Isn't this a bit too cruel? My friend, you might as well end him swiftly. With your prowess, it should be a trivial task," remarked the Kaioshin. "I am no paragon of virtue," the assailant replied coolly. "Majin Buu is a tempestuous being. His wrath brings suffering to all, compelling everyone to pacify him. What is he really? Were it not for his potential utility, I would show him no mercy. By the way, the tournament is about to commence. If you wish to participate, you may return. You can come back after the competition," he added. Upon hearing this, Frisia and the others felt a wave of relief and hastily departed. After all, the assailant was terrifying, and none could predict whether he might suddenly turn his wrath upon them. At this moment, he ceased his assault, allowing the oppressive aura to dissipate. Majin Buu swiftly regenerated, only to erupt in fury once more. Yet, upon witnessing the sinister grin on his adversary's face, a tinge of fear surged within him. Without uttering a word, the assailant struck again to subdue him, then resumed the scorching, eliciting a pained wail from Majin Buu. Chapter 29. Cell's Remembrance. Meanwhile, back at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the spectators were startled by the horrific cries of Majin Buu, drawing gasps of shock, particularly from Frieza, Cell, Goku, and Vegeta, who found their competitive spirits utterly extinguished. Frieza, in particular, felt a shiver run down his spine at the mere thought of the assailant's ghastly laughter. It was as if a chill had settled upon him. Conversely, at Bulma's residence, Trunks remained engrossed in his academic pursuits, showing little interest in martial arts. While he possessed a modest fighting power of 200, it was a meager achievement. All of this stemmed from the relentless pressure exerted by the assailant, who had even summoned Shenron to unlock Trunks' potential. However, the gifts of potential were squandered on his studies instead. Now, he was entirely consumed by his scholarly endeavors. Particularly in collaboration with Bulma on the time machine the assailant had provided, frequently convening to delve into their research. On the other side, T was relentlessly tormenting Majin Buu. Each time Majin Buu was scorched and left in tatters, T would abruptly cease his assault, patiently waiting for Buu to fully recover before resuming his cruel antics. This cycle continued for several days, and the World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded, with Frieza claiming the championship. However, he regarded this achievement with disdain, entirely dismissing the award ceremony. Chi-Chi, Goku's wife, was unconcerned by Frieza's attitude. She took it upon herself to collect the trophy, unafraid of Frieza. As they often crossed paths, she had even tended to him when he was tortured by T's relentless pursuit. The group returned to Goku's home, which was now bustling with activity. Androids, Frieza, the Ginyu Force, Cell, Nappa, and Raditz had all built their homes nearby. Under Chi-Chi's direction, they gathered around the table for dinner, laughter and joy filling the air. Yet, the absence of T cast a shadow. Whenever they heard Majin Buu's anguished cries, unease settled over them. "That guy is a complete maniac, a living nightmare," exclaimed Tao Pai Pai. "Watch your tongue. You're courting danger," Master Roshi admonished. The group turned their fearful gazes towards Cell, knowing well that he was an unwavering sycophant of T. Cell chuckled and reassured them, "There's no need for concern. I won't speak a word. Lord T has lost interest in you all. You had better be truthful," Vegeta warned ominously, "or I shall dismantle your bones piece by piece." The others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Vegeta and Cell's exchange, comforted by the notion that Cell would remain tight-lipped. Is this guy psychologically twisted? How could he derive pleasure from tormenting others? Piccolo remarked, his apprehension evident. "I believe Piccolo is right. He must have some psychological issues. Should we not seek a therapist for him? Perhaps it could remedy his affliction," Master Roshi suggested. "In truth, I perceive his actions as a form of motivation for us. Consider this. Our powers have surged over the years, and is that not due to his influence?" Goku stated calmly. Hey, it seems only you and Vegeta have seen any significant growth. We appear to be stagnating," Frieza scoffed. "Cell, after all these years, will you remain silent? How have you evolved?" Dr. Gero inquired. At this moment, everyone was well aware of Cell's capabilities, yet he had not disclosed the full extent of his transformations. With Dr. Gero's question, curiosity reignited among them. Observing their inquisitive expressions, Cell smiled slightly and said, "Very well. Today I shall reveal to you why I am so fiercely loyal to Lord T." He rose and began to pace, contemplating the best way to articulate his thoughts. "In days of yore, after my creation by you, I found myself perpetually evading detection, for I sensed the ominous presence of death. From a distance, I witnessed your utter annihilation at their hands, instilling in me a profound understanding of my own inadequacy against such foes." As Shera spoke, he appeared to become increasingly immersed in the nostalgia of the past. "Subsequently, I concealed myself and quietly departed from Earth. After absorbing ample energy on distant planets, I felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if I could effortlessly shatter the very cosmos." Sheru continued, once more reminiscing about bygone days. "Eventually, I returned to Earth, only to witness the fate of Majin Buu. I had once engaged him in battle, feeling utterly insignificant before his might. It was then that I recognized the formidable nature of Lord T. Shortly thereafter, a being claiming to be a god of destruction arrived on Earth. Before Sheru could elaborate, Frieza crushed the cup in his hand, a sudden frenzy overtaking him. The audience, captivated by the tale, was startled by Frisia's abrupt outburst. "Did you just mention a god of destruction, Beerus?" Frisia inquired, his face a mask of terror, akin to a startled bird. "Indeed, I believe his name is Beerus." Sheru replied nonchalantly. "What transpired next? Pray tell, did that fellow find himself utterly humiliated by Beerus? Was he tormented beyond endurance?" Frisia's excitement surged as he pressed for details, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Not quite. Lord T seemed to be evenly matched with him. Neither utilized their full strength until a being named Whis intervened, appearing as a divine figure of immense power. Lord T and Beerus battled fiercely, yet Whis merely waved his hand, and they were cast apart like kites severed from their strings. "I suspect his power surpasses even that of Lord T," Sheru recounted vividly. Meanwhile, Frisia stood in stunned silence, grappling with the notion that Beerus and Lord T were evenly matched, a notion so preposterous it felt unreal, yet the thought of Lord T's unfathomable strength made it eerily plausible. "Later, Lord T took you all to participate in some tournament, and I deemed such a figure to be frightfully formidable. I felt like a mouse in the presence of a cat, hiding away until many years later when his wife, Bulma, crafted a time machine. I devised a scheme and successfully pilfered it." Sheru continued his reminiscence. "I intended to traverse back to the most distant epoch, aspiring to reign supreme, yet alas. Lady T's technology was not quite perfected, leading to a malfunction of the time machine. Thus, in a muddled state, I returned, only to find myself under Lord T's scrutiny, with the time machine seized by him." Sheru reflected. Chapter 30. The joining of Majin Buu to the Dragon Ball Syndicate. "This is the source of my fear and unwavering loyalty to Lord T. Do you now comprehend the extent of your own fragility and ignorance?" Sheru declared with a look of disdain. "Is this fellow truly so terrifying? Even the god of destruction, Beerus, cannot contend with him? What hope do I have left? How can I seek vengeance?" Vegeta silently roared in his heart. How infuriating. This being is astonishingly powerful. It seems Beerus is nothing but a fool, claiming to be a god of destruction, yet unable to defeat a mere earthling. I had hoped he would aid me in my quest for revenge, but it appears I am doomed to despair. Yet, I refuse to accept this fate. I am Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. Await my return. One day, I shall surpass you all." Frisia ground his teeth in silent determination. "So that is it. No wonder you feared the likes of Jiren with such overwhelming strength. It seems I must exert myself even further," Goku exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Jiren continued to grill leisurely, while Majin Buu was in utter agony. Before long, Jiren paused, and Majin Buu quickly regained his former state. The Supreme Kai had become numb, filled with pity for Majin Buu. For anyone subjected to such torment would surely bear psychological scars. This time, Jiren chose not to continue. He halted, observing Majin Buu cowering in the corner, his face etched with fear. "Listen carefully. First, no killing. Second, should you dare to cause destruction around you, I will roast you daily, ensuring your existence becomes a living hell." Jiren let out a chilling, eerie laugh. Majin Buu trembled in terror, nodding incessantly. "Are you mute? What pretense is this before me?" Jiren remarked, lifting Majin Buu once more. No, I will speak. I dare not. Please spare me." Majin Buu cried out in despair. Yet, Jiren was unrelenting, resuming his grilling once again. "I must implore you, Jiren, he has suffered enough. Let him go," the Supreme Kai urged. Jiren cast a disdainful glance at the Supreme Kai, while the nearby Jebbet swallowed hard, for Jiren's actions were truly horrifying. Killing is one thing, but this torment is something else entirely. In an instant, Jiren paused once more, and Majin Buu, akin to a ghost revived from the dead, curled up in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. "Come here, you wretched creature." Jiren's expression was as cold as ice. Upon hearing the command, Majin Buu obediently rolled over like a ball. "Speak if you can. Do not feign innocence before me. Do not act as though the world must cater to your whims for fear of your wrath. I do not subscribe to such nonsense. Remember, should I become displeased, death will be the least of your worries." Jiren's laugh echoed ominously, revealing his ghastly, white fangs. I understand. I shall not provoke your ire." "I will be compliant," Majin Buu replied, adopting a meek demeanor. Jiren nodded slightly, and then seized Majin Buu, employing instant transmission, returning to Goku's home like a flash of lightning. Instant transmission? He can use that as well. The Supreme Kai murmured to himself, seemingly incredulous at what he beheld. Meanwhile, Dend returned with the mage in view, who obediently stood beside him like a docile little rabbit. A tinge of compassion arose within the hearts of the onlookers for mage in view. From now on, you shall reside with them. Listen closely, I shall repeat this only once. Dend surveyed the crowd, who stood rigidly like subjects awaiting a royal decree. Henceforth, you will live together. Fighting is permitted, however, you must exercise restraint. Should the damage be excessive, you will compensate accordingly. Or I shall personally intervene to teach you a lesson. The old rules will remain in effect. Now, I shall take my leave. Upon finishing his words, a smile graced Dend's face, and he vanished in an instant. As Dend departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Mage in view also exhaled deeply, for the pressure Dend exerted was immense. While Dend was present, every moment felt shrouded in a veil of fear, as he dreaded the possibility of Dend's wrath. Hello everyone. I am Mage in view. I look forward to your kindness. Mage in view maintained his naive and honest demeanor. Yet, no one responded to him, save for Goku, who stepped forward and greeted him warmly with a handshake. Welcome to our family. If you don't mind, please feel free to stay with us. Dabura also resides in my home, and I have extra rooms available. Goku's face radiated kindness, his smile as warm as the spring sun. Not at all. Not at all. I would be grateful for your kindness. Mage in view replied, beaming with a smile akin to a blossoming sunflower. Upon returning home, Dend discovered that the Supreme Kai and Kibito had already engaged in light conversation with Bulma and Trunks. Paying them no heed, Dend retreated to his room to contemplate his future plans in solitude. Dend, did you not notice we had guests? Trunks, go fetch your father, Bulma exclaimed, her brows furrowed in mild irritation. No need, no need. We are just about to take our leave. Thank you for your hospitality, the Supreme Kai responded, hastily departing with Kibito. It was a jest. The mere sight of Dend made him uncomfortable, and his visit was merely to ascertain that Dend was not a nefarious individual. Why are they leaving? Were we not enjoying a pleasant conversation just moments ago? Surely, Dend frightened them away, Bulma lamented inwardly. Elsewhere, the World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded. Yet Satan's injuries remained unhealed, forcing him to move slowly. Videl watched anxiously by his side. Videl, who was the champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament. Satan's voice was grave and somber. It seems to be someone named Frisia, Videl answered softly. Frisia, you say? Videl. I hope you will seek him out as a mentor and learn the ways of martial arts from him. Satan replied, his expression heavy, as though burdened by an immense weight. Father, are you all right? What has happened to you? Why must I learn martial arts from others when you could teach me? Beer inquired, her face etched with confusion. Ah, my dear Beer, my abilities are, alas, rather limited. That champion is the true master. If you succeed in becoming his disciple, your future accomplishments will surely surpass mine, her father, Sadan, advised earnestly. Very well, I shall give it a try. Though I am uncertain if he will accept me as a pupil. All I know is that they arrived alongside Sun Wukong, and beyond that, I am quite in the dark, Beer replied with a hint of resignation. The following day, she savored her tea as usual, relishing the fragrant brew before heading to her place of work. The patrons formed an orderly queue, akin to a long dragon, ready to settle their payments. The orders for Majin Buu and Depura had already been prepared by Sun Wukong. Once the tea had been received from each patron, only Frisia remained. Frisia, with an ingratiating demeanor, presented a plate of banknotes, resembling a tail-wagging puppy begging for favor. The tea server accepted it without a word, yet fixed an intense gaze upon Frisia, a chilling grin spreading across his face. Frisia's complexion turned ashen, for he was acutely aware of the server's notorious reputation for ruthlessness. Lord Frisia, do you harbor any discontent towards me? The server's laughter echoed like the call of a night owl, sending shivers down one's spine. No, absolutely not. How could I dare to feel anything but reverence? Frisia replied, his face a mask of terror, as if he were witnessing the apocalypse. Yet, I sense a scheme brewing within your heart. Contemplating vengeance against me in the future. It appears you require a lesson. The server's sinister chuckle grew ever more foreboding, revealing teeth as sharp as blades. Please, spare me. This could end in tragedy. I swear, I shall never cross you again. Frisia pleaded, collapsing to his knees. The server ignored his supplications. For Frisia was known for his arrogance and had likely taken more lives than the entire population of Earth. There was no chance the server would let him escape so easily. With a grip as unyielding as a vice, the server seized Frisia. his overwhelming aura pressing down like a mountain upon a fragile egg, rendering Frisia utterly immobile. Soon, the sound of cracking bones filled the air, a chilling symphony of agony. Frisia's wails of torment reverberated through the cosmos, yet the server remained unfazed, continuing his merciless assault, shattering Frisia's bones with each cruel twist. Witnessing this brutal display, onlookers recoiled in terror, their faces pale with fear. Among them, Majin Buu was the most frightened, trembling uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. Before long, Frisia lay crumpled on the ground like a puddle of mud, racked with excruciating pain, his body quaking like a candle flickering in the breeze, blood gushing from his mouth. In that moment, he longed for the server to grant him a swift end. He yearned for death. Yet, the venomous unwillingness to accept his fate coiled within him, a serpent that he could only bury deep within his heart. At this moment, Drink Tea abandoned Frisia and slowly approached Vegeta. Upon noticing this, Vegeta realized the gravity of the situation, and his once terrified expression swiftly transformed into one of obsequiousness. As onlookers witnessed Drink Tea charging toward Vegeta like a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey, those nearby had already fled like startled birds, fearing they might be innocently ensnared. Our most esteemed Prince Vegeta, do you harbor dissatisfaction towards me? Drink Tea cackled with a spine-chilling, eerie laughter. No, that is absolutely not the case, my lord. I, Vegeta, swear eternal loyalty to you. Please believe me. Vegeta's face turned ashen with terror, his voice trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. Drink Tea, however, paid no heed to his pleas, seizing Vegeta and methodically crushing his fingers one by one. The anguished cries of Vegeta resonated like thunder, echoing across the entire planet. Vegeta, a being of inherent brutality and bloodlust, if endowed with formidable strength from the outset, would likely have been even more tyrannical than Frisia, for all Saiyans are inherently combative. Thus, Drink Tea would show him no mercy. Before long, Vegeta lay crumpled upon the ground, devoid of vitality, as if his spine had been wrenched from him. The flame of his life flickering weakly. Well, I shall take my leave now. I won't trouble you any further. Do continue your festivities. Drink Tea declared before striding away. As Drink Tea departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, prompting them to gather around and gaze at the pitiful state of Frisia and Vegeta, their hearts brimming with genuine compassion. So, did you betray us? Goku erupted in fury. I did not. Do not slander me. Cell retorted disdainfully. Then why did he suddenly go berserk, tormenting Frisia and Vegeta? Goku demanded with wide eyes. How would I know? I have said I did not. And I, Cell, am an honest person and would not lie to you. Cell asserted with righteous indignation. Goku, perhaps Cell speaks the truth. I find his words credible. It seems that fellow truly has gone mad, Master Roshi explained. But why did he only target Frisia and Vegeta? He has never exhibited such ferocity towards others, Tien questioned. Perplexed, I can sense Drink Tea's thoughts. It appears he simply finds Frisia and Vegeta displeasing, Kaiatsu remarked. This fellow is nothing short of a demon. Merely because he is in a foul mood, he resorts to such torment. We must tread carefully in the future, lest we inadvertently provoke him, Krillin said, trembling with fear. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Drink Tea remained unwavering in his routine, clocking in for work as usual. Just as he was leaving, a helicopter descended from the sky, like a colossal steel bird. The crowd gazed at the helicopter in confusion, and at that moment, a young girl emerged from within. Brr, what brings you here? Goku inquired with curiosity. Hello, Gohan. I am here to find the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Named Frisia. Does he reside here? Brr replied, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. All eyes were fixed upon Frisia, who appeared equally perplexed. Following the gaze of the crowd, Bai-Er also spotted Frisia, whose face bore an adorably dazed expression. Are you Mr. Frisia? Greetings, I am Bai-Er, and I have come to seek your tutelage in martial arts. Please, teach me the way of combat. By the way, are you injured? Bai-Er implored, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Frisia, reclining on a stretcher, curled his lips in disdain and retorted, I do not take on apprentices. You should leave at once. Could you not grant me a single chance? I am genuinely earnest. Bai-Er pleaded once more, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Observing the youthful and radiant girl before him, Frisia suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration, as though an idea had struck him. Chapter 32. Bayer becomes Frisia's disciple if I had a beautiful maiden by my side, one as lovely as a flower. That fellow would surely think twice before acting against me, disregarding his gentlemanly decorum. Perhaps by accepting her, should he take a liking to her one day, I could forge a connection. This plan seems feasible. Yes, I shall proceed. Frisia mused quietly to himself. Just as Bayer was about to turn away in disappointment, Frisia abruptly coughed violently. Wait, I shall accept you and agree to impart my martial arts knowledge, enabling you to soar through the skies. However, I have a condition. Frisia stated with a serious demeanor. Really? Please, share your condition. Bayer exclaimed, her excitement palpable. You must come here daily to practice and may not leave this place without permission. Only at night may you depart. If you can agree to this, you may stay. Frisia replied, his expression calm, like a still pond, unperturbed by the surrounding turbulence. Such a request is not unreasonable. I humbly seek your guidance, Master Frisia, Bayer chirped enthusiastically, resembling a joyful little bird. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, as if grappling with an enigma far beyond their comprehension, entirely unaware of Frisia's intentions. Frisia, are you jesting? This is truly a source of great amusement. Shalu laughed heartily, his laughter resonating like a thunderclap. The crowd joined in uproarious laughter. What is so funny? I entertain benevolent thoughts. What is wrong with that? If you disapprove, feel free to take on an apprentice yourselves. Frisia scoffed, his expression conveying disdain, as if to say, you ignorant fools. In an instant, noon arrived quietly, and Insha strolled leisurely forward. The crowd had just finished their meal, and was now queuing to present money to Insha. Master, what does this mean? Why is everyone queuing to give him money? Bayer inquired, her curiosity piqued, much like a child eager for knowledge. You may not be aware, but this is the custom. It has been this way for ages, Frisia replied in a flat tone, as though narrating the most mundane of occurrences. Before long, Insha had collected all the money, leaving only Frisia remaining. Is that from the Satan family? What brings you here? Insha asked, puzzled. He had certainly not noticed these details, nor had he realized when Bayer had arrived. I have come seeking a mentor, and I have now taken Frisia as my teacher. Bayer spoke with an air of calmness, as if a gentle breeze were caressing her face. What is this situation? Frisia, you have actually taken on a disciple? This is truly a marvel of the world. You, Frisia, have chosen to mentor someone. Insha chuckled. Forgive me, esteemed one, Frisia replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. This is my disciple, named Bayer. Bayer, this esteemed gentleman, is Insha. Quickly pay your respects. With utmost respect, Bayer bowed to Insha, her demeanor reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Vibrant and exquisite. Indeed, splendid. Dedicate yourself to your studies. It is not a difficult task for Frisia to assist you in becoming the strongest on earth. Insha smiled, his countenance glowing like the warm sun of spring. Yes, I shall endeavor to learn diligently. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed one, Bayer replied obediently. However, amidst the joviality, the matter of protection fees must still be addressed, Insha remarked with a mischievous laugh. What? Protection fees? You are actually collecting protection fees? Bayer gazed at Insha in shock. Indeed. Fear not. You need not pay. I only require Frisia to cover it, Insha said with a sly grin. Esteemed one, this is a thoughtful gift I have prepared for you. Please accept it, Frisia said, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, akin to a blooming dogtail flower. Well, I shall take my leave then. Until we meet again, Insha declared, departing like a fleeting breeze. Teacher, who on earth is this individual? How dare he demand protection fees? Are you not a match for him? Bayer's face was etched with disbelief. Young girl, you are unaware. The wounds I bear are all gifts from him. If you wish to keep your life, you should flee post-haste, lest that fellow delivers a fierce beating. Your life may become forfeit. He is not one to show mercy. Vegeta chuckled ominously. At that moment, laughter erupted among the crowd, prompted by Vegeta's words. Do not heed them. While that fellow is exceedingly cruel, he does not kill indiscriminately. You may rest assured, Frisia gently reassured her. This is outrageous. Initially, I thought him to be quite decent, but it turns out he is a scoundrel. No, I must report him and bring him to justice. Bayer exclaimed, her anger flaring. Upon hearing her intent to capture Insha, the crowd erupted in laughter. Some doubled over in pain from their mirth. Even Frisia struggled to contain his amusement, wishing not to hurt his disciple's pride. Soon after, within the span of 2 short hours, Frisia managed to teach Bayer the basics of sensing energy, though he himself was uncertain of how he had acquired this skill over the years. Just then, Insha reappeared, and once more, people began to line up to pay him, the commotion causing Bayer to lose her focus. Watching the crowd gather to offer money to Insha, her fury erupted like a volcano. Hey, how can you be so shameless? Having just paid the protection fee, how can you return so soon? Do you truly believe yourself to be an unrestrained tyrant? Biddy's eyes widened in fury, glaring at Insha like a ferocious little tiger roused from slumber. Insha, perplexed, scratched his head and looked quizzically at Frisia and Biddy. My lord, please calm your anger. Biddy hastened to apologize to him. Frisia stammered, his face drained of color, trembling in fear. I refuse. He is undeniably a villain. What is wrong with all of you? Are you not calling the authorities to apprehend him? Can his strength possibly rival that of a bullet? Biddy protested, hands on her hips, pouting in indignation. Oh, how delightful it has been to encounter such spirited individuals, Insha replied, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips as he approached Biddy. Witnessing Insha's advance, the onlookers scattered in terror, fleeing in disarray to maintain a safe distance. Frisia, pale and quaking, could scarcely stand, prioritizing his escape from Insha to avoid becoming collateral damage. Come here at once, Insha bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. The others, frightened into submission, hesitantly gathered around him. Chapter 33, Biddy's challenge to Insha. Miss Biddy, are you aware of who these individuals are? Of the few present, only a handful can be deemed virtuous, the rest are largely nefarious. You are still too naive, Insha remarked, a smile gracing his lips, laced with a touch of mockery. I do not believe it. My teacher, Frisia, is a good person, Biddy exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Upon hearing Biddy's claim of his virtue, Frisia squirmed uncomfortably, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. However, over the years, he had indeed earned a reputation as a respectable individual. Very well, Miss Biddy, in time, you shall come to understand them. Without my presence, these fellows would wreak havoc. You will see, Insha concluded, leaving as swiftly as a gust of wind. As Insha departed, the crowd, like a shipwrecked crew spotting land, beamed with relief at Biddy. Biddy, do you realize how perilous your situation was? That fellow strikes with the ferocity of a tempest. Your petite frame would scarcely suffice to withstand him, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice quavering with fear. Miss Biddy, you are indeed fortunate. No, it is Frisia who is fortunate, for with you around, our lives shall bask in the warmth of spring sunshine. Vegeta chuckled, his smile blossoming like spring flowers. Frisia, too, was overwhelmed with emotion. Witnessing Insha's gentlemanly demeanor felt like a reassuring balm, instilling confidence that he would preserve his reputation and not be harmed easily in the future. Biddy, he spoke the truth. We were once irredeemably wicked, yet in all these years, we have refrained from harming even an ant. We have sincerely sought redemption, Frisia murmured, his head bowed in shame, his voice barely above a whisper. Redemption? Such a thing is impossible. Just wait and see. Once my strength surpasses his, I shall ensure he experiences 100-fold, nay, 1,000-fold of the torment I currently endure. Frisia inwardly vowed, his gaze burning like an inferno. Ah, teacher, you were all villains in the past. How can this be? Beulah exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Indeed, Beulah, we have committed numerous heinous acts before, but we have since turned over a new leaf, all thanks to Lord Icha. Fear not. I shall make you the most powerful human on earth, Frisia declared softly, yet his voice brimmed with resolve. Frisia, how shameless you are to utter such words. That fellow is merely a human. Is it possible you could be stronger than him? Vegeta mocked, his tone sharp as a blade, piercing Frisia's heart. Be silent. What concern is it of yours? Frisia glared at Vegeta in fury. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. Icha reappeared, and the crowd continued to queue orderly to pay, the scene resembling a daily ritual. Finally, it was King Frisia's turn, and he approached Icha with a sycophantic smile, presenting a small stack of bills. Icha, my teachers have truly repented. Please, show them some mercy and cease your troubles. Beulah looked at Icha with unwavering determination, her expression solemn. Icha appeared bewildered and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly burst into laughter. Miss Beulah, you misunderstand me. I have long ceased to trouble them. Just ask them, Icha said, a smile gracing his lips. Then why do you still come to collect protection fees multiple times a day? Beulah pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. This is my duty. For any reason, I must collect this money, Icha replied, his smile unwavering. You are utterly unreasonable. Do you believe I want to report you to the authorities? Beulah's voice quivered with indignation. Report me? Very well. If you dare to do so, before I am apprehended, I shall incapacitate them all, particularly your teacher Frisia. I shall dismantle his bones one by one and roast them over a fire, Icha cackled, his laughter echoing like a night owl's call, sending chills down spines. Upon hearing this, the onlookers broke into a cold sweat. Majin Bu, who had been red-faced, turned as pale as a sheet at the mention of roasting. You are utterly outrageous. I challenge you. Beulah's anger flared. The crowd erupted into laughter at her audacity. Even Frisia joined in, chuckling heartily. Very well. I shall not use any of my strength against you. I will even fight with one hand. If you can defeat me, I promise to cease troubling them from henceforth, Icha proclaimed with a smile. All right, you have my word. Grant me some time, and I will surely defeat you, Beulah replied resolutely. Very well then, I shall take my leave for now. After finishing her tea, she turned and left, her figure vanishing like a specter from the sight of the onlookers. Did you hear that? Vegeta said with a grave expression. He mentioned that he did not require any power, yet he could still use one hand. Miss Bulma has a considerable chance of defeating him. Indeed, if his words hold true, then Miss Bulma's opportunity to triumph over that foe is quite significant, Goku replied confidently. Bulma, we shall rely on you in the future. Our master will impart the most formidable martial arts to you. Frisia smiled broadly, looking kindly at Bulma. We might as well share all our knowledge with Bulma. If he uses no power, then defeating him should be a piece of cake for her, Goku exclaimed with excitement. However, it is crucial to first sense the energy. If you cannot perceive it, even if we bestow energy upon you, you will be as lost as a headless fly, Frisia stated solemnly. Once you can skillfully harness your energy, we can grant you a modicum of it, and achieving a battle power exceeding 10,000 will be effortless, Vegeta declared with assurance. Yet, we must proceed gradually. Otherwise, her physical resilience will be as fragile as paper, and she may burst from the energy, Goku cautioned. Thus, Miss Bulma embarked on her training journey. Even when the Spectre returned, she merely glared with indignation before resuming her practice. Piccolo, if you wish to grow stronger, it would be wise to merge with old Piccolo at the Heaven Temple. Your strength will undergo a remarkable transformation, the Spectre remarked nonchalantly. And to you all, I have a gravity chamber at my home. Feel free to train there. Both Goku and Vegeta have secluded themselves within, and your strength will surely soar. As for the Dragon Balls, they can restore your youth or unlock your potential, but you must perform good deeds daily. Otherwise, I shall take your lives, the Spectre continued, speaking with nonchalance. Chapter 0. Everyone strives to train. The Spectre prepares for Beerus. As for you lot, just remain obedient, the Spectre declared before departing without a backward glance. Let us set forth to become stronger, Krillin said, his face flushed with excitement. Very well. I believe we should also engage in some training. After all, we will have long lives ahead of us, Tao Bai mused thoughtfully. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Throughout this year, aside from Frisia and the other 9, the battle power of the remaining individuals had significantly improved. Notably, Bulma now possessed over 20,000 in battle power and trained diligently each day, determined to defeat the formidable Spectre. Initially, when Bulma first encountered the mysterious power of energy, she was quite astonished. However, under the careful guidance of her companions, she gradually mastered the techniques of energy manipulation. She had attempted several times to challenge the Spectre, but each time, her friends had restrained her, fully aware of the Spectre's strength. To confront him with her current abilities would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Despite the enhancement of Beer's combat prowess, it remains diminutive in comparison to the staggering power of Ingcha, which boasts hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of strength. Even if Ingcha were to refrain from utilizing any of his formidable abilities, Beer would still find it a Herculean task to contend with him. At that moment, Ingcha suddenly called out, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, come here for a moment. The two approached with palpable trepidation, particularly Vegeta, who feared that Ingcha might strike without warning. A haunting shadow lingering in his mind, Ingcha bore a peculiar smile, his gaze sweeping over Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I grant you 3 years. Within this period, You must transcend Super Saiyan 2 and ascend to Super Saiyan 3, or I shall render you powerless." With that, he erupted into a chilling cackle. "As for how to achieve this breakthrough, I am unsure. You will have to figure it out yourselves," he added, as if it were a trivial matter. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon them. They felt utterly at a loss regarding Super Saiyan 3, unaware of how to shatter this formidable barrier. At that juncture, Ingcha shifted his focus to Beer, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Miss Beer, you have made considerable progress. Your combat power has reached 20,000. Quite commendable." He couldn't resist the temptation to jest. Beer clenched her teeth, shooting Ingcha an intense glare, yet chose to remain silent. Ingcha then turned his attention to Frieza, a strange smile playing upon his features. "Lord Frieza, I've heard you are rather displeased with me lately." Upon hearing this, Frieza frantically waved his hands in denial, terror etched across his face. "That is unfounded, a calumny. My lord, please, do not be misled by the slander of the wicked." However, Ingcha remained unconvinced, continuing, "Is that so? Yet I cannot shake the feeling that I ought to deliver a beating." Frieza, in a state of panic, cried out, "Beer, come save me. You have gone too far, Ingcha. If you have the gall, come at me." Beer angrily confronted Ingcha, her eyes ablaze with fury and determination. Ingcha regarded the beautiful woman before him, smirking inwardly, lamenting, "What a stunning creature. Alas, I cannot bring myself to harm such a beauty. Today, I shall spare you for Miss Beer's sake. But beware next time," Ingcha remarked, a sly grin gracing his lips, his laughter sending shivers down spines. "I challenge you, Ingcha," Beer declared through clenched teeth, her fists tightly balled, as if ready to strike at any moment. "Well, bring it on. If you can best me, I'll set Frieza free. However, should you falter, I shall break one of Frieza's bones each day." Ingcha cackled, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Wait, Beer. Perhaps you should refrain from challenging him just yet. I'm quite content as is, truly." Frieza interjected, his face pale, his voice laced with desperation. "Humph, you shall wait." Ingcha, Beer glared fiercely at him, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through flesh. Alas, bored beyond measure, he sighed and shook his head, preparing to depart. However, as he turned, he unexpectedly spotted Majin Buu leisurely fishing not far away. A glimmer of mischief illuminated his eyes, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he whispered, "Hee, isn't that Majin Buu?" With that, he strode purposefully towards Majin Buu, his steps light and swift, akin to a stealthy leopard approaching its prey. Upon noticing the approaching figure, Majin Buu was taken aback and immediately knelt in supplication. "What are you afraid of? I merely wish to fish alongside you," he cackled ominously. Buu regarded him with skepticism, but once the latter seized his fishing rod, he finally exhaled in relief. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. He continued to clock in for work punctually each day, while Goku and Vegeta relentlessly trained in a gravity chamber set to 1,000 times Earth's gravity, pushing their limits, yet still failing to grasp the threshold of Super Saiyan 3. During this year, King Frieza had been spared the torment inflicted by him, thanks to the intervention of Beerus. Throughout this period, Beerus's combat prowess surged dramatically, now reaching a staggering 100,000, yet she was constantly fixated on challenging him. However, each time, Frieza thwarted her efforts. The reason was simple. He had warned Beerus that should she lose, she would have to endure the daily dismantling of a bone. Faced with such a daunting risk, Frieza dared not take a chance, lacking the courage to gamble. In contrast, his own power had been advancing at a glacial pace, now barely amounting to 9 trillion. Originally, Majin Buu possessed a combat strength of 4,000. If he could engage 2 or 3 times a day, he would amass over 1 trillion in a day, and reach 1 trillion in 10 days. Regrettably, the plunder system imposed a 3-day interval for targets exceeding 1 trillion, allowing only 1 plunder per occasion. Upon discovering this, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, as if the system were deliberately hindering his progress. Fortunately, the plundering system did not impose such restrictions on others. Frequent encounters still yielded considerable gains. With over a year remaining until Beerus and his companions arrived, he mused that his combat strength should reach 10 trillion by then. He lamented his insufficient efforts, resolved to strive for 12 trillion, believing that even if Beerus possessed Ultra Instinct, he could match him with a doubled Kaioken. In that light, he concluded that Beerus was not so formidable after all. Chapter 35. Beerus's challenge with a singular thought, he instantaneously transported himself to Namek. Swiftly gathering the Dragon Balls, he and Dandy stood upon a desolate plain, their gazes resolutely fixed upon the Dragon Balls in the sky. With a brilliant flash, the eternal dragon materialized, its colossal form enveloping the entire plain. For my first wish, I desire the ability to use Kaioken an infinite number of times, he declared, his voice brimming with determination. Dandy promptly translated his words. The divine dragon nodded, acknowledging the significance of this wish. For the second wish, I desire the ability of cellular regeneration. Insha understood the immense importance of this ability in combat. Dandy translated once more. The divine dragon nodded again, indicating its comprehension of the value of this wish. Finally, Insha presented the third wish. I hope to maximize the development of my alternate dimension. After a moment of silence, the divine dragon responded. Your first two wishes are not difficult to fulfill, but the third surpasses my capabilities. However, I can assist you in expanding your alternate dimension to a certain extent. Insha gratefully nodded, aware that this was the limit of the divine dragon's abilities. Soon, the divine dragon successfully granted all of Insha's wishes. However, regarding the usage of the Kaioken technique, the divine dragon cautioned Insha that the Kaioshin could only activate a maximum of double Kaioken during regular combat without straining the body. Exceeding double would impose limitations based on physical constraints. As for the ability of cellular regeneration, the divine dragon effortlessly fulfilled this wish without expending much energy. Concerning the development of the alternate dimension, the divine dragon did its utmost, expanding it to the size of a football field, and kindly created a small sun and moon within the space to make it more habitable. Insha felt immense satisfaction. These abilities would grant him a significant advantage in battle. As long as the angel did not intervene, he was confident in easily defeating the god of destruction. Insha swiftly returned to Earth, reuniting with his wife and children at home. He savored the warmth of family life, filled with happiness and contentment. Despite possessing formidable power, his family remained his most cherished treasure. The following day, Insha approached Sun Wukong as usual. Upon reaching the intersection, Bayer eagerly jumped out and beckoned him to follow her for a moment. Insha smiled faintly and accompanied Bayer to a secluded area on the back mountain. Today, I will definitely show you, Bayer declared fiercely. All right then, come at me. I promise not to use any power, and I will even let you use one hand. Insha chuckled mischievously. No laughing. Bayer retorted angrily and charged at Insha. In an instant, Bayer moved with lightning speed, yet to Insha, she appeared as slow as a snail. He easily evaded her attack. Realizing her strikes were entirely ineffective, Bayer grew increasingly frustrated. Meanwhile, sensing the commotion on the back mountain, the others rushed to the scene. Frisia was drenched in cold sweat, thinking that if Bayer were to lose, he would be in deep trouble. Go Bayer! Sun Gohan shouted from the sidelines. The others also cheered for Bayer, while Frisia was so excited he nearly lost his voice. Bayer, feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd, felt even more pressure. As it seemed the opponent before her had already seen through her every move, as if merely toying with her. Beer pondered silently, her frustration growing with each passing moment. And her actions became increasingly fierce, yet remained futile. At that moment, she ceased her assault, hands on her hips, glaring furiously at Insha. What is it, Miss Beer? Why have you suddenly halted your attack? Insha let out an odd laugh. All you can do is evade. You possess no other capabilities. If you have the courage, retaliate. Beer trembled slightly with indignation. Very well, if that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer. Insha revealed a cunning smile. In an instant, he appeared before Beer with the swiftness of lightning, startling her into retreat. Wait, you have violated the rules. You promised not to use any power. You have committed a foul. Beer shouted in rage. Insha looked bewildered, unable to suppress a laugh as he gazed at Beer. Miss Beer, I have not broken my promise. I have not utilized any strength. This speed is merely a result of my body reaching its utmost potential, he explained with a smile. Before Beer could react, Insha's enormous hand gently caressed her delicate face. The unexpected gesture rendered Beer weak, causing her to collapse to the ground, her face flushing crimson, eyes flickering with a hint of anger. Haha, you have lost. According to our prior agreement, I shall dismantle Lord Frisia one bone at a time. Insha's eerie laughter sent chills down the spine. Meanwhile, Frisia lay utterly defeated on the ground, as if all vitality had been stripped away. Seeing Incha slowly approach Frisia, Beer finally regained her senses and hurriedly interposed herself, exclaiming anxiously, "Wait. What do you intend to do now?" "We had an agreement," Incha inquired with a peculiar grin. "Can we negotiate further?" "Spare my teacher," Beer implored, her eyes filled with desperation, as if teardrops were about to spill from her inky orbs. "Very well. What do you propose?" Incha asked, still smiling. "If you spare my teacher, I can agree to go on a date with you." Beer's face turned as red as her neck, her voice barely a whisper, yet Incha heard her. "But I already have a wife. Did you not know?" Incha replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Beer's fury ignited. "What are you pretending for? Do you think I am unaware of your secret glances? I do not mind that you have a wife. What more do you want?" At that moment, Frisia, with eager anticipation, awaited Incha's response, knowing that if this matter succeeded, his days would improve. "I must consult Bulma first. I do indeed have feelings for you, but liking someone does not necessitate possession. I shall discuss it with Bulma," Incha said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "So, will you spare my teacher?" Beer gazed at Incha with pleading eyes. Incha glanced at Frisia and coldly remarked, "Frisia, for Beer's sake, I shall let you off today. However, should I discover any ill intentions from you again, I shall not be so lenient next time." With that, Incha turned and departed. Chapter 0, System Upgrading. Dragon Ball GT is about to make its appearance. The system has been upgraded, granting you access to the world of Dragon Ball GT. The host may traverse there at any time. A mandatory system task has now been issued: rob baby. The reward is immortality. What on earth? The robbery system has transformed into a task system. Nevertheless, this immortality is precisely what I desire. System, transport me there now, Incha thought. In a flash of white light, Incha found himself on a desolate mountain. He soon noticed Super Saiyan 4 Goku engaged in a fierce battle with the possessed Vegeta. System, what is the meaning of this plot? Incha pondered. The response from the system indicated that the storyline diverged from the original narrative within the Dragon Ball universe, which brought Incha a sense of relief. Target, Goku in Super Saiyan 4 state, combat power of 3 million. The host cannot exceed this combat power in other parallel worlds. Target, Vegeta in baby-possessed state, combat power of 3 million. The two were locked in an intense struggle, with Super Saiyan 4 Goku unable to gain the upper hand against Baby. Incha understood that at this moment, Goku's Super Saiyan 4 form was only in its initial stages, far from reaching its pinnacle. With each blow exchanged between Goku and Vegeta, the air around them seemed to tear apart under the force of their strikes. Baby, utilizing Vegeta's body, exhibited astonishing strength and speed. Incha observed the battle, waiting for the opportune moment to intervene when Goku faltered. As time passed, Goku began to wane, displaying visible injuries, while Baby fought with increasing ferocity, showing no signs of fatigue. Incha realized the time to act had come. Otherwise, Goku might face grave danger. He took a deep breath and unleashed his aura to suppress Baby. At that moment, Incha descended slowly, surrounded by a faint halo of white light, akin to a divine being. "Incha, is that you? How did you end up here?" Goku questioned, bewildered. "Are you all right? You look utterly battered," Incha remarked, casting a glance at the immobilized Vegeta. "Oh dear, are you now Prince Vegeta or Mr. Baby?" A sly smile played on Incha's lips, his voice laced with evident mockery. Calmly, Incha approached Vegeta, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Abruptly, he unleashed a powerful punch into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta doubled over, clutching his stomach, writhing in agony as blood spilled from his mouth. Goku, standing nearby, was utterly stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding events. He could not comprehend how Incha possessed such formidable strength, and more perplexing was the notion that Incha appeared significantly younger. This series of transformations left Goku's mind in disarray, struggling to accept the reality before him. As Vegeta gradually regained his composure, he swiftly delivered two powerful punches, sending Vegeta tumbling across the ground, writhing in agony. He remained unhurried, secretly relishing the opportunity to exact his long-awaited revenge on this adversary from his past life. After a brief interval, Vegeta struggled to his feet, panting heavily, his eyes aflame with fury and resentment. "What is the matter? Weren't you quite boastful?" He taunted with a cold smirk, his tone laced with provocation. Before the words fully escaped his lips, he swung his fist once more, striking Vegeta with ferocity. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as blood erupted from his mouth. His body propelled backward. In that moment, Baby emerged from Vegeta like a specter, darting toward T, who let out a sinister cackle. T then extended a massive hand, seizing Baby tightly, a wicked grin spreading across his face. However, upon realizing that Baby was devoid of any possessions, his brow furrowed in confusion. Return to his body at once, or I shall end you. T cackled maniacally, then hurled Baby back toward Vegeta. Left with no choice, Baby re-entered Vegeta's form. T approached Vegeta, beginning to search his body. In no time, he extracted a wallet and a pack of cigarettes. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in T's mind. Without hesitation, T unleashed a formidable aura, forcing Baby out of Vegeta once again. Baby, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, was compelled to surface. Seizing the opportunity, T grasped Baby by the neck and crushed him, reducing him to ashes. Goku, witnessing the entire scene, stood in stunned disbelief. He had thought that even Baby, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, would be a match for T, yet here he was, easily vanquished. The reality of the situation was almost too incredible to comprehend. T, how have you become so powerful? What is happening? Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stepped forward, eager for answers. Ha. It's just how I've grown stronger. T cackled, concealing a multitude of secrets behind his laughter. I can sense your newfound strength. Perhaps even my Super Saiyan 4 form wouldn't stand a chance against you. Shall we exchange a few blows? I am quite exhilarated by the prospect, Goku said, his face bright with anticipation, the spark of battle igniting in his eyes. Are you truly certain you wish to engage me? I will show no mercy. T replied with a sly gleam in his eyes. Fear not. Unleash your full force. My resilience is formidable, Goku declared, thumping his chest to showcase his robust physique and indomitable spirit. Very well, as you wish, strike when ready, T said, a confident smile gracing his lips. All right, I shall commence my attack. Be prepared, Goku proclaimed, and in an instant, he dashed toward T like a bolt of lightning. The speed was astonishing, akin to a specter. Yet the tea drinker effortlessly seized the fist thrown by Sun Wukong, then smiled slightly and swiftly retaliated with a punch. In an instant, Sun Wukong coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen and rolling on the ground. Are we still fighting? If not, I shall take my leave, the tea drinker chuckled. Wait, I can still fight. Just give me a moment, Sun Wukong replied, trembling as he stood up. The tea drinker shook his head and instantly appeared before Sun Wukong, who could scarcely believe the speed of his movement. How is this possible? I am now a Super Saiyan 4. This cannot be. Sun Wukong thought to himself. Chapter 37. The immortal body, what's the matter? Are we still going to fight? The tea drinker teased with a giggle, gritting his teeth. Sun Wukong charged at the tea drinker once more. This time, the tea drinker evaded gracefully, dodging left and right. Oh dear, too slow. Can you move any faster? The tea drinker laughed merrily. Sun Wukong paused and smiled at the tea drinker. Not bad, but I won't necessarily lose to you. You'd best be cautious, he said with a grin. Are you referring to the Kaioken? You currently lack the divine aura, and as a Super Saiyan 4, you can only utilize it at double strength. Exceeding that may prove too much for you. The tea drinker replied with a smile. Indeed, I can currently only manage a single Kaioken. If I push myself, I might achieve double, so my strength will significantly increase soon. Are you ready for that? Sun Wukong declared with enthusiasm. Well then, I shall see where your limits lie. The tea drinker chuckled mischievously. At this moment, Sun Wukong began to gather energy. As a Super Saiyan 4, his battle power surged to 3 trillion. With the Kaioken at single strength, his base power doubled, propelling his overall might to over 3 trillion. Oh dear, I almost forgot. The Kaioken amplifies your base power, not your Super Saiyan 4 form. But then again, if it raised everything, you'd be able to send Beerus searching for his teeth. The tea drinker laughed. I am already quite formidable. Be careful. With that, Sun Wukong charged once more. With a battle power of 4 trillion, he was indeed significantly stronger, yet to the tea drinker, it still fell short. With a casual punch, Sun Wukong found himself once again clutching his abdomen, rolling on the ground, and spilling blood. Enough. You are no match for me, so I shall take my leave, the tea drinker announced, turning to depart. Wait, don't go. You are not the tea drinker, are you? Who exactly are you? Sun Wukong inquired urgently. I am indeed the tea drinker. Though I hail from another timeline, you ought to know this. It appears there is a time machine here as well, the tea drinker replied with a slight smile. I understand, but I am still unwilling to concede. I wish to continue our contest, Sun Wukong declared, steadfastly rising once more. Very well. It is a rare occasion to be here. So you may unleash your full power. The Kaioken can be doubled as well. Fear not, for I possess the sacred beans. As he spoke, he handed 2 beans to Sun Wukong. Upon consuming one, Sun Wukong's strength was instantly restored, even surpassing his former capabilities. Come now, unleash your might without reservation, Yinsha said with a beaming smile. In an instant, Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar. His battle power, amplified by the Kaioken, approached 4 trillion. Yinsha mused to himself that should he employ a 20-fold increase, it might reach approximately 10 trillion. Fortunately, my own foundational combat power is already so formidable. They must transform and stack their powers to match me, he pondered. Be cautious, for I am coming, Sun Wukong declared, shooting forth like an arrow, his speed akin to lightning. Yet, Yinsha effortlessly evaded Sun Wukong's onslaught, leaving him astonished, as he had not anticipated that he could not even graze the hem of Yinsha's clothing. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. Yinsha raised a hand and countered with a wave of energy, and in an instant, an intense clash of powers commenced. However, the legendary invincibility of the Sun family was on the verge of being shattered, as Yinsha effortlessly pushed back the wave, causing Sun Wukong's expression to shift dramatically. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong activated the 3-fold Kaioken, momentarily elevating his power past 4 trillion. Yinsha smiled slightly, showing no mercy, and forcefully propelled the wave back. Terrified, Sun Wukong felt his spirit waver, realizing that if this wave reached him, he could be obliterated. Just as the wave was about to reach him, Yinsha suddenly raised his hand, sending 2 energy waves soaring into the sky like meteors, causing Sun Wukong to collapse to the ground. Have you come to terms with it? Yinsha inquired, offering him another sacred bean. The bean Sun Wukong had originally possessed was shattered amidst the fierce battle, and he trembled as he accepted the one Yinsha presented. In no time, he was revitalized and full of vigor once more. Yinsha, you are truly remarkable. How did you train in that other world to become so powerful? Sun Wukong asked with curiosity. I engage in rigorous training every day, Yinsha replied nonchalantly, and in that world, I encountered many formidable opponents, constantly sparring with them, which led to a significant breakthrough in my strength. Upon hearing this, admiration flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. However, do not be disheartened, Yinsha said, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder, his demeanor calm and steady. As long as you persevere, you too will surely become as formidable as I am. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, his heart filled with determination. Well then, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, Yinsha said before summoning the system to transport himself away. Watching Yinsha's sudden departure ignited a fire within Sun Wukong once more. Kakarot, your strikes are too ruthless. You've nearly shattered my insides, you rascal, Vegeta exclaimed, fuming with anger. He had just awoken, utterly oblivious to everything, save for the knowledge that he had been possessed. Vegeta, I sincerely apologize. It wasn't me who initiated the attack. I was also struck by him quite severely, Goku hastily clarified. Meanwhile, Icha returned to his original world, swiftly claiming his reward, and was soon enveloped in a radiant golden light. After a brief moment, as he sensed the changes within his body, he found nothing particularly extraordinary and inquired with the system, which remained silent. He pondered the nature of this immortality. If it were the kind that ensured survival even in the event of the universe's destruction, that would be splendid. Ding. The system has issued a task, Rob Beerus. Reward, 1% of the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. Why was I unaware of such a skill? What is this ability? Why didn't I receive the Ultra Instinct technique? Icha mused silently. Upon returning home, he arrived just in time for dinner, only to notice something amiss. Bulma wore a frosty expression, while Trunks silently bowed his head over his meal, daring not to meet the gaze of the 2 adults. What's wrong? Who has upset you? Icha inquired with a smile. Trunks, you need to do your homework right now, Bulma said coldly. Trunks promptly fled, and Icha was left bewildered, uncertain of Bulma's sudden outburst. Chapter 0. The Mundane Life of Mortals. What has happened to you? Out of the blue, why the temper? Has someone offended you? Icha asked, his lips curling into a gentle smile as he gazed at Bulma. Humph, in this vast world, who doesn't he know that I am Mrs. Icha? I have diligently spent over a decade with you, and now, you disdain me for growing old and losing my charm. Bulma retorted, her words piercing Icha's heart like a sharpened blade. That is not the case. Bulma, you must be misunderstanding me. How could I be so callous as to harbor such sentiments? Have you perhaps heard some unfounded rumors? Icha anxiously explained. A misunderstanding? I do not misinterpret things. How could I? Am I a fool? Bulma exclaimed, her demeanor reminiscent of an irritable kitten. Today, while you were away, a girl came looking for you, professing her affection and claiming she would not mind being your little mistress. Bulma left the implication unspoken, and it was all too clear. Icha felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that this girl was most likely Biddy. Do not let your imagination run wild. The girl you mentioned is named Biddy. Her intentions stem from concern for my well-being regarding Frisia, so please, do not worry. Icha forced a smile. You better be telling the truth, or I shall take trunks and flee to another planet, ensuring you will never see us again. Bulma's face was taut with a threatening expression. All right, I understand. Please do not remain angry, Icha softly reassured her. What a jest! With his current prowess, Icha can effortlessly spread his influence across the entire galaxy. Where could Bulma possibly escape? The following day, Icha went to work as usual, but this time, after collecting his payment, he hurriedly departed, no longer daring to tease the young maidens. However, Baer was not so easily dissuaded and insisted on sitting down to converse with Icha. Baer, I am already committed to a family and would never betray my wife. I sincerely apologize for having enticed you first, Icha declared with deep affection, resembling a lovesick man. Enough of this pretense. My teachers have informed me otherwise, Baer retorted dismissively, rolling her eyes. Icha, taken aback, inquired, what did they say to you? His curiosity was evident as he gazed at Baer with wide eyes. They said you actually like me but pretend to ignore me. And I often catch you stealing glances at me, even though you claim you do not like me. Baer's face beamed with a triumphant smile, akin to a proud peacock. If that is the case, then yes, I do indeed have feelings for you. However, I am already married. So my admiration does not necessitate possession. I appreciate you from afar, and that is the truth, Icha explained earnestly. All right, enough of the melodrama. My father has long warned me about men's nature. Let us arrange a date when the opportunity arises. With that, Baer pranced away like a cheerful fawn, her steps light and lively. Icha chuckled softly before swiftly returning home, only to find Bulma absent. Upon sensing her presence, he discovered she was piloting a hovercraft towards Sun Wukong. Icha sensed impending events but refrained from intervening, opting instead to train Trunks at home. Meanwhile, Bulma's hovercraft descended gracefully, drawing the attention of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were preparing to resume their training, having recently brushed the threshold of Super Saiyan 3. As Bulma emerged, she shone like a dazzling pearl, captivating everyone's gaze, for she was the wife of the formidable Icha, and none dared to show any disrespect. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood like obedient students, awaiting her instruction. You rascals, come here this instant. Bulma barked, her fury palpable, her brows furrowed. In an instant, everyone was bewildered, yet they dared not disobey, hastily gathering around, save for Baer, who continued her rigorous training. Bulma, what is the matter? Why are you so furious? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Listen up, you lot. From this moment forth, if any of you dare to entice Icha with women, I will ensure he renders you all incapacitated. Do you understand? Bulma threatened with an authoritative tone. Upon hearing Bulma's threat, the group turned pale, as if confronted with Icha's chilling methods, fearing the consequences of his wrath. What is going on? Did you not hear me? Respond. Bulma roared, her voice resonating like thunder, causing everyone's ears to buzz. I heard it. The crowd echoed in unison. Humph. With a haughty snort, Bulma ascended the airship and departed like a proud peacock. As they watched her retreating figure, a wave of relief washed over the onlookers, as if a heavy burden had suddenly been lifted from their hearts. What a tempestuous woman. I can scarcely imagine how T endures her, Dr. Gero muttered. In my opinion, only a woman like Bulma could keep a formidable tyrant like him in check, though now there's also Miss Beulah to consider, Depura remarked. Let us not dwell on it. We can't afford to provoke them. Let us keep our distance as much as possible. Sheru replied with resignation. We should get moving. We must complete the task assigned by T. We only have a year left. If we fail, he might seek retribution, Son Goku said with a grave expression. Vegeta, equally somber, trembled at the thought of T's mercilessness. Though he had nearly grasped the threshold of Super Saiyan 3, He knew he was still far from achieving its true form. Beulah continued her rigorous training as always, and King Frisia seemed particularly invested in her development. He was now focusing on enhancing her physical strength, and once her body was sufficiently robust, he would directly impart energy to her. This guidance spared Beulah many detours, significantly boosting her combat prowess, which now surpassed that of the Jinyu force, with only Jinyu's power of 120,000 slightly exceeding hers. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero and his creations appeared unusually docile, each one finding the days dreadfully monotonous, especially androids 16 and 17, who could only fish with Majin Buu to alleviate their boredom. Chapter 39. The arrival of Beerus. Time flew by like a swift steed, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Son Goku and Vegeta successfully ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan 3, their combat power soaring beyond 300 billion. Initially, they were both arrogant and self-assured. However, when T indicated he would grant them a chance to strike, he added that the cost of such an opportunity would be exceedingly steep. After much deliberation, they ultimately refrained from acting recklessly. At this moment, T's combat power had reached 12 trillion, and with the Kaioken technique, it could exceed 20 trillion. He was filled with confidence, firmly believing he could easily crush Beerus. Over the past year, Beulah had been visiting Bulma almost daily, and T had showcased the demeanor of a devoted husband. Strangely, Beulah and Bulma seemed to get along exceptionally well, often going shopping together. Meanwhile, T approached Son Goku, rummaged through his belongings, and then turned his attention to King Frisia. Frisia, under the piercing gaze of T, felt as though he were sitting on needles, cold sweat pouring down like a breached dam. King Frisia, today I shall spare you, allowing you to depart and focus on your training. However, do not harbor any illusions of escape. You should be well aware of the formidable nature of my instantaneous movement. Incha let out a chilling, sinister laugh. Nonsense, my lord. You jest. I merely wish to remain by your side, serving you with utmost loyalty. Frisia gazed at Incha with trepidation. Very well, you may leave now. Should you delay further, I may very well reconsider my stance, Incha remarked with a smile. Realizing that Incha was not jesting, Frisia swallowed hard and hastily sped towards the outer atmosphere. Soon enough, he breached the atmosphere, only to find that Incha had not pursued him. He soared away like a wild stallion, desperately fleeing from Earth. Alas, fate was unkind. During this unfortunate flight, Frisia was intercepted by two figures, causing him to collapse in terror. Indeed, the newcomers were Whis and Beerus, although Beerus appeared utterly disinterested in Frisia, waving his hand dismissively in a gesture for him to depart post-haste. Frisia activated his full power, flying with all his might, as if prolonging his stay in this solar system for even a second was a torment. Incha had long sensed the presence of Whis and Beerus. However, he was keenly aware of the unfolding narrative and chose to refrain from excessive involvement. Before long, the two arrived on Earth. This time, there were no scenes of ships setting sail, nor were there lavish feasts awaiting them. Whis and Beerus approached Incha directly. At that moment, Incha was leisurely fishing alongside Majin Buu, offering a slight smile and a nod to Whis and Beerus. Your aura is remarkably potent. Could you possibly be the Super Saiyan God? Beerus remarked with a hint of disdain. Target acquired. Whis, power level infinite, angelic energy at 60%. Success in the heist will yield 6% of angelic power. Target Beerus, power level at 16 trillion, divine realm at 60%. Successful heist will yield 6% of the divine realm. Note, deities do not provide power levels. Rewards must be claimed independently. Oh dear. Are you not that frail rodent who sleeps all day? Others call you a cat. Yet no matter how I observe, you appear to me as nothing but a mouse. Incha let out an odd laugh, scrutinizing Beerus with a peculiar gaze. Both Beerus and Whis were momentarily taken aback. They never anticipated encountering such rudeness. Soon, Beerus's fury was ignited, and he contemplated annihilating the planet. What? Is my observation incorrect? Have I struck a nerve, causing you to seethe in humiliation? Incha chuckled again, further shocking Beerus, while Whis quickly regained his composure, laughing heartily. Human, it seems you are weary of life. Allow me to grant you a swift passage, Beerus intoned solemnly, his voice echoing with a sense of impending doom. Whis, if I were to inadvertently harm him, would you intervene? Incha inquired with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, as long as you do not end his life, I shall remain uninvolved, Whis replied with a cheerful smile. Is that what you said? Then shall we change the venue for our duel? We wouldn't want to damage the earth, remarked the peculiar T with a mischievous smile. No need for that. Feel free to unleash your full strength, replied Whis, as he gently tapped his staff. In an instant, it seemed as though an invisible barrier had separated the two combatants in their spatial realm. Human, you are quite confident, aren't you? Very well. Today I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson before obliterating this planet. Beerus sneered, his gaze fixed coldly on T. Haha, you foul rat. I've long found you displeasing and have been eager to settle the score, T cackled in response. Beerus's fury erupted like a volcano, no longer containable. As he swiftly appeared beside T in a flash, raising his iron fist to strike. T met this with a cold chuckle, reciprocating with a punch of his own. With a thunderous boom, both exchanged a chilling smile before engaging once more, the two trading blows in a flurry that surpassed 100 exchanges in mere moments. T understood that at this juncture, both were merely probing one another, neither yet exerting their full capabilities. Beerus, taken aback, unleashed only 30% of his power, yet even that was no trifling matter. Meanwhile, Whis observed with keen interest, seated comfortably with Goku and Vegeta, casually enjoying the spectacle. Are you not going to unleash your full power? Who do you think you are underestimating? Do you believe I won't strike you later? T taunted with a grin. Beerus howled in anger, and T activated a doubled Kaioken, his combat prowess skyrocketing to 24 trillion. Beerus immediately felt the weight of immense pressure, utterly suppressed. Whis stood in astonishment, for the disparity in strength at that moment was akin to a chasm, as T unleashed a relentless torrent of assaults upon Beerus. In the face of such overwhelming might, Beerus found himself unable to retaliate, relying solely on his destructive energy to mitigate the damage. T was equally astonished. As that destructive force nearly shattered his hand, he resorted to energy waves, yet they were all nullified by Beerus's power. Doubting the endless nature of Beerus's destructive capabilities, T intensified his onslaught, leaving Beerus unable to defend himself. Soon, an hour passed, and as the destructive energy dissipated, T let out a cackling laugh and lunged forward, delivering a punch akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. However, Beerus effortlessly evaded the attack, continuing his tempestuous barrage. Most of T's strikes were deftly dodged by Beerus, while those that connected were endured with sheer resilience. Presently, for every 10 punches T threw, Beerus could evade 6, if not more. Chapter 40. The Doom of Beerus the Foolish Horse. Is this the fabled Ultra Instinct? Is this the divine realm that has captivated so many? T pondered inwardly. Before long, Beerus found himself struggling against T's relentless assault. He once again howled toward the heavens, gritting his teeth as he unleashed the full potential of his being, momentarily matching T blow for blow. Oh, you've tapped into some potential, have you? Not bad at all. Just make sure you can hold your ground. Otherwise, I might just leave you in a state of utter humiliation. Just imagine how embarrassing that would be. Drinking T let out a series of peculiar cackles. Below, the ever-watchful Whis reveled in the sight of Beerus in such disarray, his heart swelling with joy akin to tasting honey. After countless rounds, Beerus's potential was finally exhausted, leaving him as limp as a puddle of mud. Receiving slap after slap to the face from Drinking T. Weren't you rather arrogant? What was all that bravado for? Drinking T continued his relentless assault while incessantly mocking Beerus, whose face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, and not a single tooth remained intact. Subsequently, Drinking T pinned Beerus to the ground, unleashing a barrage of strikes. You think you're so formidable, strutting around like a peacock? I have longed to teach you a lesson. Whis has shown you kindness in training, yet you treat him like a mere servant. What are you really? The intensity of Drinking T's blows only escalated. Then, with a decisive grip, he crushed Beerus's bones, eliciting a howl from him reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Fueled by rage, Beerus found himself powerless against Drinking T. With a manic cackle, Drinking T methodically shattered Beerus's bones, while the onlookers seemed desensitized to such cruelty, remaining unmoved. Only Whis gaped in disbelief, astonished by Drinking T's madness, yet secretly relishing the sight of Beerus's torment. Whis, come save me, Beerus shouted hoarsely. What is this? Aren't you supposed to be so capable? Why then do you need someone to rescue you now? Drinking T taunted. You insufferable rat. You've flaunted your arrogance day in and day out, and today, I shall show you what true arrogance looks like. As he continued to crush Beerus's bones, his tirade flowed uninterrupted. Soon enough, Beerus received a thorough, albeit destructive, massage from drinking tea. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, drinking tea stripped Beerus bare, casually draping a towel over him in the distorted realm. At this moment, Beerus trembled like a leaf in the wind, the agony rendering him nearly numb. Whis, it's over. I may have gone a bit overboard, but I trust you won't mind. Drinking tea's lips curled into a sly smile. Not at all, as long as you haven't killed him, Whis replied with an equally cheerful smile. By the way, Whis, might I request something from you? Drinking tea's grin grew even more radiant. What is it that you desire? Whis inquired with keen interest. I wish to ask for a single strand of your hair, if that is permissible. Drinking tea's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Why do you want my hair? Whis asked curiously, as if searching for hidden motives in drinking tea's gaze. I sense an enigmatic power within you, and I wish to acquire your hair to see if I might glean some understanding from it. With a beaming smile, Incha gazed at Whis, his face radiating sincerity. Although unaware of your intentions, I have no objection to your hair. However, I just noticed that you seem ready to dine. May I join you? Whis's lips curved upward, revealing an expression of eager anticipation. What's the difficulty in that? Everyone, return to my abode and prepare for a culinary feast of world-class proportions, Incha declared with exuberance. World-class cuisine, you say? My palate is rather discerning. Whis raised an eyebrow, his face betraying a hint of skepticism. Fear not. Follow me. Incha seized Whis by the shoulder, and in an instant, they teleported back to Bulma's residence, or rather, to his own home. In the courtyard, only Trunks was engrossed in his computer files, seemingly delving into the mysteries of the unknown. Upon seeing Incha and Whis, he paused his task. Father, you have returned, Trunks murmured softly. Go. Summon your mother to prepare a feast. We have esteemed guests arriving. Incha waved his hand grandly. Trunks nodded and turned to head inside. At that moment, others began to arrive, with Beerus being carried in by some companions. At this juncture, Beerus still appeared dazed, his tongue lolling out, resembling a cat that had been anesthetized at a veterinary clinic. When Bulma and Beulah emerged to see the Dragon Ball ensemble gathered, Bulma hurriedly instructed the household chef to commence preparations for the meal. Subsequently, Incha introduced everyone to Whis. This is Whis, an angelic being, and also the mentor of the god of destruction, Beerus, Incha remarked with a smile. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. The teacher of the god of destruction, how formidable must his power be? How did you ascertain that I am an angel? Whis inquired. Curiosity etched on his face as he looked at Incha. I heard it through the grapevine. Haha. Incha inadvertently let slip. Never mind that, Incha. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the god of destruction? Whis casually suggested. Whis, if I become a candidate for the god of destruction, will I still be able to beat him up? Incha pointed at Beerus. Haha, of course. With you around, Beerus will grow rapidly, Whis chuckled. Then there's no issue. I shall accept the role of candidate for the god of destruction. Incha patted his chest confidently. All right, after the meal, I shall guide you to familiarize yourself with the way. With your ability to teleport, it won't be difficult to go back and forth, Whis smiled. Soon, within half an hour, the sumptuous dishes were laid out, leaving Whis astonished. Without hesitation, he began to indulge heartily. The others followed suit, devouring the meal with fervor, as though Whis had never tasted such exquisite delicacies before. At that moment, Beerus regained a modicum of his senses, retracting his tongue, yet he remained immobile, trembling from the pain coursing through his body. Whis and Incha noticed this spectacle, but both were too engrossed in their meal to pay him any mind. Before long, everyone was patting their round bellies, radiating satisfaction, and Bulma even had some fruits brought out for everyone to aid in digestion. Whis was experiencing such delectable fruit for the first time, and everyone around him wore expressions of pure delight. Chapter 41. The Old Kaishin. The dimension once again upgraded by the way. Whis, how about I introduce you to two students brimming with potential? The tea master beamed, his smile akin to blossoms unfurling in the spring sun. Are you referring to those two scions? Whis's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Goku and Vegeta. Both Vegeta and Goku were filled with anticipation and excitement, their expressions reminiscent of adventurers poised to embark on a treasure hunt. Indeed, their potential is undoubtedly beyond your imagination. You might as well give it a try. I assure you it will leave you thoroughly satisfied. The tea master's laughter rang out like a crystal-clear silver bell. Well, it sounds promising. For your sake, I shall accept both of them, Whis replied with a gentle smile, one that warmed the hearts of all like a gentle spring breeze. Thank you, Master Whis. Thank you, Lord T. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder throughout the cosmos. All right, let us return. I shall guide you. It will be much easier for you next time you visit. Place your hands on my shoulders, Whis said, waving his staff as if casting a spell. Summoning Beerus as well. In the blink of an eye, Whis sped through the cosmic void at a velocity surpassing light itself. Akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, Goku and Vegeta, resembling country bumpkins newly arrived in a bustling metropolis, gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity. In just about an hour, Whis returned to the destroyer planet like a shooting star. He brought Beerus back to his residence, and, after changing his attire through combat, paid him no further mind. The Tea Master quickly acclimated to the unique atmosphere, as if imprinting this distinctive essence deep within his soul, ensuring he could effortlessly find his way back next time. Whis, I shall take my leave for now. I will return, as I have memorized this location. The Tea Master said with a smile radiant as the sun. Very well. As he spoke, Whis, like a magician performing a trick, bestowed upon the Tea Master a strand of his own hair, enveloping him in a warm glow. This is the energy of destruction. I can only grant you this much. The rest you must cultivate on your own, Whis chuckled. At that moment, the Tea Master's mind filled with numerous methods for harnessing the power of destruction. Then, a system notification confirmed the completion of the task, filling the Tea Master's heart with joy akin to discovering a rare treasure. He carefully accepted the hair, placing it gently into the dimensional space, expressed his gratitude once more to Whis, and then instantaneously vanished. Watching the Tea Master depart, Whis turned to find Goku and Vegeta brimming with excitement. Let us commence, Whis said with a smile that seemed to illuminate their training path like a beacon in the darkness. Due to Beerus being left in a weakened state by the Tea Master, Whis decided not to have them tend to Beerus's needs, intentionally allowing him to endure a few days of discomfort. Meanwhile, the Tea Master executed several instant transmissions, yet he felt as lost as a solitary vessel adrift in an endless sea, unable to locate the Milky Way. Subsequently, as if taking a leisurely stroll through an expansive universe, Insha continued to wander, spending nearly 2 hours before returning to the Milky Way with an air of nonchalance. His formidable power, akin to radar, instantly sensed the myriad beings and entities within the entire galaxy. He discovered that Frisia was undergoing rigorous training. Insha smiled subtly, opting not to disturb him, and swiftly arrived at the Realm of Kings, not far from the Milky Way. Upon Insha's arrival, the King of Kings and the god Jebet were struck with terror, resembling startled birds. They had witnessed the vivid image of Insha overwhelming Beerus through the crystal ball. At that moment, they were gripped by an intense fear that Insha might suddenly lose control and unleash his wrath upon them. Ah, my dear King of Kings. It has been quite some time. What brings you to my vicinity instead of coming to Earth for a visit? Insha emitted a peculiar laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's haunting call, sending chills down their spines. In an instant, the King of Kings and Jebet trembled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, shivering uncontrollably. Do not be alarmed. Do not be alarmed. I merely came to check on you. By the way, do you not possess the King of Kings' sword? Lead me to it. I wish to draw it forth. A mischievous smile graced Insha's lips as he spoke. In truth, he had sensed the sword's presence long ago, but had refrained from being overly audacious with these gentle souls. You? How could you possibly carry the aura of a destroyer? The King of Kings exclaimed in shock. Ah, it is because Whis has appointed me as the candidate for destroyer, so now I can be considered a god as well. Insha chuckled ominously, his laughter echoing like a demon's whisper in the ears of the King of Kings and Jebet. The King of Kings sighed in resignation. Follow me, he instructed, leading Insha to the peak of a mountain. Atop the mountain, a sword lay embedded in the stone, resembling a slumbering dragon. Insha waved his hand lightly, and a powerful force surged forth like tumultuous waves, shattering the rock, causing the King of Kings' sword to fall free. Insha darted forward like lightning, confidently grasping the so-called King of Kings' sword, and with a gentle tremor, it shattered into fragments. Both the King of Kings and Jebet were taken aback. This divine sword had remained unsheathed for millions of years, and now Insha not only drew it, but shattered it as well. What sorcery was this? At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and an old man materialized before the trio like a specter. Insha recognized him as the former King of Kings. The old King of Kings, perceiving the faint aura of destruction emanating from Insha, retreated in fright, while the King of Kings and Jebet exchanged bewildered glances. Sir, I do not wish to engage in lengthy discourse. I have heard of your vast powers. Could you assist me in expanding my space? Insha inquired, conjuring a dimension as if performing a magic trick. The old King of Kings nodded with calm composure. First, answer my question. Are you the current destroyer? His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Insha. Not at all. I am merely a substitute. The current god of destruction remains Beerus. Insha smiled faintly. I can assist you. But you must agree to one condition, the old Kai solemnly stated. Speak your mind. Are you asking me to help you teach him a lesson? If so, you may very well take action yourself on my behalf. Insha chuckled with a peculiar laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's mournful cry. What do you mean by that? The old Kai looked perplexed. I have already beaten him to the brink of death. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with those two. This is the current Supreme Kai. Insha pointed toward the Supreme Kai. The old Kai nodded, then performed an enigmatic spell on Insha's alternate dimension. After a lengthy wait, the old Kai finally ceased his efforts. Chapter 42. Beerus in a Frenzy. With his astonishment, Insha gazed into the alternate dimension before him, which had expanded to thousands of meters, flourishing with numerous flowers and plants, resembling a vibrant garden, complete with babbling brooks that formed a melodious symphony. This sight left Insha awestruck, his expression frozen in shock, like a statue. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. In the future, you are welcome to visit my home. Insha beamed, vanishing like a flash of lightning. As he departed, the Supreme Kai and Jebet looked at the old Kai with bewilderment. There is no need for further contemplation. I am the previous Supreme Kai. Millions of years ago, that detestable Beerus sealed me away. The old Kai gritted his teeth, as if wishing to crush the resentment of the past. So you are a predecessor. No wonder you possess such formidable creative abilities, akin to the divine touch. The Supreme Kai admired. Meanwhile, Insha returned home, hastily isolating himself, leaving Bulma and Beer unacknowledged. This fellow is becoming increasingly unruly, Bulma remarked with furrowed brows, a hint of anger in her voice. Beer remained silent beside her. Bulma, Beer, let us make haste. At that moment, Chi-Chi had arrived, and the three had recently taken to shopping together, now akin to good sisters bound by familial ties. Elsewhere, Insha was extracting system rewards, when the divine realm enveloped him. He realized he had not undergone any significant transformation. However, he understood that this was an elusive state, like seeing flowers in a fog, difficult to grasp. 6%. This state is beyond my control, only occasionally triggered like a shooting star. At present, it holds little utility, Insha mused. As for Beerus, his combat power reaches 16 trillion. I wonder if his cycle is also every 3 days. However, I suspect it is every 6 days, or perhaps longer. Alas, I can only wait patiently. The system extracted angelic power. In an instant, Insha was enveloped by a sacred aura, feeling as though he was undergoing a transformation, on the verge of touching that mysterious power beyond comprehension, yet it remained as elusive as the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror, impossible to grasp. After a long time, the act of drinking tea still failed to capture that elusive force, prompting him to let out a deep sigh and cease his musings. Soon, he resumed his routine work. At times, he felt a surge of aggression, but now he found no target for his ire, as those around him were not truly malevolent. The absence of King Frieza and Prince Vegeta posed a bit of a dilemma, yet he resolved to visit them once a day. He felt it necessary to make periodic trips to Whis' side, pondering the possibility of secretly indulging in tea every 3 days. Meanwhile, Beerus' condition had improved somewhat. Being a deity, his wounds would heal themselves, yet this time was particularly severe, leaving him barely clinging to life. Whis, where are you? Come and save me. Beerus roared, his voice echoing with tremendous intensity. However, Whis was presently engrossed in training Goku and Vegeta, seemingly indifferent to Beerus' cries, even feigning ignorance. Despite this, Goku and Vegeta distinctly heard Beerus' bellow but understood his formidable power, choosing not to intervene and instead focusing on their training in hopes of enhancing their own strength. Days passed, and Beerus' furious roars went unanswered. His teeth ground together in frustration, yet, ironically, he had only recently grown tender new teeth. A slight exertion caused them to shatter. The sudden pain elicited a piercing wail from him. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the 3rd day had arrived. On this day, He prepared to embark on a journey to see if he could indeed pull off a successful heist within a mere 3 days. Meanwhile, Beerus's situation had finally begun to improve, allowing him to awkwardly stand and walk. Clenching his teeth, he staggered out of his room, and upon spotting Whis in the distance, his anger ignited. "Whis, why have you ignored my pleas for help? Have you lost your hearing?" Beerus demanded, his voice laced with fury and discontent. Realizing he could no longer feign ignorance, Whis hurried over. "Lord Beerus, I was diligently training them and truly did not hear your cries for help," he said with a smile. "Even so, why did you not heal me sooner? Why must I endure this suffering for so long?" Beerus glared at Whis in anger. "My lord, you did not order me to assist you. Moreover, I perceived you to be in no immediate danger, hence my reluctance to intervene," Whis replied sincerely. Frustrated, yet ultimately resigned, Beerus chose not to pursue the matter further. He turned his gaze towards Goku and Vegeta, malice glimmering in his eyes. "Are you two friends of that fellow?" His voice dripped with menace. No, Lord Beerus, you misunderstand. We harbor a deep-seated enmity towards that individual." Vegeta hastily gestured, eager to clarify. "Indeed, we all share a profound disdain for him," Sun Wukong swiftly concurred, his expression earnest. "Oh, is that so? Do not deceive me," Beerus replied, his face a mask of skepticism. "Do you harbor a grudge against me?" At that moment, Jinx appeared as if conjured from thin air, his instantaneous movement honed to perfection, rendering him nearly impossible to anticipate. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback by Jinx's sudden manifestation, while Beerus glared at him with clenched teeth, his gaze seething with a desire to consume him whole. "I have refrained from seeking you out, yet you dare present yourself before me. Do you truly believe me, Beerus, to be so easily trifled with?" Beerus roared with uncontained fury. "What? You wretched rodent, now that your wounds have healed somewhat, you wish to seek another confrontation?" A contemptuous smirk graced Jinx's lips, unfazed by Beerus's wrath. Jinx, how is it that you possess our angelic power? Moreover, you have even grasped aspects of the divine realm in such a brief period. How have you achieved this?" Whis's eyes widened, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face, his gaze sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Beerus, upon hearing Whis's words, was equally astounded. The angelic power transcended the divine realm, a force of a higher echelon, now seemingly comprehended by Jinx. The thought sent Beerus into a tremor of rage, nearly pushing him to the brink of eruption. Chapter 43, Beerus the Foolish Steed. Engaged in a bitter struggle against Jinx, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood to the side, both wearing expressions of utter bewilderment, clearly lacking any understanding of the angelic power and divine realm that Whis had mentioned, utterly at a loss. "After our last encounter with that wretched rodent, I discovered he seemed to automatically evade my attacks. I decided to see if I could derive any insights as well, and to my surprise, I did. As for that angelic power, it was bestowed upon me by you, Whis. I gleaned it from that. Unfortunately, I could not quite grasp the essence of that feeling," Jinx lamented. Whis nodded appreciatively at Jinx, stating, "Indeed, this attests to your exceptional talent. The angelic power is not easily understood. It requires a lengthy period of accumulation. When you fully master the divine realm, you will seize that elusive sensation, at which point you will command a principle, elevating your strength to that of our weakest angels." Upon hearing this, Beerus felt as though he might leap from his skin in anger. Already suppressed by Jinx, he now faced the realization that Jinx had also comprehended the divine realm and angelic power. How could he possibly contend with that? Beerus inwardly lamented, wishing he had never provoked Jinx in the first place. As Jinx's strength burgeoned, he found himself stagnant, and he feared being completely surpassed by Jinx. With this thought, a profound sense of defeat welled up within him. "What did you two just say? Repeat it." Jinx's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta, his laughter chilling to the bone. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces turned as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling slightly, as if confronted by a ferocious beast. "Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Master T, please allow us to explain." Vegeta's voice was filled with terror and plea. He was acutely aware of T's cruel methods. Now thoroughly frightened to the core, Goku, with wide eyes and a face full of fear, gazed at T, his lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. "Let it go? Give them a chance. After all, they are also being coerced, are they not?" Whis smiled gently, casting a soft glance at Beerus. T immediately grasped Wiss's intention, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes as he continued to cackle malevolently at Beerus. Beerus, gritting his teeth in anger, roared, "Wiss! Eliminate him. This scoundrel cannot be spared." However, Wiss merely shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Lord Beerus, that is not within my purview. Thus I find it difficult to comply. Moreover, T is now a candidate for the god of destruction. Nominally, he is one of us." "What? You actually allowed him to be a candidate for the god of destruction? Do you not love me anymore?" Beerus shouted, glaring at Wiss. "Enough, you filthy rat. How do you wish to meet your demise?" T cackled, revealing a sinister visage, his eyes gleaming with fierce light. "What do you intend to do? I am your superior. Would you dare to act recklessly? Do you believe I won't report this and have Lord Zeno deal with you?" Beerus threatened, his eyes wide with fury. He attempted to use Zeno's authority to intimidate T, but his heart was filled with unease. Upon hearing this, T furrowed his brow slightly, turning his gaze towards Wiss, seemingly seeking an answer. He understood that Wiss, as an angel, was closer to Zeno and possessed deeper insights into his disposition. Lord Zeno will not concern himself with such matters. As long as the work is done well, it matters not who becomes the god of destruction. Furthermore, competition breeds pressure. And only through pressure can one find motivation, thus enhancing oneself. Would you not agree? Wiss explained with a subtle smile. Wiss's words eased T's mind, while Beerus's expression darkened. "Filthy rat, did you hear that? It is imperative that I teach you a lesson today." T cackled, launching directly into an assault on Beerus. His power surged forth relentlessly, cornering Beerus into a dire situation. Beerus, battered and bruised, found himself unable to retaliate. His previous injuries had worsened, and he realized that if this continued, he might very well be defeated or even killed by T. Thus, he gritted his teeth and shouted at Wiss, "Wait. Restore my injuries." "Yes, Lord Beerus," Wiss responded, waving his staff. A flash of light enveloped the scene, and in an instant, Beerus's wounds healed, his stamina and energy fully restored. Feeling the resurgence of his formidable presence at peak condition, Beerus felt a wave of relief wash over him. He glared fiercely at T, preparing for a life-and-death struggle. "What? Do you believe you can contend with me? Today, I shall break a few of your bones without fail." T cackled menacingly at Beerus. "You have pushed the feline too far. I shall contend with you." With a resounding roar, Beerus charged towards Insha, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Insha, feeling the pressure, recognized that without decisive action, he risked losing the battle. Thus, he resolved to activate the Kaioken. This technique, his ultimate trump card, could amplify his strength manifold in an instant, though it would impose a significant strain on his body. Fortunately, with Shinran's assistance, he could now utilize the Kaioken at a level not exceeding twice its usual power. As Insha activated the Kaioken, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. This force swept across the battlefield like a tempest, warping the very air around them. Beerus, sensing this formidable pressure, wore a grave expression. The destructive energies of Insha clashed violently with those of Beerus, producing a cacophony that echoed throughout the arena. Their strengths intertwined in a tumultuous confrontation. However, Insha's destructive power ultimately paled in comparison to Beerus's, and he was swiftly overpowered. Yet, Insha did not yield. He concentrated all his destructive force into his fist, poised to unleash one final assault. At that moment, Beerus found himself in a precarious situation. Faced with the weighty blows of Insha, he could only rely on his own destructive energy for defense. Each strike from Insha inflicted excruciating pain upon Beerus. Despite this, he persisted, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Nevertheless, the intensity of Insha's onslaught increased, making it increasingly difficult for Beerus to withstand. Under the relentless barrage, bruises began to mar Beerus's visage, rendering him a sight of disarray. Insha showed no mercy. He intensified his assault, determined to vanquish Beerus in one decisive blow. Finally, Beerus could endure no longer. He shouted, "Wiss, heal me at once." Responding to Beerus's call, Wiss swiftly brandished his staff, enveloping Beerus in a radiant green light. Under the glow, Beerus's injuries rapidly healed, and his stamina was replenished. Chapter 44. The misfortune of Beerus. With Beerus revitalized, the tide of battle shifted once more. Regaining his confidence, he resolved to defeat Insha and uphold his honor. Meanwhile, Insha realized he must devise a strategy to prevent Wiss from healing Beerus if he wished to secure victory. However, upon further reflection, He considered his own boundless stamina. Perhaps it would be amusing to let Beerus suffer a bit longer. Incha, do not deceive yourself into thinking you are formidable. Strength holds little value in this world. It is influence and connections that matter. With Whis providing me infinite healing, what do you possess to contend with me? Beerus laughed heartily. Very well. If you desire to endure more suffering, I shall be more than happy to oblige. Incha cackled ominously. Cease your boasting. Beerus growled through gritted teeth. I concede that your power exceeds mine, but how long can you sustain this energy expenditure? Prepare to meet your demise. With that, Beerus charged forward once more. In the blink of an eye, the two were once again locked in a fierce and tumultuous battle. The destruction star lay in ruins, shattered beyond recognition. And after countless rounds, Beerus found himself unable to endure any longer. T observed Beerus's desperate attempt to solicit healing from Whis, and a sly smile crept across his face. Recognizing this as an opportunity not to be easily dismissed, with unwavering resolve, he unleashed a mighty punch, heavy as a mountain's weight. Following this, two more fists rained down upon Beerus, causing him to clutch his abdomen and roll on the ground in agony. T continued his merciless assault. Each blow aimed squarely at Beerus's face. Soon, Beerus's visage became a grotesque mask of bruises, his mouth askew, and teeth scattered about like fallen leaves. Undeterred, T pressed on, and with a sudden, brutal punch, he shattered one of Beerus's legs, the sound of splintering bone echoing in the air. He then summoned all his strength for another strike, delivering the same fate to Beerus's other leg, bones fracturing with a sickening crunch. Beerus's anguished cries reverberated throughout the destruction star, and in that moment, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he turned to Whis. Before Beerus could utter a word, T struck again, this time dislocating his jaw, rendering him speechless. Though he could only express his impotent rage towards Whis. Yet Whis remained unfazed, standing calmly, as if observing an enthralling spectacle unfold before him. His gaze serene amidst the chaos. At that moment, T launched another onslaught, inflicting even greater harm upon Beerus, whose bones now lay shattered. His body on the brink of death, Goku and Vegeta, spectating from the sidelines, swallowed hard. Despite having witnessed T's brutality before, the sight before them sent shivers down their spines. Summoning every ounce of strength, T delivered a final kick to Beerus's last remaining bone. The crisp sound of fracture piercing the air, causing Beerus's body to collapse, utterly senseless. Satisfied, T clapped his hands with a triumphant smile. He then swiftly stripped Beerus of his garments and retrieved a towel from another dimension, delicately wrapping it around Beerus's waist as if cherishing a precious work of art. However, at that moment, the system chimed with a notification: deities can only be plundered once a year. Upon hearing this, T felt a flicker of helplessness and disappointment. Yet he quickly reconciled with the news. After all, time was on his side. Eventually, there would be another opportunity to raid Beerus. With this thought, his spirits gradually settled. T approached Whis and the others with a smile, prompting Goku and Vegeta to hastily retreat behind Whis, fearful that T might unleash his wrath upon them as well. Whis regarded T with a hint of perplexity and could not help but inquire. T, your soul is pure and untainted, not of malevolent nature. Yet, why do your actions bear such brutality? With a slight smile, Incha shrugged and replied, There's no particular reason. I simply find him disagreeable and wish to impart a profound lesson. After saying this, his gaze returned to Beerus, his eyes glinting with a mischievous spark. Curious, Whis inquired. Have you encountered Lord Beerus before? What led to your enmity? Oh, this matter. I actually heard it from others, Incha promptly divulged, knowing full well that he could not shoulder the blame alone. Whis nodded thoughtfully. In that case, you need not visit frequently. Just occasionally spare some time to obliterate those inferior planets. After all, it appears you prefer employing brutal methods, which should suit you splendidly. Very well, that sounds agreeable. By the way, I brought you some gifts, Incha said, producing an array of delectable treats from the dimensional space, all expertly prepared and emanating an enticing aroma. Whis lightly waved his staff, and in an instant, all the food vanished. Well then, I must take my leave. You two should focus on your training. Should you dare to slack off, I shall personally come to incapacitate you. With a cunning grin, Incha turned and departed. Fear not, we shall diligently train. Sun Wukong and Vegeta responded in unison, determination flashing in their eyes. After observing Incha's departure, Whis waved his staff, and Beerus was returned to his bed. unconscious and numb from pain. Weiss then resumed the training of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, this time dressing them in heavy garments that made even walking a Herculean task. Despite the strenuous effort, they persevered, adapting to the intensity of the training. Meanwhile, on his way back, Incha encountered several inferior planets. With a mere gentle strike, these planets exploded, requiring no destructive force. After meandering for several hours, he finally returned to Earth. Upon his return, Incha maintained his usual routine, clocking in for work punctually and resting at home afterward. "Welcome back, young Master Incha," exclaimed Puar, floating towards him. "Miss Bulma's sister has returned as well." Incha smiled and nodded, placing Puar on his shoulder. "Incha, come here. My sister is back," Bulma called out with a cheerful wave. "Dad, Annie is back. Mom mentioned she left over a decade ago and has only just returned," Trunks joyfully informed Incha. Chapter 45. The husband is the god of destruction candidate. Broly's apocalypse, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Tais, and this is my friend, Gak. He is my husband, Incha. Bulma happily introduced him. With a gentle nod, Incha smiled, but soon turned away. He had suddenly recalled something important that required his careful planning. As she watched him leave without a backward glance, Bulma felt a surge of frustration, yet she was powerless to change the situation. She was aware that Incha occasionally exhibited peculiar behavior, but this particular instance left her feeling quite embarrassed. "I apologize, that's just how he is. He prefers solitude over crowds," Bulma awkwardly explained. "Mom, Dad doesn't he dislike social gatherings? He must have something significant on his mind," Trunks astutely observed, before returning to his computer. "By the way, Jax, if you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to us. My husband is currently a candidate for the God of Destruction. With his abilities and status, he can undoubtedly be of great help to you. And of course, you too, sister." Bulma attempted to shift the conversation, smiling as she spoke. However, upon hearing that Incha was a candidate for the God of Destruction, Jax's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bulma. "What? A candidate for the God of Destruction? Your husband is actually a candidate?" Tai Si's eyes grew large with shock, her mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg. She could hardly fathom such astonishing news. "Indeed, just a few days ago, they were here dining with us. The individual was named Whis, if I recall correctly," Bulma reminisced. The images of Whis and Incha flooding her mind, filling her with a sense of pride. "Whis? I don't recognize that name. Isn't the God of Destruction named Whis? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Jax furrowed his brow, looking at Bulma with skepticism, suspecting she might have misremembered. "I can't be mistaken. However, there is indeed another figure, a hairless cat, I believe, named Beerus." Bulma concentrated, finally recalling the name of the mysterious being. Yes, that's it, Beerus. "If that is the case, our galaxy will surely flourish. Having a candidate for the God of Destruction is quite an honor," Tai Si exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Tai Si was right. If we promote this more, the crime rate in our galaxy will significantly decrease. How about this? One day, I'll bring the Galactic King to meet your husband," Jax said eagerly, unable to contain his excitement to share this wonderful news with the Galactic King. "Is that appropriate? Shouldn't we be the ones to visit him instead?" Bulma said, feeling a bit bashful, as the Galactic King held a position of great esteem, and it seemed improper to have him come to see her. "Don't worry. This is a momentous occasion, and we must celebrate it properly," Jax waved his hand dismissively, determined to personally invite the Galactic King. "Bulma, in the presence of a God of Destruction, the Galactic King holds little significance. The God of Destruction is an unparalleled deity, possessing the power to obliterate anything. Sigh. It's truly wonderful that my brother-in-law is so accomplished," Tai Si exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Is it really that exaggerated? Well, if that is the case." Bulma appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly unaware of what it meant to be a candidate for the God of Destruction. On the other side, as Incha returned to his room, he began to ponder over various matters. The plot was rapidly approaching the competition, and he knew he must make his appearance. He was determined to triumph in this Super Dragon Ball saga, wishing for an immortal existence, or, if that proved unfeasible, to transform his alternate dimension into an entire universe. Should that too fail, he would settle for creating a galaxy or a solar system. Incha mused silently. Ding. The system issued a task, rob Broly, with the reward being Broly's Scion bloodline, available for immediate acquisition. What nonsense. I have no desire for a Scion bloodline. Why would I forsake my humanity to become a monkey? Insha scoffed. Ding. The system clarified that Broly's scion bloodline could be bestowed upon others. Bestow? Upon whom? He pondered. It's impossible to give it to my family. My descendants must never bear the traits of a monkey, lest they resemble gorillas, which would be utterly embarrassing. Oh, perhaps I could give it to the Dragon Ball gang. With this thought, Insha felt a sense of reassurance. After all, this reward could significantly enhance the strength of others. The system transported him, and soon Insha found himself on a desolate battlefield where Sun Wukong and Vegeta were fiercely attacking Broly. Insha observed, dismissing the system scan. As Broly's strength was at most 4 or 5 trillion, he continued to watch until everyone had been defeated. Without hesitation, he unleashed his aura, rendering Broly motionless. Sprawled on the ground, Insha approached him slowly, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked on in disbelief, recognizing him. Releasing his aura, Insha delivered a single punch that shattered Broly's Super Saiyan state. Broly writhed on the ground, clutching his stomach, spewing blood. How is this possible? How can Insha possess such immense power? This cannot be, Vegeta exclaimed, his face etched with astonishment. Sun Wukong, equally stunned, reflected on their long acquaintance. Having never known Insha to wield such strength. Without allowing Broly a moment to regain his footing, Insha crushed his leg bone with a single stomp, eliciting cries of agony from Broly. Another swift kick shattered the bone in Broly's other leg. In a fury, Broly transformed into Super Saiyan again, ascending to Super Saiyan 2, breaking through the previous threshold in his rage. Yet, Insha placed a foot on Broly's chest, instantly nullifying his Super Saiyan 2 transformation, reducing him back to his normal state. As the force of Insha's foot crushed his chest bones, Broly coughed up blood, and Insha showed no sympathy, proceeding to shatter Broly's limb bones. At this point, Broly was on the brink of death. Insha seized a handful of his hair and deposited it into the alternate dimension. He is on the brink of death. How you choose to handle him is up to you. I shall take my leave now. With those words, Insha vanished, returning to Earth, witnessing his sudden disappearance. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances, uncertain of what to do next, especially considering that Broly was in such dire straits. Chapter 46. The Turtle Hermit's Legacy of the Scion Broly Bloodline. To whom should this Scion bloodline be bestowed? It appears that there is no one who revels in battle. Is there? The combat prowess of this Broly bloodline is destined to escalate annually. It must be given to someone who shuns conflict. Ah, yes. The Turtle Hermit would be ideal. That old fellow is quite decent. Yes, he shall be the one. Insha contemplated inwardly. Before long, Insha appeared before the Turtle Hermit like a wraith. At that moment, the Turtle Hermit was engrossed in reading with the Crane Hermit, their expressions utterly absorbed. Oblivious to the nature of the text before them, Insha's sudden manifestation was akin to a bolt from the blue, startling the two old men profoundly. The Turtle Hermit hastily concealed the book, both men gazing apprehensively at Insha, who was chuckling ominously. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lord Insha? The Turtle Hermit stammered, trembling. You may leave now. Insha fixed his gaze upon the Crane Hermit, whose heart raced with trepidation, causing him to flee in haste. Only the Turtle Hermit remained, quaking in fear as he nervously regarded Insha, anxious that he might commit some dreadful act. Do you wish to grow stronger? Insha inquired with a smile directed at the Turtle Hermit. The Turtle Hermit, utterly perplexed, fell silent, unable to fathom Insha's intentions. Speak. Do you desire to become powerful or not? If you remain mute, I shall render you incapacitated. Insha's demeanor shifted abruptly, his gaze cold and merciless, reminiscent of frost in the depths of winter. I wish, no, I do not wish. I am quite content as I am, truly. I beseech you, show mercy. I am merely an old man, no threat to you. The Turtle Hermit pleaded, nearly on his knees in desperation. Very well, I shall grant you formidable power. However, be warned, this strength will erupt daily like a volcano. Should you ever dare to provoke my ire, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Insha let out a sinister cackle. At that moment, Insha had successfully bestowed Broly's bloodline upon the Turtle Hermit, though the old man remained unaware of any changes thus far. With the swiftness of the wind, Insha departed, leaving the Turtle Hermit alone and perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. Nonetheless, Insha's departure was a relief, prompting the old man to exhale deeply, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. What on earth was wrong with that fellow today? It was utterly bewildering. He nearly terrified me to death. I half expected him to suddenly lash out at me. The turtle hermit murmured to himself, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, still shaken. Alas, the image of Yin Cha in his mind had always been one of terror and violence. The following day, Master Rashi suddenly sensed an unusual change within himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that his strength had quietly amplified, despite not having undergone any training. Where could this newfound power possibly have originated? Moreover, an inexplicable urge surged within him, compelling him to engage in a bout of sparring, a notion that left him perplexed. As another day passed, Master Rashi joyfully noted yet another subtle enhancement in his abilities. Though the increment was slight, it filled him with exhilaration. In that moment, he was abruptly reminded of a conversation he had with Drink Tea just days prior, leading him to a sudden realization of the underlying cause. How had this individual managed such a feat? No matter, as long as it bore no malevolence. Master Rashi murmured to himself, "Old man, what ails you? You've seemed rather distracted these past couple of days. Could it be that you were left dumbfounded by that fellow?" Teased Crane Hermit. Nothing. I merely have some important matters on my mind," Master Rashi replied with a feigned smile, attempting to conceal his true feelings. "Alas, we are now of advanced age and must wait several more years. If we bide our time, perhaps the eternal dragon will bestow its magic upon us, restoring our youth." Just contemplating this fills one with anticipation. Crane Hermit's face was aglow with longing for youth. Meanwhile, Drink Tea once again graced the Kalen Tower. The divine aura emanating from him surged like a tempestuous tide, exuding immense power that even Kalen Sage found somewhat unnerving. He hastily presented 5 large barrels of senza beans, which Drink Tea accepted without hesitation before swiftly departing. It had become customary for Drink Tea to visit every few years, each time collecting all the senza beans, which he regarded as miraculous healing elixirs. As another day unfolded, Master Rashi noticed yet another transformation within himself. He found himself feeling irritable at times, harboring an impulse to strike out. These past 2 days, he had been unable to shake off a sense of unease, as if countless ants were crawling in his mind, and his emotions surged like turbulent tides. He could not help but recall Drink Tea's earlier words, prompting him to quickly compose himself and rush out, eager to consult a physician. Before long, Master Rashi arrived at the hospital, checked in, and made his way directly to the psychology department in search of the mental health specialist. "Good day, sir. What seems to be the trouble? Could you elaborate?" inquired a doctor clad in a white coat, taking on a werewolf form. Master Rashi then recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail, sparing no aspect aside from the matter of his strength. This situation is quite serious. I believe a radiological examination is in order before I can provide a conclusion," the werewolf doctor stated. "What? I came seeking your psychological guidance. Must I undergo an examination as well?" Master Rashi questioned, his face a mask of skepticism. "Sir, it is absolutely essential," the doctor replied. "Firstly, I wish to ensure your well-being, for only then can I draw a conclusion. As long as you are in good health, I can tailor a seamless plan for you," the werewolf doctor elucidated. The turtle sage nodded slightly. "Very well. I shall first undergo an examination. Soon." The turtle sage submitted to a comprehensive physical checkup, which astonishingly consumed an entire afternoon. The results were nothing short of staggering. Conditions such as hypertension, coronary heart disease, diabetes, and chronic bronchitis loomed like insurmountable mountains, leaving the turtle sage bewildered. How could this be possible? It cannot be. How could I, so intimately acquainted with my own body, be oblivious to such ailments? Surely, this esteemed hospital would not deceive an old man like me. The turtle sage pondered quietly. Chapter 47. The competition is about to begin, sir. You possess numerous ailments that severely impact your mental state. Here's what I propose. I recommend you undergo a blood test to ascertain if there are any further hidden afflictions, the werewolf doctor suggested. The turtle sage thought to himself, since I am here, I might as well go through with the entire examination for the sake of peace of mind. Subsequently, he was taken for blood tests, and approximately half an hour later, the results emerged. The report enumerated conditions such as kidney stones, liver cirrhosis, gallstones, and chronic hepatitis. The turtle sage felt as though he had been struck by lightning, momentarily stunned, before his fury erupted like a volcano. He seized the werewolf doctor and shouted in indignation. "Speak! Are you attempting to deceive this old man?" "Sir, you are gravely mistaken. We are a reputable hospital. and it is inconceivable that we would engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Furthermore, all these tests were conducted voluntarily. We did not coerce you in the slightest. The werewolf doctor hurriedly explained. Suddenly, the turtle sage recognized his impulsiveness and promptly released the werewolf doctor. I apologize. I have been somewhat irritable of late, and my temper has flared, the turtle sage said, his face filled with remorse. It's quite all right. Do you wish to continue with the treatment? The werewolf doctor inquired. Very well, since I have come this far, I shall proceed, the turtle sage replied with resignation. In the following 3 days, the turtle sage felt as if he were imprisoned within the confines of the hospital, undergoing a myriad of examinations, ultimately depleting his remaining funds of over 100,000 yuan, leaving with an armful of health supplements for the elderly. The turtle sage sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of his unease. He shook his head, resolved not to dwell on it further, and made his way home. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had slipped away. On this day, a plump mouse and a tall woman, reminiscent of Weiss, arrived at the planet of destruction. The familiar plot unfolded as they made a wager, preparing for a thrilling competition in due course. Beerus laughed heartily, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. He is acutely aware that should that individual take action, even if the entire 6th universe were to descend upon him with an army of thousands, they would stand no chance against him. Although he harbors a profound disdain for Beerus, for the honor of the 7th universe, he can only choose to let go of his grievances. Meanwhile, the power level of Jinx has already soared to 13 trillion. Jiren's combat prowess should be on par with, or even surpass that of Beerus, yet it is unlikely to exceed 20 trillion. A doubled Kaioken ought to suffice in confronting him, Jinx muses to himself. Suddenly, a resplendent and multicolored light streaks across the sky, reminiscent of a magnificent rainbow. Jinx understands well that this heralds the arrival of Whis. In an instant, Whis and Beerus are followed closely by Son Goku and Vegeta, hurtling toward Jinx's abode like shooting stars. Oh my, what a rare visitor. Lord Beerus, it has been quite some time, have you missed me? Jinx emits a peculiar laugh, reminiscent of the eerie hoot of an owl, sending shivers down the spine. Beerus glares fiercely at Jinx, yet finds himself powerless against him, begrudgingly turning away in frustration. Jinx, I bring good news. Soon, there will be a fierce battle against formidable opponents from the 6th universe. Son Goku exclaims excitedly, his voice booming like a thunderclap. Well then, I wish you all the success. Jinx's lips curl into a faint smile. Son Goku and Vegeta exchange bewildered glances. Their purpose for coming was to invite Jinx to participate in the competition, for with Jinx on their side, victory would be all but assured. However, at this moment, Jinx appears utterly disinterested in the contest. Jinx, we have come specifically to invite you. You cannot be absent. Son Goku implores anxiously. Jinx, fully aware of the situation, decides to feign ignorance. It is Lord Beerus who wishes to invite you. He is too shy to speak up, so allow me to assist him. Whis beams with a smile as warm as the spring sun. Hey, Whis, how can you speak so? Beerus erupts in fury, glaring at Whis with eyes ablaze like burning flames. What rewards are there? If it's something ordinary, I have no interest. Jinx raises an eyebrow, regarding Whis with a sly smile. Super Dragon Balls. If victorious, you can obtain the Super Dragon Balls and fulfill any wish. Son Goku, burning with urgency, exclaims with a heightened pitch. Can I truly possess these Dragon Balls? Jinx's demeanor shifts to one of solemnity, his gaze piercing as he fixes his eyes on Whis, as if seeking to delve into the depths of his soul. If Whis nods, everything will fall into place. Indeed, you may. First, tell me what wish you seek to fulfill. Whis's expression remains calm, like still water, undisturbed by ripples. Immortality. Even if the universe were to be obliterated, I shall remain eternal. Jinx's gaze is resolute, as steadfast as a boulder, enunciating each word with conviction. You are asking too much. Such a demand is absolutely unacceptable. Beerus erupts in a rage, his roar reverberating like thunder, as if he could tear the very fabric of the universe asunder. Are you not in that very position at this moment? Your current state resembles that of an immortal being, indistinguishable from us angels. Even if the universe were to perish, you would remain unscathed. When I first laid eyes upon you, you were already thus. I am truly curious about the extraordinary encounters that have befallen you. Whis's lips curled into a smile. His words struck the crowd like a bolt of lightning, leaving them utterly astounded, particularly Beerus. who could scarcely believe that a mere cup of tea possessed such formidable powers. It appears that the immortality previously bestowed by the system is indeed remarkable. I can now rest easy, thought the tea drinker to himself. Let my alternate dimension transform into a universe. As he spoke, he opened his unique space. Oh, that is a splendid idea. It is settled then. Are you able to commence the preparations for the banquet? Whis beamed with delight. Certainly. Bulma, Trunks. Swiftly prepare delectable dishes to welcome our esteemed guests, the tea drinker called out loudly. Before long, the feast was ready, and once again, everyone devoured the food ravenously. Especially Beerus, who had never tasted such exquisite cuisine. Previously, the treats the tea drinker had gifted to Whis were entirely enjoyed by him, without sharing a morsel with Beerus. Suddenly, a spacecraft gradually docked not far from the group, yet it went unnoticed save for Bulma and Trunks, who approached to greet the visitors. The newcomers were none other than Galactic Patrolman Gak and Ties, accompanied by a massive octopus crowned as if it were a regal monarch. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is our Lord of the Galaxy, and this is the wife of the candidate for the God of Destruction, Gak enthusiastically introduced. Ah, splendid. Just in time for the feast. Please join us. Whis and Lord Beerus are also present. You should make their acquaintance, Bulma said with a smile. Upon hearing that the God of Destruction Beerus was among them, Gak and his companions trembled with fear, slowly approaching Beerus with utmost reverence and bowing deeply. Begone. Do not disturb my meal. Beerus's expression remained as calm as water as he cast a fleeting glance at the trio, who, like startled birds, fled into the room with the swiftness of the wind. Moments later, the group, having devoured the feast like famished tigers, wore expressions of sheer satisfaction. By the way, tea drinker, we are still short on personnel. We must recruit more to meet our quota, Son Goku remarked. Indeed, according to tradition, we require 5 individuals, Vegeta added solemnly. Not to worry. Simply summon Cell and Majin Buu, or alternatively, call Frieza, the tea drinker responded with a smile. Frieza? His current strength is hardly impressive. Cell, however, is still viable, Son Goku contemplated privately. Frieza has now become exceedingly powerful. He is likely not much inferior to you, perhaps even superior to both of you. The tea drinker stated nonchalantly. How can this be possible? After enduring 3 months of rigorous training, we have successfully transformed into our blue forms. In terms of combat prowess, we have reached an astonishing level of 3 trillion, and we have begun to exude a divine aura. Surely you jest? Sun Wukong inquired in astonishment. What reason would I have to deceive you? In due course, you shall come to understand. Yinsha smiled gently. Very well, since we have nothing pressing to attend to, let us depart at once. I presume they have already constructed the arena, and it will not take long for us to commence the matches. Whis remarked with a grin. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch Cell and Frieza, while Majin Buu, being inherently gentle, may no longer be suited for battle. Yinsha chuckled. In but the blink of an eye, Cell was brought before them by Yinsha, and the group readied themselves to set forth. At that moment, another spacecraft emerged from the horizon, and Yinsha knew all too well that it signified Frieza's return, having grown stronger. Whis and Beerus also sensed Frieza's presence, and soon enough, Frieza's army descended upon Yinsha's abode like a mountain crashing upon an egg, each soldier armed and poised for action, as though awaiting Frieza's command to unleash a bloody massacre. Frieza leisurely floated out of the spacecraft, wearing a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, his gaze fixated on Yinsha. Master Frieza, you have finally returned. Why did you take so long? Are you well? Bayer approached Frieza submissively, akin to a docile lamb. The once fearsome visage of Frieza softened in an instant, akin to a gentle breeze caressing a tranquil lake. Bayer, step aside for now. Today, I shall teach this audacious fellow a lesson, Frieza declared with a hearty laugh. Master Frieza, please do not act impulsively. You are not his match. I would hate for either of you to be harmed on my account, Bayer pleaded, tears streaming down her cheeks like a torrential flood. Fear not, Bayer. As long as I am here, if he dares to bully you, he shall regret it profoundly. Quickly retreat, and watch as I deal with this ungrateful wretch. Frieza chuckled, gently pushing Bayer several hundred meters away. Well, it seems you possess a shred of conscience. Over the years, you have indeed changed somewhat. Yet, you, who are so oblivious to your own mortality, dare to presume to teach me a lesson? Have you lost your mind? Yinsha let out a chilling cackle, reminiscent of an owl's hoot, sending shivers down spines. Lost my mind. If I truly had, I could forget the pain you have inflicted upon me. Today, King Frisia shall settle both old and new scores with you. Frisia's face hardened. His gaze fixated on Yansha as if he intended to devour him whole. Without hesitation, Yansha unleashed a formidable aura, akin to a towering mountain, instantly reducing all of Frisia's minions to mere dust. Even Frisia himself found himself immobilized by this overwhelming force. Gritting his teeth, his entire being suddenly radiated a golden light, and a terrifying energy surged forth like a tempestuous tide. With a gentle wave of the staff, Weiss conjured a radiant light that enveloped everyone like an indomitable shield. Although T wished to suppress the lingering energy from the recent upheaval, upon witnessing Weiss's intervention, he chose to disregard it entirely. At that moment, the golden Frisia remained motionless, his face a portrait of astonishment as he gazed at T, his eyes wide like copper bells, as if they might pop from their sockets. What? Is this all you are capable of? You dare come here to teach me a lesson? How utterly absurd. T emitted a chilling, eerie laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's call. How infuriating. After months of arduous training, I find myself still lagging behind. Had I known it would come to this, I would have trained for several more months. Frisia seethed internally, consumed by bitterness. Today, however, in a rare moment of good humor, I shall spare your life. But should you fail to impress me, I will ensure your bones are picked apart. T laughed maniacally, his voice echoing like a specter from the depths of the abyss. Upon hearing that he might be spared, Frisia felt a surge of hope. As long as he could preserve his life, there remained a chance to redeem his disgrace. Weiss, let us depart, T said softly, casting a glance at Weiss. With a slight nod, Weiss accepted, while Beerus and T placed their hands gently on Weiss's shoulders, prompting others to follow suit. Before long, they arrived at the competition venue, where Kampa, Beerus, and the rest of Universe 6 awaited them eagerly. Beerus, how is it that you have arrived so swiftly? Did we not agree on a month? Are you so eager to succumb to me? Kampa's laughter boomed, reverberating through the arena as if it might topple the very structure. Are you the god of destruction from Universe 6? You resemble a plump rat with thieving eyes. How could anyone mistake you for a cat? T cackled ominously, his laughter akin to a night owl's mournful cry, sending shivers down spines. In an instant, the inhabitants of Universe 7 erupted in laughter, while those from Universe 6 stood aghast, unable to fathom that someone dared to mock a deity of destruction. Before long, even Beerus found himself unable to suppress a grin. You insolent wretch, who exactly are you? No matter your identity, I will reduce you to fragments. Kampa sneered, his grin as menacing as a serpent's flicking tongue. Chapter 49. Sun Wukong in fierce battle with Hit Lord Kampa. You must exercise caution. He possesses formidable strength and carries the aura of a deity, whispered Beerus. What? Who are you, you disrespectful scoundrel? Beerus, what does this creature you've brought mean? Kampa bellowed, his voice thundering with rage. Feigning ignorance, Beerus turned away to whistle. He is our candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7. My apologies, Lord Kampa. Weiss replied with an affable smile. What? He is your candidate for god of destruction? Very well, once the competition concludes, I shall deal with you. Kampa seethed, turning away in a fit of fury. The target is Kampa, with a combat power of 16 trillion and a 50% domain of the gods. A successful heist yields 5% of the domain of the gods. The target is Bardos, possessing infinite combat power and 70% angelic strength, with a successful heist granting 7% of the angelic power. Since we are all present, let the competition commence. Bardos smiled gracefully. I share the same sentiment, Vados concurred. Beerus and Kampa chose to refrain from intervening, allowing the Vados siblings to manage the situation on their own. Soon, the lineup began, with T making a grand entrance last. Cell took the stage first, followed by Frisia, Vegeta, and Goku. The sixth universe was also prepared, with Hit as the final competitor. While the others made their entrance at will, their universe also boasted Science, alongside a peculiar character resembling Frisia. The outcome of the match was never in doubt. As Cell stepped onto the stage, he promptly sent the four opponents crashing off the platform, infuriating Kampa, who gnashed his teeth in anger. Ultimately, only Hit remained. Yet several adversaries had yet to make their appearance, particularly that arrogant individual, a candidate for the god of destruction, who possessed immense destructive power. Should he unleash this force, Hit would find himself in dire straits. As Hit entered, his demeanor was as stoic as the depths of the ocean. T recalled a piece of wisdom. The strong need not concern themselves with others, thus remaining taciturn. Once they speak too much, they fulfill the notion that villains perish through excessive chatter. The target is hit with a combat power of 10 trillion. A successful heist could yield 1 trillion combat power. The system once again prompted that 100 billion combat power necessitates 3 days of isolation, while a trillion automatically categorizes one among the divine, requiring a year of seclusion. Cell regarded Hit with disdain, provocatively beckoning him with a finger. Hit's gaze hardened, his formidable aura pressing down like a mountain, rendering Cell immobile. With a mere flick of his foot, Cell was sent hurtling off the stage like an arrow released from its bow. Humph, Hit is our 6th universe's premier assassin. Prepare to concede. Ha ha. Kampa laughed triumphantly. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Hit, then observed the composed T. Despite his dislike for T, he found himself envisioning the moment after the match when T would deliver a beating to Kampa, and this thought elicited a hearty laugh from Beerus. The second contender to take the stage was King Frisia. Upon his arrival, he was immediately ensnared by Hit's overwhelming aura, akin to a mountainous weight, rendering him motionless. This formidable presence was reminiscent of T's, sending chills down his spine. Clenching his teeth, Frisia transformed into his golden form, yet remained as still as if frozen in place. With another slight elevation of his foot, Frisia plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Next, Prince Vegeta made a striking entrance. Unsurprisingly, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he too was immobilized by the sheer force of Hit's presence. The overwhelming pressure bringing forth memories of the terror he felt from T. This individual's strength likely rivals that of T, Vegeta pondered silently. Unsurprisingly, he too exited the stage in dismay. Sun Wukong wore a grave expression. The powerful aura he emanated appeared to rival even that of T. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on Hit. Be cautious, this fellow's strength is unfathomable. Just this presence alone is capable of overwhelming us, Vegeta remarked, his face etched with fear. Wukong nodded slightly, then resolutely ascended the arena. You are formidable, your power should be on par with T's. However, I will never concede, Wukong declared with unwavering determination, akin to an unyielding steel. Since entering the ring, Hit had not uttered a single word, and now remained silent, his aura crashing towards Wukong like surging waves, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Yet, with a faint smile, Wukong unleashed an unparalleled, formidable presence, radiating like a brilliant sun, illuminating the surroundings. Observing this, T's lips curled into a slight smile, pondering, this is the aura of the Kaioken, but when did he master it? Even I am unaware. Wukong activated the tenfold Kaioken, his combat power skyrocketing to 5 trillion. Yet, even then, he remained unable to move. Gritting his teeth, he decisively escalated to the 20-fold Kaioken. In an instant, Wukong's combat power erupted like a volcano, reaching 9 trillion. Hit could no longer suppress him, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. Originally, I intended to reserve this move for T, but it seems I must employ it against you today, Wukong remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. His demeanor effortlessly calm. Hit remained as silent as a statue. At that moment, Wukong surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to claim victory, their auras seemingly threatening to shatter the very fabric of space. Whis and Beerus gently raised their staffs, immediately restoring stability to the arena. As the battle raged on, Wukong was astounded, unable to believe that even with the 20-fold Kaioken, he could not defeat Hit. Hit, too, bore a serious expression. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since his debut, and he dared not let his guard down. Time and again, he was compelled to unleash his ultimate techniques just to evade Wukong's relentless assaults. Kampa's was beside himself with frustration, never having anticipated that this individual named Sun Wukong possessed such immense power. Fear not, Lord Kampa. Hit will not lose. That person, Sun Wukong, has employed a secret technique, augmenting his strength to rival Hit's. However, once the time is up, he will struggle to cope with the ensuing discomfort. Our attention should be directed towards that 7th universe's god of destruction candidate, who referred to you as the Fat Mouse, Beerus remarked with a light chuckle. That sounds splendid. But wait, what do you mean by that, Beerus? Kampa's roared in indignation, but Beerus merely smiled, his gaze fixed on the match, seemingly unfazed. At this moment, the battle had reached a fever pitch. However, Wukong remained at a disadvantage, with Hit successfully evading his every move. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, gritted his teeth in frustration, having believed his strength to be on par with Wukong's, only to realize that Wukong possessed such formidable hidden reserves. Chapter 50. The Arrival of SpongeBob, the Doomsday of Kampa. Is there truly such a formidable existence in the sixth universe? Whence did that technique come from, Whis? Beerus inquired, his face etched with curiosity. This technique is known as time skip, which allows the user to leap through time, storing and freezing their movements to use against their adversaries. As it stands, a jump of 0.1 seconds has been achieved, Whis elucidated. This individual possesses such prowess? Beerus stared at the two combatants in the arena with a hint of discomfort. Fear not, Lord Beerus, for Kampa shall not falter. If you were bested by Kampa, then there is little hope for Hit, Whis remarked with a smile. Whis, what do you imply? I would never be reduced to such a state. I was not even exerting my full strength at that time, do you understand? Beerus retorted, his eyes wide with indignation as he glared at Whis. All right. Let us concede that you are impressive. Whis chuckled. Beerus snorted and redirected his focus to the arena. At this moment, Son Goku was visibly fatigued. Yet he persevered valiantly. Hit, discerning Goku's condition, merely awaited the opportune moment for Goku to concede defeat. The two resumed their fierce battle, with Hit's time skip rendering Goku helpless. Originally, Hit was already a formidable opponent. Now, armed with such an extraordinary technique, Goku's strength waned significantly. Gasping for breath, yet unwilling to yield, he stubbornly continued his onslaught against Hit. Suddenly, a vibrant rainbow materialized, and in the blink of an eye, two tall figures, their faces obscured, appeared before the astonished crowd, accompanied by a SpongeBob. Both Son Goku and Hit were thrust out of the arena by a gentle force, while Beerus and Kampa, upon witnessing the newcomers, fled in terror. Whis and Beerus followed suit, leading to the unfolding of the original plot. However, this time, Son Goku acted with considerably more prudence, exhibiting a newfound depth of thought prior to taking action. Objective: Zeno, the supreme god of destruction, with infinite combat power. Destruction power at 100. Successful robbery yields 10 of destruction power. Objective: Zeno's guards, with infinite combat power. If the system is not deceiving me, this SpongeBob appears to be rather unremarkable. Merely a larger god of destruction with slightly enhanced destructive capabilities, Kampa mused internally. Before long, SpongeBob vanished, leaving Beerus and Kampa in a state of relief. Alright, let us retreat. Prepare for the grand tournament in a month, Kampa declared as he attempted to make his escape. Kampa could not evade the watchful eye of Kampa, who instantaneously teleported before him. You are exceedingly rude. Have you grown weary of life? Kampa fumed. You have lost. Surrender the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa chuckled. When did I ever lose? Which of your eyes witnessed my defeat? How infuriating. I shall make you pay dearly for this, Kampa exclaimed, preparing to confront Kampa. Wait. What if you cannot defeat me? Kampa replied, remaining unfazed as he regarded Kampa. Ha. Beerus, did you hear that? He claims I cannot defeat him, which is utterly laughable. If you manage to best me, the Super Dragon Balls will be yours. Upon uttering these words, Kampa lunged towards T. T's gaze turned icy, and a formidable aura surged forth, pressing down on Kampa, who was taken aback by T's unexpected prowess. He too unleashed his own energy in response. In an instant, their forces collided. Beerus, if I were to strike him, would you interfere? T inquired, glancing at Beerus. As long as you don't kill him, it's fine. Beerus replied with a smile. Strike me? Very well, come at me. Kampa retorted angrily as he charged at T once more. In that moment, a fierce battle ensued. With a battle power of 13 trillion, T was indeed not a match for Kampa, who grew increasingly invigorated, sensing that T was at a disadvantage. Unable to withstand the pressure, T activated the Kaioken, instantly amplifying his power to 26 trillion. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Kampa, like a candle flickering in the wind, began to falter under the onslaught. Beerus watched in astonishment, covering his mouth in disbelief, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle. Soon, Kampa unleashed his destructive power, and T mirrored the action, though his destructive capability paled in comparison to Kampa's. In a fleeting moment, while Kampa managed to endure the pressure, he found himself unable to retaliate. At that juncture, all eyes were fixated on him, especially Beerus, who was laughing boisterously at Kampa's plight. Kampa gritted his teeth in frustration, utterly helpless, while T continued his relentless assault. Each punch struck with the force of thunder, were it not for the destructive energy mitigating T's overwhelming output. Kampa would have surely collapsed to the ground. Whence did you find this little fellow, Whis? He seems to harbor our essence, Beerus inquired with a grin. Oh, he is indeed quite enigmatic. When I first encountered him, he had yet to step into the realm of divinity. Later, I gifted him a single strand of my hair, and with that alone, he grasped a sliver of understanding. Though I suspect he may be deceiving me, Whis chuckled lightly. Indeed, he is a most mysterious character. Given time, he may very well master the laws, Beerus mused with a playful tone. Indeed, it is quite exciting. Allow me to share. Previously Lord Beerus endured a similar thrashing at his hands, and the scene was nothing short of horrific. He suffered multiple fractures, lamenting for days on end, Whis said, unable to suppress a smile. Whis, how dare you spread such baseless slander against my reputation? Beerus exclaimed, furious. Is that truly the case? I find myself rather eager to witness Lord Kampa in such a state as well. It seems quite amusing, Beerus remarked, his eyes sparkling as he watched the two combatants on the arena. Soon, Kampa's destructive energy was nearly depleted, and T erupted in a series of sinister laughs, delivering punch after punch, followed by a flurry of blows. Kampa, clutching his stomach, writhed painfully on the ground. The act of indulging in T could hardly be dismissed. Today, he must diligently administer a full-body massage to this rotund mouse. With a swift kick, the sound of cracking bones emanated from Kampa's leg, causing him to howl in agony, followed by another crack as his bones shattered. The excruciating pain ignited a fierce fighting spirit within Kampa. However, T's overwhelming presence kept him firmly subdued. Soon, the sound of his thigh bones fracturing echoed once more, leading to a catastrophic series of fractures throughout his body. Kampa now lay motionless on the ground, akin to a puddle of mud, his tongue lolling out as if he were a cat sedated at a veterinary clinic. Witnessing Kampa's dire state, the inhabitants of Universe 7 exhibited expressions of profound empathy. After all, apart from Whis and Cell, everyone else had endured similar brutal torment at the hands of T. Meanwhile, the individuals of Universe 6 were nearly rendered speechless, astonished that their supreme deity had been subjected to such a comprehensive and debilitating massage. The audacity of T to lay hands upon a god was beyond their comprehension. Very well, Lord Kampa has conceded. The Super Dragon Balls are yours. Let us part ways for now. We shall meet again in a month, stated Beerus with calm assurance, leading the people of Universe 6 away. T, however, gazed eagerly at the 6 colossal Super Dragon Balls before him, his heart brimming with anticipation and exhilaration. He understood that these Dragon Balls would usher in boundless possibilities and opportunities. We only need one more Dragon Ball to complete the set, Whis remarked with a smile. The final one lies beneath our feet, T pointed out. With a flick of his staff, Whis enveloped everyone in a radiant aura, and the arena beneath them instantly crumbled into fragments, revealing a Dragon Ball shortly thereafter. Indeed, it truly is, Whis chuckled. Thank you for your assistance, Whis, T replied gratefully. Very well. Whis smiled and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed across the sky, and a colossal dragon appeared before them. This magnificent creature stretched 1,000 lengths, radiating a golden glow, its scales as hard as steel, and its eyes burned with a commanding presence. Whis then articulated T's wish. Upon hearing the desire, the dragon's gaze sharpened, and a mysterious power surged forth from its form, enveloping T's alternate dimension in an instant. To T's astonishment, he discovered that his alternate space had undergone a monumental transformation. What was once a space of several thousand meters had now morphed into an infinite void. However, upon closer inspection, he was struck with disbelief. Everything else within his alternate dimension had vanished. The everyday items, weaponry, and equipment he had previously stored were now nowhere to be found. Your wish has been granted. We shall take our leave now, the dragon announced before dissipating into a cloud of mist in the sky. Weiss smiled and remarked to Drink Tea, observe. Your alternate dimension has now taken the form of a cosmic embryo, yet it remains shrouded in void. To restore vitality, you must embark on a quest for the means to do so. If you aspire to create life and planets, you must master the underlying principles, as you previously articulated. If you can grasp that sensation, your prowess will experience a qualitative enhancement. Drink Tea nodded gently, his face radiating gratitude. Weiss, thank you, truly thank you. His gaze was filled with sincerity and respect as he fixed his eyes intently upon Weiss. Weiss smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling with warmth, and said, "Ah, if you wish to express your gratitude, let us dine together." His tone was light and jovial. "Very well, let us return." "Drink tea," replied with a smile, his heart brimming with anticipation. Time flew swiftly, and after more than an hour, they returned home. Drink tea promptly arranged for Bulma and the others to prepare a sumptuous feast to honor Weiss. Once everything was ready, Drink tea sat at the dining table, his expression serious as he looked at Weiss and inquired, "By the way, Weiss, may I pose a question to you?" Weiss nodded with a smile, then lightly tapped his staff, enveloping himself, Beerus, and Drink tea in a sphere of white light before responding. Do you wish to inquire about Lord Zeno?" "Indeed. The impression he left upon me was akin to that of a larger version of Lord Beerus," Drink tea remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in a panic, "Hey, are you out of your mind to make such a comparison of Lord Zeno?" Weiss, quickly seal his mouth. "Otherwise, he will bring doom upon us all." However, Weiss waved his hand, signaling Beerus to calm down, and chuckled, "It's not so exaggerated. It can be articulated." Drink tea. "Your insight is quite unique, and your analogy is indeed apt. Lord Zeno does resemble a larger version of a destroyer. You are not mistaken." Beerus slumped in defeat, overwhelmed by the shock of Weiss and Drink tea's words. "There should also be a god of creation, right?" suggested Drink tea. "Indeed, you are correct. There is a god of creation, much like Lord Zeno, both being supreme deities. While Lord Zeno presides over destruction, he governs creation. And all that exists in the universe was brought forth by him," Weiss explained with a smile. "Then how did the universe come into being? Was it also created by him?" Drink tea continued to inquire. "Not quite. The universe was created by the god of creation, and their abilities were bestowed by the god of creation. We angels were also created by the god of creation, being the first form of life in the universe." Weiss elucidated. "Are you implying that you angels were sent by the god of creation to oversee?" Drink tea gasped in surprise. "Yes, you are correct. It is indeed so." Drink tea. "I did not expect you to ponder such matters. None of the other destroyers have ever considered this," Weiss chuckled. Meanwhile, Beerus had perked up his ears, engrossed in the conversation, as these were secrets he was unaware of. "Then why do we need destroyers?" Drink tea asked, filled with curiosity. "Because all things require balance. Without destruction, the advancement of matters cannot be propelled. Thus, Lord Zeno and the Creator reached an accord, allowing the god of destruction to maintain this equilibrium," explained Weiss. "Oh, so that's how it is," exclaimed Dinesha, realization dawning upon him. "Furthermore, each universe possesses its own rules and order, all upheld by angels," Weiss added. "Wow, it seems you angels are quite significant," Dinesha marveled. "Indeed, our mission is to safeguard the peace and stability of the universe," Weiss declared proudly. "Do you angels possess any special abilities?" Dinesha inquired curiously. "Certainly. We wield formidable powers of law, enabling the god of destruction to fulfill his duties more effectively. Additionally, we can traverse time and space to observe the conditions of various universes," Weiss responded. "Wow, that's incredible," Dinesha exclaimed. However, Weiss cautioned, "We angels cannot arbitrarily interfere in the affairs of the universe. We must adhere to certain rules and limitations." "I understand. Thank you for your explanation, Weiss," Dinesha expressed gratefully. "You're welcome. If you have any further questions, feel free to ask me," Weiss smiled. "By the way, the cultivation in your realm of gods is not overly difficult, but entering that state is quite challenging, requiring individuals with a naturally kind disposition, or one must cultivate to perfection," Weiss chuckled. Chapter 52. Preparing for the power conference soon. The banquet was ready, and everyone began to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, Beerus had returned to the sixth universe's destruction planet with the barely conscious Kampa. Beerus thoughtfully removed Kampa's socks. Then, with a look of disdain, stuffed them into Kampa's mouth. "Kampa, you look rather adorable like this." Beerus giggled. Although Kampa was on the brink of collapse, his consciousness remained, and he yearned for Beerus to heal him. However, with his mouth blocked and his body suffering from excruciating injuries, he lacked the strength to speak. On the other side, after finishing their meal, Weiss led everyone back to the destruction planet. With only a month remaining, everyone was diligently training, except for Weiss, Beerus, and Dinesha, who spent their days sipping tea and chatting. On this visit, Dinesha had Weiss bring along a bounty of earthly delights, sufficient to sustain them for a month. By the way, Skinny Mouse, it seems we haven't sparred in quite some time. How about I give you a massage? Dincha cackled mischievously at Beerus. What do you intend to do? I warn you. I am the god of destruction. You are merely a candidate. Beerus roared, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Dincha, clearly displeased with his antics. Oh, is that so? Then let me show you just how formidable this candidate of destruction can be. Dincha cackled, extending a hand to grasp Beerus, but Beerus, quick on his feet, dodged behind Whis. How dare you threaten me? In a fit of exasperation, Beerus bellowed. However, with Whis standing in front, Chai dared not act rashly and could only watch helplessly as Beerus taunted him. Seizing the opportunity that Chai refrained from attacking, Beerus's audacity surged. He peeked out from behind Whis, made a face at Chai, and provocatively declared, "What's the matter? Afraid? I am the god of destruction, not someone you can provoke." Enough of this nonsense, Whis chuckled. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chai's mind. Ding. The system has issued a task. Rob Zamasu. Reward, advanced instant transmission. Hearing this, Chai's heart leaped with joy. If he could acquire advanced instant transmission, he would be able to traverse the universe in an instant, vastly enhancing his power. Consequently, he promptly inquired of the system, advanced instant transmission? That would allow me to traverse the universe instantly. What a splendid reward. But will I encounter the Omni King or Whis from that timeline? The system's response left Chai utterly astounded. Angels cannot be replicated or possessed across multiple timelines. But the Omni King can. This revelation indicated that the status of angels surpassed that of the Omni King, filling Chai with anticipation for the future. Ultimately, he addressed Beerus, saying, "Whis, I shall step out for a moment and return shortly." With that, he vanished from sight. Chai found himself standing on desolate land, shrouded in the remnants of battle. He inhaled deeply, sensing the auras from different timelines. Just then, he spotted Goku and Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle with Zamasu not far ahead. At this moment, Zamasu had merged with his counterparts from two timelines, transforming into the formidable Black Goku, boasting a power level of 15 trillion. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, in their fused form, only reached a power level of 14 trillion. Despite their strenuous efforts, they were unable to defeat Zamasu. Without hesitation, Chai charged forward, activating his Kaioken X2. Instantly, his strength surged, surpassing that of Zamasu. The fused Gogeta, taken aback, gaped at Chai's remarkable display of power, filled with astonishment. They had never envisioned that the once-dubbed weakling Chai could become so powerful. Chai's assault raged like a tempest, leaving Zamasu defenseless. His fists rained down upon Zamasu like relentless raindrops, inflicting immense pain. Soon, Zamasu was left battered and bloodied. Chai did not relent. He continued his vigorous onslaught. Each strike was imbued with overwhelming force, rendering Zamasu incapable of resistance. Ultimately, Chai delivered a decisive blow, bringing Zamasu crashing to the ground. Following this, Chai provided Zamasu with a thorough massage, retrieving a ring from him. As Chai grasped the ring, the system chimed, "Congratulations, host, task completed." With a subtle smile, Chai stowed the ring away, recognizing that this successful endeavor not only granted him a precious reward, but also earned him respect in this timeline. At that moment, the King of All suddenly appeared, and everything unfolded just as depicted in the original narrative, leading to the complete annihilation of the 10th universe. Gogeta had already activated the time machine to return. He intended to call out to drink tea, but time was of the essence, and he could only flee. In an instant, Drink Tea found himself enveloped in an endless darkness, surrounded by chaos. He smiled, for he knew he would not perish, and the worries that had burdened his heart were finally set free. Meanwhile, Whis continued to instruct Goku and Vegeta in their training, aiding them in grasping a fragment of the Divine Realm. I can only impart to you the most superficial aspects. The Divine Realm requires your own gradual comprehension. Even Lord Beerus has only mastered 60% of it, Whis remarked with a smile. On the other side, Drink Tea successfully returned to the 7th universe. Eagerly, he claimed the system rewards, and his instant transmission skill advanced, granting him the ability to traverse the cosmos in an instant. With a mere thought, he returned to Earth and swiftly gathered the 5 androids who were engaged in a mundane card game, employing his instant transmission once more to arrive at the Destruction Star in the blink of an eye. "All right, everyone is here, 10 in total," Drink Tea announced with a smile. "Humph. Your strength is mediocre at best, barely adequate." A voice tinged with disdain came from Beerus. "What is your attitude? If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Or I'll make you regret it. Drink tea, threatened unabashedly. Beerus clenched his teeth, but ultimately refrained from responding. Well, this lineup is already quite impressive. Many universes might not be able to muster such a number of skilled fighters. Our chances of victory in this power tournament exceed 70%, was explained with a smile. Only 70%? Could there be entities stronger than this fellow in the other universes? Beerus inquired, astonished as he gazed at Whis. That is difficult to ascertain. There are undoubtedly beings in other universes that surpass the gods of destruction. We simply have yet to encounter them. Drink tea is a prime example, Whis continued. Chapter 53. Beerus endures another massage. Whis, allow me to show you a treasure, Drink tea said with a smile, as he magically produced a universal capsule from his pocket. Whis, filled with curiosity, fixated on the capsule, pondering whether it contained a delectable dish. In a mere moment, Drink tea opened the capsule, and it transformed into a small aircraft capable of accommodating one person, as if by magic. What is this? A time machine aircraft? Whis exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. Indeed, this is a time machine crafted meticulously by my wife, capable of traversing time and returning to the past, Drink tea stated calmly. Your wife is truly an extraordinary individual to create such a time-reversing artifact. However, it is advisable to use it with caution, lest it disrupt the order of the universe. Whis remarked with a light chuckle. Drink tea, you dare defy the law. Your transgressions will only compound. Do you realize the grave consequences you shall bear? That of utter annihilation. Whis, you might as well slay him. This individual is destined to stir up trouble in the future. Beerus, initially consumed by rage, then cast a sinister gaze upon Whis. You insufferable rat. 3 days without punishment, and you dare to challenge me? If I do not show you the consequences today, you may believe you can act without restraint. With a peculiar laugh, Jinx lunged forward like a famished tiger, his massive hand reaching for Beerus. Whis, maintaining a serene smile, and as light as a feather, floated effortlessly into the air. Stripped of Whis's protection, Beerus gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful punch. The collision of his fist and Jinx's hand unleashed a torrent of force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The onlookers were left dizzy, some struggling to remain upright, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the confrontation between these formidable titans, who were not to be trifled with. Yet, witnessing their clash was undeniably exhilarating. Fight! Fight! Ideally, one of you should perish, nay, better yet, may you both meet your end. Frisia seethed with rage, silently cursing. Jinx, I solemnly warn you once more. I am the true destroyer, while you are merely an understudy. Nothing more. Beerus roared, his voice booming, saliva splattering onto Jinx's face. In an instant, the two resumed their fierce battle, the chaos escalating as if they threatened to rend the very fabric of reality, with space itself shattering amidst their ferocity. Whis, with his staff, danced gracefully like an ethereal sprite, conjuring a three-dimensional space around them. After another hour, Jinx once more administered a full-body massage to Beerus, who screamed in agony, his cries echoing like a slaughtered beast. He desperately sought Whis's aid, but the sound within the aura was mercilessly sealed, unable to escape. Beerus could only wail in pain, while Whis outside was doubled over in laughter, the onlookers filled with dread, akin to startled birds. Although they had witnessed Jinx's torment of others countless times, the sight was still enough to make them tremble uncontrollably. Soon, Beerus's tongue hung limply from his mouth, his eyes bulging as if they might leap from their sockets, his breath faint as a dying flame. Jinx clapped his hands and let out a chilling laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's eerie call, sending shivers down spines as his gaze swept over the others like a hawk surveying its prey. The spectators were paralyzed with fear, trembling like leaves caught in a tempest, hastily avoiding Jinx's venomous stare. With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis made the three-dimensional space vanish without a trace, and with a flick of his staff, Beerus was sent back to his chamber like a kite severed from its string. Do you harbor discontent towards me? Jinx cackled, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the underworld, sending chills through the crowd. None dared to respond. Drenched in sweat, their heads bowed like ostriches, rendered mute as if under a spell. I caution you all, in this contest of strength. Should any of you dare to perform poorly, I shall ensure that you endure a fate worse than death, perpetually seeking survival, yet finding none. The laughter of Insha grew increasingly sinister, akin to the whispers of a demon. V.S. Teach them a severe lesson. Show no mercy. Strike them down. He commanded. If they dare to disobey, I shall personally dismantle their bones, one by one. The cruelty in Incha's smile was palpable. Very well, I find myself quite bored. VES chuckled. I shall take my leave for now. I will return within a month. With that, Incha vanished like a specter. As he departed, the others exhaled in relief, having feared that he might suddenly lose his temper and unleash his wrath upon them. All right, let us commence training. Everyone, don your training uniforms. VES proclaimed, his face aglow with delight. With a wave of his staff, 9 sets of training attire appeared before them as if by magic. Lord VES, we 5 are artificial beings. Training is merely a drop in the bucket for us. Dr. Glow observed earnestly. Indeed, then let us transform into human form. VES waved his staff once more, and the 5 artificial beings felt as though they had been reborn. Truly, we have become human? It seems our powers remain intact. This is simply unbelievable. Thank you, Lord VES. Dr. Glow expressed with genuine sincerity, as if beholding the most precious treasure in existence. The others stood in astonishment at VES's abilities, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of his power. Truly, it was beyond the reach of even the divine dragon. Now, let us begin training. Put on your uniforms and start with 100,000 one-handed push-ups. VES said with a slight smile. 100,000? One-handed? The faces of the group turned grim. While completing 100,000 push-ups was not insurmountable, the gravity of the training uniforms weighed upon them like a mountain, rendering them nearly immobile. Meanwhile, Incha swiftly returned home to Earth, bringing Pu-Er to the divine temple, where the deity Piccolo had now fused with himself. Upon seeing Incha, Piccolo and Bobo recoiled in fear, as if confronted by a harbinger of doom. Pu-Er, you have the opportunity to use the Dragon Balls. What wish do you desire? Let Piccolo assist you in fulfilling it, yes? Incha spoke with a peculiar tone, his smile devilish in nature. Yes, please go ahead. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wish, Piccolo replied, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Chapter 54. Pu-Er's wish. Bulma allows Biddy to enter really? Then I wish to live for 100 years, so I can continue accompanying young Master Incha. Pu-Er exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Pu-Er, I fulfilled that wish for you long ago. Your lifespan likely exceeds 100 years by now, Incha remarked with a smile. Teasingly, then I truly cannot think of any other wishes, young Master Incha. Why don't you make a wish instead? I am already quite content. Pu-Er gazed earnestly at Incha, his eyes ablaze with sincerity. Very well, I shall contemplate this. Let your transformation technique become even more adept. Bick, do you possess a solution? You are familiar with Pu-Er's transformation abilities. Incha beamed with joy. Indeed, however, due to the limits of my power, I can only extend Pu-Er's transformation for a maximum of half an hour. Beyond that, I am unable to assist. Bick pondered thoughtfully and spoke slowly. All right then. Half an hour it shall be. When can this be accomplished? Incha chuckled mischievously. This, alas, was just used with the Dragon Balls. I fear we must wait a year for another opportunity. Bick appeared anxious, looking at Incha with trepidation. Well then, Pu-Er, do you have a destination in mind? I can take you anywhere you desire. Incha's smile radiated warmth. Is that truly possible? Pu-Er's face was one of disbelief. Naturally, you are my dearest companion. Just voice your wish, and I shall certainly take you there. Incha's smile was inviting. Then, I wish to meet the more powerful god of Bick. Might that be possible? Pu-Er's face lit up with curiosity, his gaze fixed on Incha. How could that be a challenge? Before he finished speaking, Incha whisked Pu-Er away in an instant to the North Kai's realm. The North Kai, upon witnessing Incha's arrival, broke into a cold sweat. The divine aura emanating from Incha was that of a god of destruction, far surpassing his own status. Lord Incha, what brings you here? The North Kai asked, his face a mask of flattery. Pu-Er, he is a level above Bick, Incha noted, disregarding the North Kai's demeanor and introducing Pu-Er. Master Incha, he doesn't seem all that impressive. Is he truly a Kai? Pu-Er inquired with curiosity. Indeed, shortly I will take you to meet his superior, the Grand Kai. Incha chuckled gleefully. Remember, this is my companion. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, you understand? Incha said with a peculiar laugh directed at the North Kai. Understood. Rest assured. My lord, the North Kai replied, his face plastered with sycophantic admiration. Incha nodded slightly, and then, with Pu-Er, moved like a gust of wind. As they faded from view, the North Kai sighed in relief, his body collapsing to the ground as if his spine had been extracted, sweat beads forming on his forehead, each one glistening and reflecting his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Insha and Pu'er sped to the Grand Kai's planet. The sudden appearance of Insha startled the Grand Kai, who, like a frightened rabbit, scurried beneath the bed. "Come out at once, or I shall dismantle this Grand Kai's planet." Insha's eerie laughter echoed ominously. Moments later, the Grand Kai, trembling, removed his sunglasses and cautiously approached Insha. "What brings you here, my lord?" he stammered, fear evident in his gaze. He was indeed the Grand Kai, a deity above the regular Kai. Insha introduced him to Pu'er. As Insha observed Pu'er gazing blankly at the great king, he understood that introducing him to such matters had evidently surpassed Pu'er's comprehension. "Remember this, he is my companion. Should any misstep occur, do not blame me for being unsparing." Insha let out a peculiar laugh once more. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall keep a vigilant watch over him," the great king replied, his expression oozing sycophancy. "Pu'er, let us return." Insha smiled as he led Pu'er back to their home on earth. Upon witnessing Insha's departure, the great king exhaled deeply, then collapsed to the ground like a limp rag. Just as Insha and Pu'er arrived home, they were greeted by an ear-splitting explosion emanating from the laboratory. Pu'er hurriedly floated towards the source, while Insha, well aware that it was Trunks conducting an experiment, chose to disregard it. Insha sensed Master Roshi, who now seemed to have overcome the violent tendencies of his bloodline, displaying no signs of turmoil. At that moment, Bulma and Bayer had just returned from their shopping excursion and noticed Insha basking in the sun in the courtyard. The two approached him leisurely. "Insha, after considerable contemplation, you should indeed take Bayer as your wife. Having an additional sister to support you will prevent you from straying," Bulma remarked, her brows slightly furrowed in mock annoyance. Upon hearing this, Insha was struck as if by lightning, incredulously gazing at Bulma, while Bayer stood nearby, her face flushed and silent. "Are you serious? Surely you jest." Insha exclaimed in astonishment. "Absolutely true. Mr. Satan has already spoken with me, and Bayer will be residing with us from now on," Bulma asserted. "This may be somewhat premature, don't you think?" Insha awkwardly scratched his head. "Enough of your pretense. There is no cat that does not stray. You should visit Mr. Satan tomorrow to propose. He will surely agree," Bulma said, leading the blushing Bayer away. The following day, Insha hurried to Satan's dojo, where numerous students were diligently practicing various combat techniques. At that moment, a tall young man approached Insha with a broad grin. "Hey there, are you looking to be a disciple? Our dojo offers affordable fees and a wealth of practical skills. We warmly welcome your participation." "You misunderstand. I am here to propose to Mr. Satan. Please relay my message." Insha replied with a smile. "A proposal? Are you the young man that Bayer has been dreaming of?" "You must be Insha," the young man exclaimed in surprise. Soon, others in the dojo gathered around, eager to glimpse the man who had captured Bayer's heart. Insha nodded in acknowledgement, sensing that their intentions might be less than pure. Yet he remained unfazed. "All right then, Insha. Since Bayer is so infatuated with you, you must possess remarkable skills. I am Huang Mao, the eldest disciple of Mr. Satan. If you wish to marry Bayer, you must first defeat me. Come on, show me what you can do," the young man provocatively challenged, a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? I fear that my actions may inadvertently cause you harm. Perhaps it is best to refrain." With a light-hearted laugh, he displayed no subtlety whatsoever. Chapter 55. A Proposal Over Tea, the Agony of the Foolish Horse. "You, young rascal, appear exceedingly arrogant. I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of defeat shortly." The blonde-haired youth glared fiercely, rushing forward with claws bared. Yet, the tea drinker merely smiled faintly, deftly sidestepping the attack. He understood that should he retaliate, it could lead to grave consequences. After all, these individuals possessed a combat prowess that barely exceeded 5 or 6 points, while the tea drinker's current strength could easily obliterate them with but a gentle breath. Moments later, the blonde, growing increasingly furious at his inability to land a blow, escalated his assault. The tea drinker felt a twinge of vexation, uncertain how to respond amidst such a throng. "What do you intend to accomplish by surrounding me in such numbers?" A voice, resonant like a bell, interrupted. Who else could it be but Satan? At that moment, both the blonde and the tea drinker paused. The latter, smiling, hurried to stand before Satan, who immediately recognized him. After all, Beer had been so enamored with the tea drinker's photograph that it was impossible not to know him. Mr. Satan, I am called Tea Drinker, and I have come today to propose marriage. I hope you will grant me your blessing to wed Beer, he declared with a beaming smile. Oh, so you are the one my foolish daughter has longed for all these years. Very well, I consent to this union. However, it appears you have not brought a betrothal gift. What does this mean? Do you intend to take advantage of the daughter I have painstakingly raised for over a decade? Satan's fury was palpable. This was a valid point, leaving the tea drinker momentarily speechless. Indeed, the betrothal gift, how could I have forgotten? This is truly embarrassing. He lamented silently. Pray tell, Mr. Satan, what sort of betrothal gift do you require? Speak freely. I shall fulfill any request, even if you desire to rule the world. He replied with a forced smile. Enough, young man, your naivety is evident. There is a saying, those without hair on their lips cannot be relied upon to accomplish tasks. I shall not press you further. You may provide a gift as you see fit. Your esteemed wife is the chairwoman of the Universal Capsule Company, so I trust you will not be overly stingy, Satan remarked, his expression impassive as he regarded the tea drinker. Very well, I will return and prepare the betrothal gift, the tea drinker responded, vanishing in an instant like a wraith. The onlookers were left agape, for he had seemingly vanished without a trace, as if performing a magic trick. It must be an illusion. It certainly is a trick. Now, continue your training and do not slack off, Satan instructed, departing like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, the tea drinker returned home, where Buma and Beer were leisurely sipping coffee. Upon his arrival, they paid him no heed, accustomed as they were to his frequent disappearances. Buma, Beer, I just met your father, but alas, I forgot to bring a betrothal gift. How embarrassing. Buma, I must trouble you to handle this matter. I am utterly penniless. The tea drinker's face flushed with chagrin. Indeed, upon awakening this morning, I sensed something amiss. Initially, I presumed you had procured some peculiar items as gifts, but it appears you were entirely unprepared. Bulma pursed her lips. My apologies, I was overly excited and completely forgot. Insha chuckled awkwardly. Well then, you needn't go anywhere for the next few days. Simply remain at home and leave the preparations to me, Bulma added. By the way, Jack and the Galaxy King are waiting for you in the backyard, insisting they must meet you. After speaking, Bulma took the blushing buyer by the hand and departed. The Galaxy King? Is that the large octopus? Insha pondered quietly. In a flash, Insha teleported before the Galaxy King and Jack. Sensing the overwhelming aura of the god of destruction, the Galaxy King trembled in fear. It's all right. Do not be afraid. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Insha said with a smile. It is like this, esteemed sir. You are now a candidate for the god of destruction, which is a significant matter for our galaxy. We, the Galaxy King, hope to spread the news of your settlement in our galaxy throughout the universe. Would you be agreeable to this? Jack looked at Insha, a mix of anxiety and excitement on his face, as if awaiting a response. That is perfectly fine. You may handle it as you see fit. It is not a matter of great consequence. In the future, you can reach out to my wife if there are any concerns. For I may not always be at home, Insha chuckled. Thank you so much. The Galaxy King exclaimed with excitement. By the way, isn't this a trivial matter? I have always been part of the galaxy. Why is there a need to notify others? Insha inquired curiously, gazing at the large octopus and the salty egg superhero before him. Esteemed sir, you may not be aware, but once we disseminate the news of your presence in the galaxy, the bandits and rogues will undoubtedly diminish in number, much like frightened birds at the sound of a bowstring. With your formidable presence, their courage will wane as mice before a cat, Jack explained calmly. Insha nodded slightly. Very well, proceed as you deem appropriate. With that, he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Bulma and Bayer had arrived at the Satan Martial Arts School aboard an airship. Bulma presented an extravagant gift worth billions, bringing joy to Satan, who appeared eager to arrange for Bayer to be delivered to Insha at once. It is settled then. Bayer shall henceforth be part of our family, Bulma declared with a beaming smile. Absolutely. Bayer, you will be in our care from now on, Satan laughed heartily. Dad, you are so crass. Bayer frowned, her brows knitting in annoyance. What do you know? You must focus on being a good wife and raising children. Rather than being obsessed with martial arts all day, Satan admonished her with a serious demeanor. In another realm, in the 6th universe, Kampa's injuries had slightly improved. Yet he remained unable to move. He had intended to call for Beerus to assist him, but was startled to discover his mouth stuffed with an unknown substance. As he inhaled the scent, Kampa promptly expelled the contents. However, with his mouth blocked, he found himself immobile, and the slightest movement caused him excruciating pain. With no other option, Kampa sorrowfully swallowed back what he had just expelled. Upon witnessing this scene, the ever-elusive Beerus concealed his laughter behind a hand, while Hit and others gazed at him in perplexity. Hit, your time skip has the potential to reach greater heights, and you can also explore other domains simultaneously. Beerus remarked with a charming smile. I humbly seek your guidance, my lord. Hit responded with a solemn expression. With a gentle wave of her wand, Beerus imparted a myriad of insights into Hit's mind, akin to a sudden awakening. Instantly, Hit focused intently, absorbing the fleeting inspiration he had just received. Chapter 56. The tournament begins on Earth. In a mere 3 days, the ceremony for marrying Bulma was splendidly arranged by Yamcha, resulting in a lively gathering at the Brief's residence, teeming with guests. Prominent figures such as God of Destruction Beerus, King Kai, Grand Kai, Supreme Kai, Whis, and even the ever-regal Beerus from Universe 6 arrived in droves, while the two brothers, Beerus and Kampa, endured excruciating pain. At this moment, the entire galaxy was abuzz, as the Galactic King dispatched numerous guards to secure the solar system, wary of any bandits disrupting the festivities. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Yamcha remained blissfully ensconced in the realm of tenderness, while on the other side, Kampa from Universe 6 was barely able to move his body. Filled with distaste, he tore off his foul-smelling socks and shakily exited his room, only to find no one in sight. Though his mind was clouded, he vaguely recalled that this place should have been bustling with people, yet now it seemed desolate. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, Beerus cautiously stepped out of his chamber, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, only to find Whis and the others had vanished. Frustration coursed through him, and he could only seethe in impotent fury on the planet of destruction, fully aware that Whis had taken them back to Earth. As time flew by, a month had swiftly passed, and under Whis's guidance, everyone arrived at the tournament venue. The Tournament of Power mirrored the original narrative, bringing forth 8 inferior universes, with only one destined to survive while the rest faced annihilation. The gods of destruction from the other 6 universes glared menacingly at Beerus and Kampa, for this calamity was entirely of their making. However, one god of destruction remained unfazed, exuding confidence in his universe's warriors. He was the clownish god of destruction, Belmont of Universe 11. Similarly brimming with confidence was Kampa from Universe 6, who, despite the irritation caused by Beerus' foul socks, had no choice but to swallow his anger. Upon learning that Hit's time skip had evolved to half a second, and that he had developed abilities such as Time Prison and Time Lock, Kampa finally felt a sense of relief, realizing that Hit had a strong chance of restraining Yamcha. The most relaxed and content was undoubtedly Drink Tea, whose prowess in savoring tea he had personally experienced. He believed that the other destroyers from different universes were likely no match for Drink Tea's skills, let alone others. The objective was the Grand Minister, with boundless combat power, 100% angelic strength, and 50% creation power. A successful heist could yield 10% angelic power and 5% creation power. This was the true powerhouse. Compared to him, SpongeBob seemed like a mere novice. Drink Tea mused inwardly. The narrative grew tedious due to Drink Tea's presence, hence the absence of 2 SpongeBobs making their grand entrance. And neither Sun Wukong nor SpongeBob could forge a deep bond of friendship. Soon, the Grand Minister's announcement reverberated like a thunderclap, heralding the commencement of the competition. Drink Tea stood motionless, hands in pockets, observing with a cold gaze, while the crowd gathered around him like stars orbiting the moon. On the other side, Hit remained utterly still, silent, his eyes fixed on Drink Tea with the intensity of a ravenous wolf, sensing that Drink Tea was his strongest adversary. Meanwhile, the formidable Jiren sat calmly in meditation, surrounded by others who vigilantly scanned their surroundings like loyal sentinels. Before long, chaos erupted like a tempest, transforming the arena into a disordered melee. Anyone who approaches, strike them fiercely, but do not kill. Drink Tea cackled ominously, akin to a demon from the abyss. Swiftly, individuals from other universes surged toward Drink Tea, with 5 androids leading the charge, their combat power now reaching 300 million. Many from other universes found themselves outmatched, suffering defeat at the hands of the androids, who, constrained by their inability to kill, opted for measured strikes. In the midst of the fierce battle, exchanges were relentless, with numerous individuals from other universes attacking indiscriminately, especially from Universe 11. Jiren, deep in meditation like a tranquil monk, exuded an air of supreme arrogance, prompting a flood of challengers towards Universe 11, while the rabbit and bear fought valiantly, defeating adversaries one by one. Universe 6 stood immobile, a strategy meticulously devised by Hit, who understood that their strength was as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. He had to make a crucial decision, instructing his team to hold their ground without engaging in life-or-death struggles, hoping to secure victory through their numerical advantage. All right, you all go find your opponents. Don't mind me. Drink tea smiled slightly, as gentle as a spring breeze. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, particularly Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who, unable to contain their eagerness, immediately soared off in search of their foes, like arrows released from a bow. Others too thrived in their own element, each seeking their rivals. Reassured by the presence of a final showdown that rendered any fears of defeat inconsequential, they unleashed their full potential, galloping with abandon. Ultimately, Sun Wukong and Vegeta focused their attention on Universe 11, primarily because Vegeta noticed Jiren deep in meditation, his aloof demeanor reminiscent of the detestable appearance of Dispo. Could it be that you surpassed Dispo in strength? Kakarot, let us engage. If we cannot conquer Dispo, we shall at least vent our frustrations upon them. A sly smile crept upon Vegeta's lips. In no time, the duo found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle with Rabbit and Bear. Although Rabbit's combat prowess was slightly inferior, his speed was akin to lightning, leaving even Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue at a loss, inciting his furious wrath. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong found himself ensnared in a predicament. Bear's onslaught was relentless and swift, his power rivaling that of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue. Frieza soon arrived in Universe 11, and upon witnessing Jiren's haughty demeanor, he was reminded of Dispo's loathsome visage. This recollection ignited a fury within Frieza as he fixed his gaze on the meditative Jiren, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 57, The Chaotic Battlefield. He extended a finger towards Jiren, displaying a sadistic grin, and unleashed a laser beam that shot forth like a venomous serpent. Just as Frieza smirked, the ensuing scene struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astounded. His laser beam failed to penetrate Jiren's energy field, rebounding as if it had struck an impenetrable wall, sending Frieza into a fit of rage. He quickly unleashed a barrage of lasers at Jiren, yet they too were effortlessly deflected, akin to moths drawn to a flame, further inciting Frieza's fury. Transforming into Golden Frieza, his power surged like a volcanic eruption as he launched another laser attack at Jiren, only to be met with the same merciless rejection by Jiren's energy field. Nevertheless, his disturbances had some effect. Jiren was roused from his reverie, his gaze indifferent as it settled upon Frieza, akin to one observing a mere insignificant insect. Frieza, however, let out a mocking laugh. What is this? No longer pretending? You were quite the performer moments ago, more detestable than that fellow. Today, I, Frieza, shall ensure you pay for it. He cackled maniacally. Jiren continued to disregard him, observing Frieza as one would a clown performing. Frieza's eyes suddenly turned menacing, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, charging at Jiren. Yet, to Jiren, Frieza's meager combat power was as trivial as that of an insect. He did not even bother to retaliate, leaving Frieza to flail impotently outside his energy field, consumed by rage. As Frieza observed, he found himself utterly incapable of penetrating Jiren's formidable aura. Shocked, he stood agape, fury erupting within him like a volcano. He relentlessly intensified his efforts, launching a frenzied assault on Jiren. Impossible. How could there be so many individuals in this world capable of defeating me? It cannot be. This must be an illusion. Frieza howled to the heavens, his voice echoing like thunder across the sky. Jiren's gaze turned icy, and his overwhelming aura pressed down on Frieza with the weight of a mountain, rendering him immobile, unable to even twitch a finger. Frieza's golden form was instantly shattered by Jiren's oppressive energy. With a look of disdain, Jiren kicked Frieza away, who was swiftly caught by Cell, moving like lightning. Target, Jiren. Battle power 25 trillion, godly domain 80%, successful heist grants 8% of godly domain. This being was astonishingly formidable. Even a Kaioken ×2 would struggle to subdue him. However, Using him to hone one's skills was indeed a prudent choice, mused T inwardly. Meanwhile, Hit witnessed this spectacle and sighed deeply. Initially, he believed his only adversary was T, but it appeared circumstances had changed. Having just felt that individual's immense aura, he surmised that his strength likely surpassed his own. So, let us enlist the aid of others to confront him. This fellow is far too powerful, and his combat prowess may rival that of T, he suggested. Frisia gazed in terror at Jiren, who continued to meditate nearby. Enough. Let these colossal beings be dealt with by other titans. We, the lesser characters, should seek out our own kind, Cell stated in a calm tone. How infuriating. I, Frisia, have endured months of arduous training to attain such power, only to be repeatedly humiliated. I am utterly dissatisfied. These individuals deserve to be cleaved into 1,000 pieces. Frisia seethed internally. On the other hand, Vegeta found himself besieged by a horde of rabbits, utterly vexed. Although he was confident in his ability to defeat them, he realized that accomplishing this in a short span was unfeasible. Meanwhile, Goku's predicament was even more dire. His opponent, the bear, matched him in strength and even held a slight advantage, resulting in a fierce stalemate between the two. Elsewhere, Hit faced an onslaught from other beings of the universe. However, due to Hit's formidable combat prowess and time-skipping ability, none could gain the upper hand against him. A few individuals also approached T to engage him, one of whom was a plump girl with a battle power of 3 million. Bored, T decided to entertain himself by sparring with her. Yet, the girl seemed aware that T was deliberately teasing her, and she became enraged, determined to teach this insolent fellow a lesson. However, in T's eyes, the disparity in strength was far too great, and he soon grew weary of the play. When he caught a glimpse of her ireful expression, he chuckled and gently caressed her cheek. For a moment, the chubby girl stood frozen in place, but soon she recovered, her eyes ablaze with fury as she launched another assault towards the tea drinker. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have targeted me. Allow me to escort you out. The tea drinker cackled ominously, a formidable aura erupting from his palm. The chubby girl was immediately sent flying, and her companion rushed to catch her, but unexpectedly, she was unable to hold on, resulting in both of them being propelled out of the arena. Moments later, the two women descended, returning to the presence of Helles, the female destroyer, the only one of her kind. She gazed in astonishment at the two women who had fallen back into the audience, a profound sense of desolation welling up within her. Her universe, the second, was now reduced to a mere handful of individuals, and with the defeat of its two strongest fighters, the hope of victory seemed almost non-existent. She glared fiercely at Beerus from the 7th universe, who merely flashed her a defiant grin. This fellow, the tea drinker, possesses the essence of a destroyer. He must be a candidate for the destroyer of the 7th universe. Indeed, his power appears to be formidable. In my estimation, the three strongest contenders in the arena are Jiren from the 11th universe, the tea drinker from the 7th universe, and Hit from the 6th universe, all exhibiting extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais outside the arena began to murmur about the intense battle unfolding within. Foolish mortals, the might of Jiren is far beyond your comprehension, mused the clownish destroyer. Simultaneously, the fierce clash between Vegeta and the rabbit was nearing its conclusion. Although the rabbit was swift, Vegeta was no pushover. He unleashed a barrage of energy waves, leaving the rabbit with nowhere to evade, forcing its speed to diminish. With quick reflexes, Vegeta seized the opportunity to strike. The rabbit, gritting its teeth, could only hastily defend itself, but Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, boasted an overwhelming power exceeding 3 million, causing the rabbit to retreat under relentless pressure. Chapter 58. Jiren speaks first. At this juncture, Jiren had risen to his feet, deeply astonished by the formidable aura exhibited by the tea drinker. He never anticipated that an individual from another universe could possess such strength. Just as the rabbit was on the brink of collapse, Jiren suddenly intervened, his powerful aura immobilizing Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, the tea drinker approached leisurely, releasing his own potent aura, though he had not yet activated the Kaioken technique, rendering him slightly weaker in this instance. However, dismantling Jiren's aura was not an insurmountable challenge. As Jiren had not exerted his full power, Jiren scrutinized the tea drinker intently, while Vegeta moved to stand beside him. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. His strength may rival yours, Vegeta remarked through clenched teeth, glaring fiercely at Jiren. Yet, the tea drinker remained silent, adopting an air of profound contemplation. He thought to himself, if you choose not to speak, then I too shall remain mute. Even if you do speak, I will continue in silence, eager to see who can maintain their stoic facade longer. At this very moment, the confrontation between Jiren and Dispo was palpable, while the rabbit and Vegeta quietly departed, and the battle between Sun Wukong and the bear abruptly ceased. In an instant, the warriors from two universes stood poised for combat, ready to engage at any moment. Dispo gestured with a wave of his hand, indicating that he required no assistance. Jiren mirrored this gesture, and soon only the two of them remained, standing as if on the brink of an explosive clash. Dispo activated his Kaioken to double its power, causing his combat strength to surge to 26 trillion, surpassing Jiren's 25 trillion. Jiren's gaze narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he launched the first attack. Though Jiren and Dispo appeared motionless, the air crackled with the sound of distant explosions, a testament to their speed reaching its zenith. The gods of destruction present could barely discern their blurred forms, while the angels observed with rapt attention. The sheer strength of these two was astonishing. Even I cannot perceive their movements. Such power leaves no chance for other universes. For a moment, the gods of destruction outside began to doubt themselves. How is this possible? How could anyone stand against Jiren? Who is this individual? The clown god of destruction mused in frustration. After a period of intense combat, both Jiren and Dispo halted simultaneously, the outcome of their battle still undecided. Jiren was profoundly shaken, astonished by the formidable strength of his opponent. Both warriors bore serious expressions, akin to the king and jack of a deck of cards, staring unblinkingly at one another, their bodies utterly still, not exchanging a single word. In truth, Dispo was playing a game of psychological endurance with Jiren, testing who could maintain their composure longer without breaking the silence. Meanwhile, Hit was completely awestruck, unable to discern the trajectories of their strikes, a clear indication that their power far exceeded his own. What should we do now, Beerus? Those two moved too swiftly even for me to comprehend, Hit inquired anxiously, hoping for a glimmer of hope from Beerus. Do not worry, Lord Kampa. Hit still has a chance. As long as they injure each other, he can achieve victory, Beerus reassured him. Indeed, I truly hope Hit can devise such a strategy. If they harm one another, he will undoubtedly win the match, Kampa exclaimed joyously. On the other hand, Hit had also conceived this plan. He quickly sought out an opponent to feign combat, attempting to diminish the attention directed towards him. However, the recent fierce clash between Jiren and Dispo had left everyone in awe, causing them to lose their will to fight. When Hit found an opponent, the latter retreated without hesitation, clearly unwilling to engage. At that moment, it seemed that all present shared a singular thought. They would wait for these two powerful beings to clash, and once they were mutually weakened, they would strike together. However, Insha and Jillian remained utterly indifferent, maintaining their impassive gazes locked upon each other. At that moment, Jillian suddenly sprang into action once more. In an instant, the air reverberated with the sound of an explosion, followed by Jillian charging directly at Insha. Unfazed, Insha met him head-on. For a time, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements a blur to the onlookers. The numerous warriors in the vicinity halted their actions, captivated by this breathtaking confrontation. Yet, their speed was such that others struggled to comprehend the spectacle. Even someone as formidable as the god of destruction could only glimpse their indistinct figures. The rest found themselves unable to keep pace, rendered helpless by the rapidity of their duel. In truth, neither combatant had yet unleashed their full potential. Both were merely probing the other's capabilities. Nonetheless, the display was already astonishing. Soon after, the two ceased their onslaught, the air once again crackling with explosive sounds. Clearly, they had reached the limits of their velocity. After a brief pause, both warriors halted their attacks. Jillian was already overwhelmed with astonishment. The earlier clash had imparted a sense that if they continued, both might suffer grievous injuries. He found this feeling hard to believe. Yet he recognized the peculiarity of the moment. At that juncture, all eyes were keenly fixed upon him and the silent figure before him. Insha had long sensed this scrutiny but paid it no heed. After all, these individuals were mere pawns to him, easily vanquished. Moreover, two monkeys were engaged in side activities nearby. Kakarot, let us deal with those who seek to take advantage, Vegeta exclaimed, his gaze alight with excitement as he looked at Goku. Very well, let us set forth. Goku replied, launching himself like an arrow towards the adversaries of other universes. His figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, imbued with boundless strength and determination. Simultaneously, Cell, Frisia, and the 5 androids also sprang into motion, their sights set on the enemies from other universes. Their assaults descended like a tempest, mercilessly sweeping away every opponent in their path. Meanwhile, the rabbit and the bear exchanged slight nods, signaling their comrades from Universe 11 to commence their own offensive. Their gazes were resolute and decisive, brimming with a thirst for battle. At that moment, it seemed that both Universe 7 and Universe 11 had grasped a fundamental truth. They must not allow others to seize the advantage easily, lest they find themselves mutually vanquished, leaving the spoils to a third party. In a corner of the battlefield, Jillian and Insha remained locked in their silent standoff, their eyes meeting as if engaged in a wordless contest. Their expressions were grave, each wearing a mask of stoicism. "Are you truly prepared to risk everything against me?" Jillian inquired calmly, though a hint of discontent lingered in his tone. Chapter 59. The emergence of the white god. Insha felt a flicker of joy within, yet he maintained an outward calm, uttering not a word. Noticing Insha's silence, Jillian's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of anger igniting in his eyes. "Are you mute? Or simply deaf?" Jillian pressed again, his voice now laced with a note of authority. T remained unresponsive, maintaining a stoic expression as if completely disregarding Jiren. This indifference ignited an unparalleled fury within Jiren. Never before had anyone dared to treat him with such blatant contempt since his debut. The demeanor of T utterly provoked him. In an instant, Jiren launched another assault, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation once more. This time, Jiren exerted every ounce of his strength, while T reciprocated with equal fervor. The entire space around them trembled under the intensity of their clash. Observing the chaos, the Grand Priest merely waved his hand gently, instantly restoring stability to the surroundings. Every punch and kick exchange between the two was an all-out attack, causing the air to erupt in explosive turbulence. No one dared to approach their vicinity. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong approached Hit intentionally. Following their previous battle, he sensed a notable enhancement in his own abilities. Hit furrowed his brow. He was not inclined to confront Sun Wukong at that moment. Although he did not perceive Wukong as a significant threat, his primary objective was to survive and avoid unnecessary risks. "Hit, it has been a while since we last met, and I have truly missed you. Come on, let me witness your time skip once more," Sun Wukong exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Before Hit could respond, Sun Wukong unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, charging at Hit like a ferocious tiger. Hit, refusing to underestimate the situation, immediately activated his defensive stance and employed his time skip technique. However, even with his evasive skills, he found himself struggling against the ferocity of Wukong's onslaught, rendered nearly powerless. At this moment, Wukong's 20-fold Kaioken showcased a combat prowess that surpassed Hit, a testament to the remarkable results of Whis' training. In a short span, Hit managed to evade multiple attacks with his time skip. Yet Wukong had not yet shown his full potential. This time, Wukong held nothing back, dedicating himself entirely to the assault on Hit. Hit found himself in a precarious situation. Each blow from Wukong infused with immense force, causing him to inwardly lament his predicament. "Hey, Beerus, you're quite inconsiderate. We are brothers, after all." "What do you mean by this?" Kampa shouted, directing an indignant gaze toward Beerus. Beerus dismissed him with a contemptuous glance and then ignored him entirely. Meanwhile, the battle between Sun Wukong and Hit raged fiercely, rivaling the intensity of the confrontation between Jiren and T. While the clash between Wukong and Hit remained somewhat discernible, the struggle between T and Jiren seemed almost surreal, with only the sounds of explosions resonating through the air. As Hit began to wane under the pressure, he activated his time cage against Sun Wukong. In an instant, Wukong felt an invisible force emanating from the air, rendering him motionless. Despite gritting his teeth and summoning all his strength, he found himself unable to move even an inch. Simultaneously, Hit slowly raised his hand toward Wukong, gradually maneuvering him toward the edge of the battlefield. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta rushed forward to assist, yet, lacking mastery of the Kaioken technique, he was effortlessly subdued by Hit's overwhelming aura, rendering him immobile. "I had no intention of provoking you, yet you chose to instigate this conflict. You have compelled me to act," Hit declared as he intensified his pressure. Regardless of the circumstances, Goku found himself unable to move. Just as he was on the verge of reaching the battlefield's edge, a transformation began to unfold within him. Hit was equally unable to budge Goku, who now emanated a faint, ethereal glow, enveloped in a gentle white light. Although Goku remained motionless, so too did Hit, caught off guard by this unexpected change. Meanwhile, T and Jiren ceased their actions, sensing the formidable energy radiating from Goku, as if he had entered a divine realm. This state was notoriously elusive, and they were aware of the divine realm's existence, instinctively retreating in its presence. Until this moment, no one had been reported to have achieved such a state. Yet here stood Goku, embodying this extraordinary power. The target, Goku, in a hazy divine state, displayed combat prowess approaching the infinite, a mere fraction of the divine realm. I nearly forgot. This fellow is inherently kind-hearted, and now with boundless power. Could this be what they call the protagonist's aura? It seems I must refrain from tormenting him further, lest I provoke such a phenomenon, which would undoubtedly lead to my embarrassment, T pondered silently. At that moment, Goku finally stirred, albeit with great effort. He appeared to be struggling to adapt to this newfound state, teetering on the brink of losing control. Hit was taken aback as Goku slowly advanced, each step, though deliberate, imposing immense pressure upon him. Goku realized that he harbored an unfathomable reservoir of strength, seemingly endless. Yet he could only harness a fraction of this power, aware that even a minor misstep could spell disaster. Nevertheless, Hit found himself forced to retreat, barely able to maintain his temporal confinement. How is this possible? How did he attain such a state? For millennia, no destroyer has reached this realm. How has he managed it? Kampa bellowed in fury. Fear not, Lord Kampa. He cannot sustain this for long. His body cannot withstand the strain of this state. It will not be long before he collapses, whispered Beerus, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her gaze reflecting confidence and understanding of Goku, as if everything were within her grasp. Entering this state subjects the body to infinite pressure. If prolonged, he will be unable to bear the weight of this power. Whis explained with a smile, though a flicker of concern danced in his eyes. He was acutely aware of Goku's condition, but believed he could endure until the end. Jiren and Kampa observed Sun Wukong with solemn expressions, unable to disregard the formidable aura that emanated from him. They felt a surge of admiration rising within them due to the immense power he radiated. Soon, Hit could no longer maintain his temporal confinement. With a resounding crash, time shattered, granting Sun Wukong his freedom of movement. In that instant, Hit found himself utterly defenseless, his assaults rendered futile before Sun Wukong's might. Even the time-skip technique proved largely ineffective, as Sun Wukong landed 10 strikes, while Hit could only evade 3, with the remaining 7 connecting solidly against him. Hit staggered back, racked with pain. As the battle progressed, Hit gradually lost his advantage. His movements grew increasingly sluggish, while Sun Wukong became emboldened with each passing moment. Before long, Hit was left battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground, his visage marred by contusions and blood, presenting a pitiful sight. At that moment, Sun Wukong, akin to a deflated balloon, crumpled onto the ground. The warriors from various universes witnessing this spectacle felt no sympathy. Instead, they surged forward like a tidal wave. In a critical moment, Vegeta swiftly extracted Sun Wukong from the battlefield, infusing him with a powerful energy. Revitalized by this surge, Sun Wukong struggled to his feet, as if awakening from a dream. Meanwhile, on another front, a dense throng of combatants advanced upon Hit. Gritting his teeth, Hit laboriously rose again, his body trembling. As he gazed upon the approaching adversaries, a glint of ferocity sparked in his eyes, and he unleashed a potent aura. This overwhelming pressure forced those nearby to the ground. Immobilized, though Hit appeared battered and grievously injured, he still held an undeniable advantage over these weaker foes. With a fierce glare directed at the distant Sun Wukong, he seemed to etch the visage of his foe into his memory, intent on seeking vengeance in the future. Kakarot, what just happened? How did you achieve that? Can you still do it now? Vegeta inquired, his expression brimming with excitement. I'm not quite sure. I felt somewhat dazed earlier. And that state is incredibly hard to control. It felt as though countless powers resided within me, yet I could only harness a fraction, Sun Wukong replied, his explanation vague and unclear. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's diminished state, Jiren's gaze shifted back to Kampa, who maintained a stoic poker face. Several times, Kampa fought the urge to smile, determined to continue his facade and observe Jiren's reaction. This time, before Jiren could make a move, Kampa initiated the attack, and once again, the two engaged in fierce combat, their fighting prowess evenly matched, exchanging blows with vigor. Jiren was taken aback to discover that the strength of the tea drinker, initially underestimated, had surged unexpectedly. Yet, despite the passage of time, there was no sign of regression in his power. What sorcery had this individual employed? Such an enduring technique was indeed bewildering. The destroyer clown seethed with anger as he observed the tea drinker on the battlefield. Babidi, what kind of sorcery is this? Why does it endure so? He glared at the tea drinker, seemingly recalling the scenes of humiliation he had previously endured at his hands. This technique is known as the Kaioken, which unleashes the pinnacle of one's combat prowess, enhancing all aspects of strength. As for its remarkable duration, I cannot say, as I have never experienced it myself, Babidi replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her tone somewhat subdued. Damn it, that scoundrel. I must learn the Kaioken as well and teach him a lesson, dismantling his bones one by one. Beerus fumed, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his gaze on the tea drinker. Lord Beerus, even if you mastered the Kaioken, you would still be unable to surpass the tea drinker. Did you not notice? He can maintain the Kaioken for an extended period. While you would not be able to do the same, Whis remarked with a chuckle. Why is that so infuriating? That wretched scoundrel. Beerus bellowed in frustration. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus's anger intensified, and he shouted, Is there truly no way to counter him? Whis smiled gently, offering reassurance. There is no need for anger. Lord Beerus, while the tea drinker's Kaioken is formidable, it is not invincible. We can seek out his weaknesses or find ways to enhance our own strength. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the tea drinker and Jiren were locked in an intense struggle, both unleashing their full might in a fierce exchange of blows. The spectators were astonished, never expecting the tea drinker to hold his ground against Jiren for such an extended period. Meanwhile, Beerus silently vowed to master the Kaioken and surpass the tea drinker. At this moment, the destroyer clown was gritting his teeth in frustration. Even he could not match Jiren's might, and to see this newcomer able to contend with Jiren was utterly unbelievable. Indeed, it is quite challenging. His current strength seems to slightly surpass Jiren's, and it appears he is yet to tap into an even greater reservoir of power. Likely using Jiren to hone his skills, the Angel of Universe 11, Margarita, remarked with a smile. What? That detestable fellow is so formidable? Does this not spell danger for Jiren? The destroyer clown looked at Margarita with a distressed expression. However, Jiren also has significant potential yet to be unleashed, so for now, the outcome remains uncertain. Margarita replied with a soft laugh. How can this be? How can the seventh universe harbor such a powerhouse? Surely, he cannot rival Beerus. The god of destruction of Universe 11, Kai, exclaimed in anger. Alas, we are doomed. Even Hit cannot withstand this. The god of destruction of Universe 6, Fua, uttered these words with an air of helplessness. Soon after, Jiren and T halted their movements, unable to gain the upper hand against one another. Our strengths are evenly matched. Continuing this way will surely lead to mutual destruction. Let us first eliminate the lesser fighters, and then we can engage in battle, Jiren remarked, gazing thoughtfully at T. T remained silent, maintaining an impassive facade as he fixated on Jiren. You insolent fool, have you lost your voice or your hearing? Do you truly wish to challenge me? Do you possess the strength for such a confrontation? Jiren exclaimed in fury. Unbeknownst to him, his words began to flow more freely, eliciting amusement in T, though his expression remained frosty. Seeing T's demeanor, Jiren's anger flared further. If you wish to clash, then let us do so. I shall teach you a lesson. You insolent wretch, Jiren declared heatedly. Just then, T turned away, departing without a backward glance. He rated himself highly for this decisive action. Jiren watched T leave in silence, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled in rage. Chapter 61. The bears unleashed destructive power. Jiren, along with the bear and rabbit, appeared beside him like phantoms. Eliminate all but those from Universe 7. Jiren's voice was calm, yet imbued with an overwhelming pressure. In no time, the warriors from both universes pounced upon their opponents like famished tigers, and with the addition of Jiren and T, the battlefield was swiftly cleared. Even Hit from Universe 6, upon encountering Jiren, was vanquished effortlessly, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. He barely managed a single attempt at time confinement. But having sustained severe injuries from Goku earlier, Jiren broke free from the confinement in mere seconds. Without a hint of suspense, the two universes dispatched the fighters from the others in mere minutes, akin to autumn leaves swept away by a brisk wind. SpongeBob clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, as if performing a silent symphony. Ultimately, Universe 6 was annihilated under the impotent rage of Kampa. Vados offered a faint smile, her expression as cold as winter's ice, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Soon after, Universe 7 engaged in a fierce contest against Universe 11. Although Universe 7 possessed a slight edge in overall strength, Jiren appeared unmoved, his focus solely on T. To him, defeating T meant that the others were merely insignificant pawns. With minimal dialogue, the combatants plunged into chaos, with only Jiren and T maintaining their stoic expressions, steadfast and unyielding. Whis mused, "What has come over this fellow? Why have I never witnessed such seriousness from him before? What is he truly up to?" Beerus gazed curiously at Whis, his eyes wide as saucers. Interesting. I wonder why he has suddenly adopted such a calm demeanor. Just a moment ago, when I witnessed him sparring with Lord Beerus, he was full of laughter and mirth, Whis remarked, his smile reminiscent of blossoming spring flowers. Upon hearing Whis mention the joviality during their previous encounter, Beerus clenched his teeth in fury, his expression reminiscent of a predator ready to devour its prey. Meanwhile, the warriors of the 7th universe showcased exceptional prowess, forcing the likes of the 11th universe's rabbit and bear to retreat under pressure. In the blink of an eye, the rabbit and his companions found themselves overwhelmed, and the bear, gritting his teeth, had no choice but to unseal his latent powers. Though he embodied justice and cherished peace, as a candidate for the god of destruction, he had never wielded such destructive force, for his sense of justice was not aligned with destruction. In an instant, the bear's destructive energy surged forth like a tidal wave, sending shivers through the hearts of the 7th universe warriors, who were taken aback by the god of destruction's overwhelming aura. With the bear's immense power bolstering them, the 11th universe regained their footing, and a fierce battle ensued between the two factions. Even with Vegeta and the wounded Goku barely able to hold their ground against the bear, the remaining combatants focused their efforts on the rabbit and other members of the 11th universe. Despite the bear's formidable strength, he found it difficult to protect his allies, his rage escalating as he unleashed indiscriminate attacks. The battlefield became saturated with the oppressive energy of destruction, and the warriors of the 7th universe struggled to cope, particularly the androids. Their strength barely reached 1 billion, sufficient to handle trivial foes, yet utterly inadequate against a titan like the bear, who radiated destructive energy. Even Vegeta had to exert himself fully to counteract a fraction of the bear's devastation, let alone the others. As the 11th universe warriors were steadily knocked out of the arena, many from the 7th universe also found themselves cast aside. Ultimately, only Goku, Vegeta, and King Frieza remained from the 7th universe, while the 11th universe was left with just the bear and the swift rabbit. The 5 combatants resumed their fierce clash, with the bear bearing the weight of the battle, facing 3 opponents alone, while the rabbit struggled to provide substantial support, merely harassing from the sidelines. Jiren and Jampa maintained their composure, locked in a mutual gaze, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding around them. Damn it, Toppo cannot hold out alone. And Jiren is being distracted by that fellow. Our 11th universe is in peril. The god of destruction fumed in frustration. Soon, the battle reached a stalemate, as the 3 warriors of the 7th universe, though powerful, faced the bear's destructive capabilities and the rabbit's incessant interference, leading to a tumultuous clash. At that moment, Jiren could no longer contain himself. He could not bear to witness the downfall of his 11th universe comrades and decided to unleash a fierce counterattack once more. As the tea drinking continued, the 2 combatants clashed fiercely once more. The 3 from Universe 7 and the 2 from Universe 11 instinctively ceased their skirmishes. There was no other reason. At this moment, all present understood that their focus should solely rest upon the duel between these 2 titans. The outcome of this encounter would determine the fate of the other, for the disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast. In an instant, Jiren and the tea drinker resumed their breathtaking and intense confrontation, each exerting their utmost strength, their blows landing with resounding force, making it difficult to discern a victor. Grand Minister, this match is truly extraordinary. Afterward, we must appoint these 2 as the new gods of destruction. SpongeBob exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, Lord Zeno, however, The one known as the Tea Drinker has compelled Shinran to carve his unique space into a universe. We merely need to assign an angel to provide diligent guidance. The Grand Minister replied with a smile. At this juncture, the battle had escalated to an unprecedented intensity, with both the Tea Drinker and Jiren drenched in sweat, their expressions grave. As time progressed, the tide of battle began to shift in favor of the Tea Drinker, while Jiren felt the weight of insurmountable pressure. How can this be? Jiren is at a disadvantage? Damn it. Jiren, you must not lose. For the sake of our Universe 11, you must triumph over him. The destroyer god of the clowns bellowed in fury. Jiren, you must endure. Think of all that you strive to protect. Should you falter, everything will be reduced to naught. Kay also shouted vehemently. Anyone can say that. The fate of your Universe 11 has long been sealed. No one can overcome that fellow. Beerus cackled ominously. Not necessarily. Lord Beerus, the individual known as Jiren still harbors immense power within, and the Tea Drinker, too, has yet to reveal his full potential. The final outcome remains uncertain. Whis observed calmly, his gaze fixed upon the two warriors in the fray. Chapter 62. The Power Tournament concludes. The Tea Drinker becomes the true god of destruction. What? It's still uncertain? Damn it. If that fellow loses, I shall haunt him even in death. Beerus roared, his fury palpable. In that moment, the battle reached a fever pitch, with Jiren narrowly evading the Tea Drinker's relentless assaults, gritting his teeth as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. Moments later, the Tea Drinker landed a decisive blow upon Jiren, who instantly erupted with rage. Yet, among the spectators, save for the angels, confusion reigned regarding the unfolding events. Oh, Jiren is indeed at a disadvantage now. He has just endured a heavy strike, Margarita remarked with a graceful smile. Upon hearing this, the destroyer god of the clowns clutched his head in disbelief, unable to fathom Jiren's potential defeat, while the King Kai, gritted his teeth in intense focus. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield. Time continued to pass, with the Tea Drinker gradually asserting dominance, as Jiren found himself retreating under relentless blows. Having already sustained several hits that nearly drew blood, Jiren, unable to contain his fury any longer, let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption that shattered the tea. His muscles swelled as if inflated, gradually tearing through his garments. In this state of explosive power, Jiren's combat strength soared to 35 trillion, with 80% of the goddess domain at his command, promising an 8% gain upon successful plunder. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tea Drinker activated his double Kaioken, his combat power instantly surging to 39 trillion. The overwhelming increase in their energy left all witnesses astounded and pale with shock. We may very well be defeated. Jiren has unleashed his utmost strength. Yet, astonishingly, that individual known as the Tea Drinker seems to possess even greater power, remarked Margarita with a light chuckle. What are we to do now? Are we to surrender so easily? Kay quickly erupted in a fit of rage. Like a cornered beast. Hearing Margarita's words, the god of destruction, who had been observing, slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Beerus, having caught wind of Margarita's comments, could not help but burst into laughter. You are formidable, the strongest human I have ever encountered. But it is time for this to end, Jiren declared with a grin. The Tea Drinker maintained a stoic expression, silent, yet internally mirroring Jiren's thoughts, eager to demonstrate his own prowess in feigned nonchalance. You insolent fool, though your strength is considerable, such rudeness. Do you not realize I am speaking to you? Jiren bellowed in indignation. The Tea Drinker remained as unyielding as an iceberg, coldly regarding Jiren. Witnessing this, Jiren's fury escalated, and he let out a long, ferocious howl before pouncing on the Tea Drinker like a ferocious beast. In an instant, they clashed again, the atmosphere resonating with cataclysmic force, their immense energy rippling like tidal waves, compelling those present to bow their heads in submission. Even the onlookers outside the arena, with the exception of the angels, struggled to breathe under the weight of this overwhelming aura, as though burdened by a 1,000-pound load. Their power is incomprehensible. One exclaimed, Indeed, we are positioned so far away yet still feel the repercussions. It is likely that even if all the gods of destruction joined forces, we would not stand a chance, murmured several gods of destruction, exchanging anxious glances. Inside the arena, the tension was palpable, with the shockwaves from their clash pressing down on the others like a mountain, rendering them nearly immobile. Soon, Jiren sensed an alarming shift. The audacious opponent before him had also experienced a surge in power, surpassing his own. Anxiety gripped Jiren as he fought increasingly defensively, his heart brimming with reluctance. He found himself devoid of any trump cards. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. And his mind swirled in turmoil. Before long, Jiren found himself on the back foot, narrowly evading several of the tea drinker's relentless attacks. The tea drinker intensified his offensive, his iron fist striking like a tempest. In a fleeting moment, Jillian found himself retreating in defeat. Soon, he was struck by a blow that landed like a heavy hammer, causing him to spurt blood. However, he quickly regained his composure. The relentless pursuit of Insha was thwarted, and the two once again plunged into a fierce struggle. Before long, Jillian suffered another powerful strike, spewing forth more blood. As the number of blows he endured increased, Jillian's visage became unrecognizable, his face bruised and battered. Yet, he grit his teeth and persevered, silently reminding himself that he could not fall. The fate of the 11th universe depended on him. Ultimately, however, Jillian was overwhelmed by Insha's tempestuous assault and fell to the ground. Insha's hammer-like fist struck mercilessly, causing Jillian to clutch his abdomen in pain. Rolling on the ground like a whiplash top, Insha showed no signs of ceasing, continuing his onslaught with the ferocity of a storm. After several minutes of relentless attacks, he finally paused. At that moment, Jillian was gasping for breath, inhaling little and exhaling much, akin to a flickering candle amidst the wind. He approached the rabbit and the bear with an eerie grace, a chilling smile gracing his lips. With a gentle push of his palm, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a roaring tide, effortlessly sweeping the rabbit and the bear out of the arena, leaving them powerless, akin to leaves caught in a tempest. Thus, the 11th universe faced defeat, and victory belonged to the 7th universe. The Grand Minister, with a serene smile, spoke softly. SpongeBob clenched his palm slightly. And in an instant, everyone from the 11th universe, save for the angel, vanished as if into thin air. You have won. The Super Dragon Balls are yours. And any wish can be granted. Speak, and I shall help you fulfill it, the Grand Minister declared, summoning the dragon. Let all the vanished universes return to their former state. Insha smiled with anticipation. Are you certain? Is this truly your wish? The Grand Minister's smile radiated warmth like a gentle spring breeze. I am certain, Insha affirmed, nodding vigorously, his gaze unwavering. Very well. You truly possess the qualities of an angel, the Grand Minister acknowledged with a nod, then made the wish to the dragon. In a flash, the dragon vanished, and the other universes were restored to their original forms. You have performed admirably and have grasped a hint of the essence of the laws. Your heart is as kind as the warm sun. Though there is still room for growth, you are nonetheless worthy of becoming a member of the angelic lineage. For now, you shall serve as the god of destruction for your universe. When your strength reaches new heights, I shall personally bestow upon you the power of an angel. The Grand Minister spoke with earnest sincerity. By the way, Beerus, you two are familiar with him. So you shall take on the role of his guiding angels for the universe. Once his universe is fully formed, you may return, the Grand Minister organized with precision. Indeed, we shall devote ourselves to diligently mentoring Lord Insha. Whis and Beerus replied in unison. Now, everyone, return to your respective places, the Grand Minister concluded. And he vanished along with the king of all. Lord Beerus, I shall take my leave for now, Whis said with a smile, making his way towards Insha. Lord Beerus, you should inform Lord Kampa as well. I shall not return, Babidi chuckled lightly. Go, everyone leave. Do not come back. Beerus bellowed angrily before turning to depart. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Lord Drink Tea, Babidi smiled brightly. Let us return, Whis suggested with a grin. Drink Tea nodded in acknowledgement. In a moment, Babidi produced a cube, and everyone entered in succession. Whis then lightly touched Babidi's staff, and they vanished without a trace. That was somewhat slow. Allow me to take charge. Drink Tea chuckled softly. Whis and Babidi exchanged bewildered glances at Drink Tea, for this was a speed unparalleled in the universe. And yet Drink Tea found it lacking. With a slight concentration, a powerful force washed over the entire 7th universe, and in an instant, he accurately sensed the location of Earth. With a mere thought, everyone disappeared without a trace and soon returned to their home on Earth. Bulma, Chi-Chi, quickly send someone to prepare a lavish feast. I wish to warmly entertain our esteemed guests. Drink Tea called out loudly. In no time, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Trunks, and Poir dashed out like arrows, and upon seeing the house bustling with activity, they hurried back to the kitchen to make arrangements. Lord, drink tea. How did you master such instantaneous movement? How could you traverse so many galaxies? Instantaneous movement shouldn't possess such formidable power. How did you achieve this? Babidi asked, her eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on drink tea. Whis also displayed a keen interest in the question. It is merely instantaneous movement. Anywhere I can sense. I can arrive in an instant. Drink tea replied nonchalantly. He would never divulge the secret of his instantaneous movement. It was a method bestowed upon him by the system, which granted his sensing ability the brilliance of the most radiant stars in the universe, making him undeniably the strongest. However, how did you sense such a distant place? Your strength does not seem to have reached that level yet, Babidi inquired with a light smile. Enough, that is Lord Drink Tea's secret. Sister, we need not pry. As long as he harbors goodwill, it suffices, Whis said, his lips curling into a gentle smile. Indeed, I was presumptuous. I beg your pardon, Lord Drink Tea. Babidi nodded in apology, her smile tinged with regret. No harm done, no harm done. The hour is still early. Let us explore the universe together. Drink tea, said with a light chuckle. The siblings exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. In an instant, the three figures vanished like phantoms from their original spot, only to appear in a realm of chaotic void. This is what the universe looked like at its inception, Babidi remarked with a smile, lightly tapping her staff like a marvelous sorceress. To their astonishment, countless stones suddenly emerged from the chaos, as if birthed from the depths of endless darkness. With another gentle tap of her staff, even more stones appeared from the chaos, as if conjured by magic. Not long after, the staff of Bados gently tapped the surroundings, and countless stones emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Observing this, Vis also waved his staff, and with a light touch, many more stones joined this wondrous transformation. Soon, Insha felt a faint gravitational pull, akin to the heartbeat of the universe. With another delicate tap of Vis's staff, innumerable stones began to slowly converge, as if drawn by an invisible force, gradually colliding with one another. Among them, several stones had already coalesced into the embryonic form of a planet, its gravitational pull growing like a vortex, as countless stones flocked towards it like moths to a flame. Insha understood that this was the magnificent spectacle of stars and planets beginning to form, a scene that left him enraptured, his heart swelling with boundless awe. Indeed, let it take shape slowly. In approximately 10 million years, the first tiny star should emerge. Bados' smile was filled with anticipation. Yet, a few attributes were still lacking, necessitating the assistance of other angels. Vis spoke with a calmness akin to still water, as if everything was within his control. What do you mean? What attributes? Insha inquired curiously. Well, you too shall become an angel in the future, and mastering these attributes is inevitable. These attributes are the laws. My sister and I have already gathered the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but there are other attributes that we siblings do not possess. Thus we require the help of other angels, Vis replied with a smile. Currently, we still lack the attributes of wind and lightning. And when we later incorporate the attribute of time, the universe shall be formed, Bados said, gazing at Insha with eyes full of expectation. Insha nodded in understanding and then asked, does becoming an angel mean I will master the laws of attributes? His eyes sparkled with curiosity and desire. Indeed, once you master these attributes, your combat power will become boundless, and you will be able to wield the laws against your foes. I believe you will soon grasp these laws, Lord Insha, Bados encouraged with a smile, her tone revealing trust and hope in him. A surge of confidence welled within Insha. He knew he must relentlessly strive to achieve this goal. Yet, he did not fear the challenges ahead, for he possessed a steadfast belief and an indomitable spirit. He was convinced that with perseverance, he would undoubtedly master the laws of attributes and become a formidable angel. However, he believed he could complete this task within just a few years, likely astonishing Vis and Bados in the process. What is the domain of the gods? Insha continued to inquire. The domain of the gods is the process of evolving into an angel. When you cultivate this domain to 100%, you will automatically grasp a law. At that time, as soon as the high priest speaks, you will become an angel, Vis explained with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. But I have another question for you both. What happens if I master more than 2 laws? Insha asked, his curiosity piqued. If you can master 2 or more laws, you will become an exceedingly powerful being. Each law possesses its own distinct power and capability, and the amalgamation of multiple laws can yield even more formidable effects. Of course, achieving this requires an extraordinary talent and relentless effort, as Vis remarked. In Chapter 64, Dismembering Super 17, The Power of the Laws, Bados encouraged, if you aspire to this, you might give it a try. Even our weakest angels have mastered more than 3 laws. By the way, while you must comprehend the other laws on your own, the law of time is a gift from the High Priest, and only angels who have grasped the law of time are truly powerful. At that moment, a notification from the system rang out. Mission initiated. Rob Super 17. Reward: enhance host's angelic power to 10%. Upon hearing this, Inchai felt a surge of excitement. This is indeed a valuable opportunity. He thought joyfully. Let us return. The process of evolution cannot be completed hastily. It requires the sedimentation of time. However, if we accelerate time, it is not out of the question, Vis said with a smile. Inchai understood that it was time to eat first, so he nodded, and the 3 of them returned to the real world. Soon, a variety of delicacies were served, and Vis and Bados could hardly contain their anticipation, diving into the feast. The others joined in, and soon the table was a whirlwind of consumption. Half an hour later, everyone sat back, rubbing their full bellies in satisfaction. All right, I have matters to attend to, so you all can enjoy yourselves at my place, Inchai declared before vanishing in an instant. Now, Inchai found himself within the narrative of Dragon Ball GT, where Goku was being relentlessly beaten by Super 17, whose overwhelming power rendered even Super Saiyan 4 powerless against him. Objective: Super 17, combat power 15 trillion. Successful robbery yields 150 billion combat power, limited to this timeline, excluding system missions. Inchai strolled leisurely to Super 17's side, where Goku lay defeated on the ground, both he and Super 17 gazing at Inchai in astonishment. Inchai? How dare you, an insignificant insect, touch my reverse scale? Super 17 scoffed disdainfully at him. Inchai let out an odd laugh and provocatively beckoned Super 17 with a finger. This infuriated Super 17, who unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Inchai. In his perception, Inchai was nothing more than an utterly powerless being, and this blow would surely obliterate him. Seeing the young Inchai, Goku's lips curled into a smile, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Inchai activated the Kaioken technique at double strength, seizing Super 17's fist. In an instant, Super 17 found himself immobilized, and with a powerful grip, Inchai crushed Super 17's fist. A resounding thud echoed, accompanied by the sounds of metal fracturing and bones shattering. Super 17's expression turned grim as he stared in horror at his arm, which had been brutally crushed by Inchai, now reduced to a heap of scrap metal. On the 17th, an overwhelming sense of dread and despair enveloped him as he recognized the formidable adversary he faced. Clenching his other hand into a fist, he launched an aggressive strike toward the tea drinker, only to have his fist effortlessly grasped by the latter's opposing hand. With a slight exertion of force, the tea drinker crushed the fist of the 17th as if it were mere paper. Panic seized the 17th, compelling him to instinctively flee from this terrifying foe. However, the tea drinker had no intention of letting him escape. With unrelenting ferocity, the tea drinker delivered a powerful blow to the 17th's leg, followed by a rapid succession of 2 more punches. In the blink of an eye, Super 17th was reduced to a heap of shattered metal, littering the ground. Yet, the tea drinker appeared unsatisfied, continuing to dismantle the body of Super 17th, methodically removing his limbs, while oil and blood stained the earth beneath. Ultimately, he twisted the 17th's neck a full 360 degrees, rendering him completely devoid of power. Soon after, Super 17th was left gasping weakly, teetering on the brink of death. The tea drinker, satisfied, clapped his hands and casually picked up one of the severed hands he had crushed. At that moment, a system notification indicated the completion of his task. It's all taken care of. The rest is up to you. I shall take my leave. The tea drinker waved goodbye to Sun Wukong before vanishing from sight. Struggling to rise from the ground, Sun Wukong steadied himself, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was witnessing an illusion. The scene before him was utterly astounding. Super 17's limbs lay disassembled, scattered across the ground like a pile of worthless scrap metal. The 17th himself lay nearby, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, as if death were but a moment away. Meanwhile, the tea drinker had quietly returned to the reality of the universe. Whis and Beerus sat comfortably, savoring delectable beverages while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Whis, Beerus, I believe I have experienced a revelation. It feels as though I am on the verge of grasping something significant, but I am just shy of it. May I inquire whether this pertains to the laws? The tea drinker asked curiously. Indeed, if you can master 10% of angelic power, you will have grasped the law. Whis replied with a smile. Yes, should you succeed in your enlightenment, you would be the very first to comprehend angelic power without having completed the realm of the divine. Beerus added with a grin. What, then, is the first law? The tea drinker inquired earnestly, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, as if yearning for the forthcoming revelation. Whis smiled enigmatically. Generally, most individuals opt to cultivate the law of speed first, though some may choose other laws, depending on personal inclinations and talents. The law of speed? What does that entail? What other laws exist? The tea drinker pressed eagerly, his curiosity thoroughly ignited. Beerus patiently explained with a smile. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. These are common elemental laws. The law of speed signifies the possession of the swiftest velocity in the entire universe. As for the law of time, it is a unique ability bestowed by the high priest, enabling the miraculous effects of halting time, accelerating it, and even reversing its flow. There exists another law known as the law of space, which can currently be fully mastered only by the high priest. Once one has grasped the law of space, they can create their own universe. Drinking tea was left astounded, his heart brimming with awe. The power of these laws filled him with an insatiable yearning. While he also recognized that becoming a formidable deity would require immense dedication and time. Vis added with a smile, take your time, there is no need to rush. Mastering these laws is no simple feat. It demands prolonged accumulation and introspection. Moreover, each individual's path of cultivation is unique. Do not be hasty in your pursuits, but rather find a method and rhythm that suit you. Chapter 65. The angel of humanity. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. Drinking tea spent his days idly, meditating in his room, resembling a venerable monk in deep contemplation, feigning profound insights. Today, he sensed that the moment had arrived, and thus he extracted the rewards from the system. Instantly, a tide of realizations surged through his mind. He casually reached out, and suddenly, a law, akin to a vibrant dragon, enveloped him. In that instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted above Drinking Tea's chamber. Vis and Bados were both taken aback. This radiance was unmistakably the power of cosmic blessing, indicating that Drinking Tea had comprehended the power of angels and grasped the law. They could hardly believe it. After such a short time, he had become an angel. Host, Drinking Tea, angel of humanity, with limitless battle power. Possessing 10% of angelic strength and 100% mastery of the divine realm. Overcome with excitement, Drinking Tea laughed heartily towards the heavens. The law he had just comprehended was the law of life, signifying that Ling Ruan now held dominion over fate. Even the deceased could be resurrected by his command. However, he still lacked the staff to control the law. Vis and Bados had already entered his room, gazing at Drinking Tea with incredulity. You did it? Vis exclaimed. It's nothing short of a miracle. Bados gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Yes, I was fortunate to succeed. My law is the law of life. Drinking Tea replied with a smile. At that moment, a beam of light appeared above Drinking Tea's room like a bolt of lightning, and he reached out to grasp it. The high priest summons you now. He wishes to bestow upon you the title of angel, Bados said with a smile. Let us go. This matter cannot wait. We must depart immediately, Vis urged. Soon, the three of them soared through the sky like shooting stars, and after 2 hours, they finally stood before the high priest. You have performed remarkably. Today, I shall grant you the divine title of angel. You are an angel of humanity, cultivated through innate potential. From this day forth, you shall be known as the angel of humanity. The high priest spoke softly. Subsequently, the high priest gently parted her crimson lips and, with a delicate touch akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, imparted a profound insight into his mind, flowing like a gentle stream. This understanding was imbued with the formidable laws of time, sparkling luminously like the stars in the night sky. Transformed into an angel, the drinker experienced an epiphany akin to divine enlightenment, grasping the intricacies of the temporal laws in an instant. These laws resembled a capricious Rubik's Cube, possessing extraordinary powers such as accelerating time, halting its passage, and even reversing it. The high priest wielded her divine abilities once more, bestowing upon the drinker a radiant halo, which seamlessly merged with him like an agile spirit. This halo, a soul ring, resembled a mysterious treasure chest capable of gathering the souls of the departed and purifying all malevolent thoughts in the world. Following this, the high priest granted him a staff. As soon as he grasped it, the staff flowed forth with the might of the communication laws, akin to a refreshing spring. Unbeknownst to him, his attire underwent a marvelous transformation, resembling the resplendent garments of an angel. From this day forth, you shall be counted among our angels. Your universe is the fruit of your own diligent labor. Your sole responsibility is to tend to your own cosmos. Upon your return, fulfill your duties with utmost diligence. With a graceful wave of her hand, the high priest sent the three of them soaring through the skies, instantaneously returning them to earth. The drinker stood agape, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. Fear not, this is the high priest's omnipotent ability. In this boundless universe, few can rival her prowess. Bardas smiled radiantly, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Well then, drinker, you have ascended to the status of an angel. Henceforth, you shall manage your own universe. We shall part ways here. With a gentle smile, Whis concluded, tapping his staff lightly, and together with Bardas, they vanished into the horizon. Ding! The system issued a task to rob the 7-star dragon. 6-star dragon, 5-star dragon, 4-star dragon, 3-star dragon, 2-star dragon, and 1-star dragon, with a reward of 10% of angelic power. In an instant, the drinker once again stepped into the world of Dragon Ball GT, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Arriving at the location of the 7-star dragon in the blink of an eye, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a hand as large as a fan, he effortlessly grasped the 7-star dragon, nearly crushing its neck as it gazed at him in terror. The drinker had no intention of engaging in conversation. Instead, he swiftly crushed every bone in its body, leaving the 7-star dragon gasping for breath, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Subsequently, he casually plucked a single hair from its body. Soon after, the drinker employed his instantaneous movement once more, appearing before the 6-star dragon like a specter, sneering before seizing it with that same large hand, delivering a full-body massage of sorts. Following this method, he continued his relentless onslaught, swiftly arriving before the 1-star dragon, where, amidst its heart-rending wails, he once again plucked a hair from its body. All 7 dragons were left gasping for breath, resembling flickering candles in the wind. As I sipped my tea and glanced at the completed tasks indicated by the system, I pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to bring them all to Sun Wukong's abode for their disposition. At this juncture, I had returned and promptly claimed my rewards, shortly thereafter seizing a new principle, the principle of speed. Although this principle seemed somewhat trivial to me, akin to a mere embellishment, it could serve to enhance my facade. Ding! The system issued a new task to rob the clown god of destruction with a reward of 10% of angelic power. This task intrigued me, truly delightful. However, I recalled that the clown god was benevolent. Nevertheless, I dismissed my reservations and resolved to confront him first. With that thought, I arrived in Universe 11. Margarita appeared before me without delay, proclaiming, "You are now one of us angels. Congratulations. Is there something you require from Universe 11? I responded, "I wish to teach him a lesson. Do you think that is permissible?" "Rest assured, I shall not kill him, merely express my displeasure." I managed a sheepish smile. "I am unsure of your intentions, but as long as you do not end his life, a lesson can indeed be imparted, albeit with a measure of restraint." Margarita replied with a peculiar smile. In an instant, I comprehended her unspoken thoughts. These angels seemed to harbor a collective desire to chastise the gods of destruction, yet their professional constraints prevented them from acting. Margarita was evidently seizing this opportunity to exact personal vengeance through me. In a fleeting moment, I located the clown god of destruction, surrounded by Jiren and others. Upon witnessing my current attire, the clown god displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "You have become an angel?" I let out a sinister cackle, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and seized the clown god. Proceeding to administer a thorough and unrelenting massage, the sound of cracking bones echoing like the whispers of demons, sending chills down the spines of all present. The onlookers were horrified, while Margarita hastily turned away, covering her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. Before long, the clown god lay gasping for breath, tormented beyond measure. I callously plucked several strands of his hair and flashed my gleaming fangs at Jiren, resembling a ferocious beast. "Are you out of your mind?" Jiren exclaimed, panic-stricken. I cackled again, my hand descending upon Jiren like a mountain crushing an egg. Enraged, he focused his gaze, unleashing a formidable aura that surged toward me. However, at that moment, my combat prowess was boundless, rendering Jiren's feeble attempts utterly futile. I swiftly delivered to him an equally thorough massage, leaving the onlookers terrified, fleeing in disarray. "Thank you. I shall take my leave," I said to Margarita with a subtle smile, and then departed with a flourish. Once I had left, Margarita gracefully approached the clown god and Jiren, twirling her staff, and they were sent into the palace of destruction like kites severed from their strings, lying quietly at rest. Upon returning to the seventh universe, Insha eagerly claimed his reward, and in an instant, he firmly grasped yet another law, this time pertaining to the element of wind. He hastily entered his own universe, only to find the evolutionary process crawling along like a sluggish snail, excruciatingly slow. Without hesitation, Insha decided to employ time acceleration, tripling the flow of time throughout the universe in an instant. However, at present, he could only achieve a threefold increase. For unless he could master the power of the angels completely, he would have to continue this gradual acceleration. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to allow the universe to accelerate its evolution directly while he withdrew. Yet, as he exited, time inexplicably followed suit, rendering the evolution process impossible to continue. In utter frustration, Insha had no choice but to devise alternative plans for the future and resolved to return home for a visit. Upon arriving home, he shared with his family the news of his ascension to angelhood, even using the law of life to grant them eternal youth. That evening, Insha indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, neglecting to use his powers to dispel the effects, allowing the drink to intoxicate him. In a hazy stupor, he felt a throbbing headache and firmly slapped his forehead, when suddenly he heard a faint rustling sound. Opening his eyes, he found several somewhat familiar yet strange faces before him. Observing his surroundings, it appeared to be the dormitory from his university days. Now, he found it difficult to discern whether he was in reality or a dream, clutching a Dragon Ball comic in his hand. He quickly rose, realizing he needed to eat breakfast soon, lest he be late, as a voice called out to him. The man's words instantly jolted Insha back to reality. He sighed, having thought it was real, only to discover it was merely a figment of his imagination. He hastily settled for a light breakfast before heading to class. On the way, he encountered his homeroom teacher, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with other teachers. Upon seeing the teacher, Insha and his peers quickly entered the classroom. Once the teacher concluded the discussion, he cleared his throat and immediately adopted a serious demeanor, walking into the classroom with utmost gravity. The teacher then began to review the results of their recent examination. Unsurprisingly, Insha's performance placed him at the bottom of the class. The teacher reprimanded him sternly. Suddenly, a thrilling voice echoed in Insha's mind, proclaiming, "The robbery system has been successfully linked to you. Successful robberies will yield 1/10 of the opponent's combat power." Overjoyed, Insha stood up impulsively, prompting the teacher to hurl an eraser at him for his audacity. Quick as lightning, Insha caught the eraser and mischievously cackled at the teacher, demanding the money, not the eraser. His antics elicited hearty laughter from his classmates, yet Insha felt a twinge of anxiety. He quickly checked his system, only to find nothing. Suddenly, fear gripped him as he gulped, gazing at the teacher's frostbitten expression, which seemed on the verge of erupting with fury. In truth, I was merely jesting, intending to lighten the mood for everyone. Indeed, I was only joking. T, with a sheepish expression, cast a glance at the homeroom teacher. Today, the teacher bellowed at T, who stood before him. T, feeling resigned, remained standing. However, he was now utterly dispirited, unable to discern whether he was ensnared in a dream or facing reality. It was only after the class concluded that T took a deep breath, reluctantly coming to terms with the reality before him. The end.